It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, January 12th, 2022. Oh my gosh. I don't know why I started off so intense over there, so aggressive. But it's good to be here with all of you. It's good to be alive. It's good to be here. I love the Wednesday show. We do a little on the nose. We answer some questions. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani. Sorry, you were waiting for my cue to say hello. I appreciate that, Tugger. That's a man who knows the job. He understands the assignment. I hope you're all doing well. Frigid, still frigid, by the way. I don't know if you guys have been outside since we last spoke, but it is still very cold. But I love Wednesdays here on the program because I love getting a chance to do the show on a non-Monday, let our hair down, answer some questions. Everyone's in a good mood. You know, the weekend is coming up. We're a little closer to Saturday. All is well. And I'm very excited about today's program. We got a lot to get to. We got a lot of news. We got a lot of interesting people. We're going to have some fun. We're going to laugh. We're going to cry. It's going to be great. As always, I do want to let you know that today's program is being brought to you by DraftKings. DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, not only the NFL, but also, most importantly, this program, the MMA Hour. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. And please do use code THEMMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. So back into the show, we're actually going to end this week with a guest. It shall be Robert Whittaker, Bobby Knuckles. Of course, he returns to action on February 12th against Israel Adesanya. We'll talk to Robert, kind enough to wake up early over there in Sydney, just, around the way, and we'll have him on at 4. At around 3:20, we'll answer your questions on the nose. You know where you can leave the questions by now. Same old drill, and there's a lot of them already. I just saw there's like 95 or something like that, so I'll do my best to get through the majority of them. 3 o'clock, we'll check in with the very happy, the celebratory GC, who was just in Indianapolis to watch his beloved Dogs, the University of Georgia, winning the national championship on Monday evening in Indy. He was there. Of course, he'll come on to give us his picks for this weekend. A lot of MMA returning this weekend, so looking forward to that. At 2:30, we'll check in with the California Kid, of course, the first ever guest in the history of this program. He's got some things to discuss, so we shall check in with him at 2:30. At 2 o'clock, a guest that I've wanted to have on the program for quite some time, an incredible comedian, incredible impressionist, Al Foran of Ireland, who does a great Conor McGregor. He does a great Tyson Fury and John Fury and Mike Tyson. And perhaps my favorite, the Katie Taylor one, is just fantastic. We'll laugh a little bit together. He's a great guy. Never met him, but I'm happy to have him on the program here today. And at 1:30, we'll have Kevin Holland on, who we found out on Monday in the midst of this program that he's going to be fighting Cowboy Oliveira in March, and he announced it via his OnlyFans. By now, you probably already know Jorge Masvidal, Colby Covington. It's going down 305. Remember, I was trying to give you the heads up. 2 Cents Tuesday, you know the drill, and it's happening. It's happening. It's not, it's not signed, but it's happening. It's happening. And they moved some things, right? They moved the bantamweight fight. They moved the featherweight fight to April 9th, as I told you about already. So it's going to be Alexander Volkanovski versus the Korean Zombie. Every featherweight on the planet was campaigning for that fight, but it's Zombie who didn't have to do much, to be honest. And of course, Aljamain Sterling versus Petr Yan. Aljo said on Instagram, I saw that it's Yan's fault that they moved it. It's no one's fault. They wanted that fight 305, not because of 305. It just kind of fits nicely. It would have been great if it happened in Miami, or if it was happening in Miami. I don't really understand why it's not happening in Miami, but alas, it's happening on March 5th, 305, and then the 2 title fights will move over there. And so that means we probably have a lot more things to discuss. And so I'm looking forward to answering some of those questions. Now, to kick things off, you shall recall several months ago on this program, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, we had the chairman, the CEO, the founder of One Championship on the program to break a bevy of news. Unfortunately, the fights that we talked about haven't come to fruition just yet because of this dastardly virus known as COVID-19. And so I thought it would be apropos to check back in with Chatri Sityodtong to get a status update. And I'm told he is bearing gifts. And so without further ado, it is 2 a.m. over there in Singapore where he is joining us. Let's go to the Zoom machine and say hello to the founder, the CEO, the chairman, Chatri Sityodtong, who's in the exact same spot as he was several months ago when he was on the program. How are you, sir?
Good, man. Good. How you doing? Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure. And I always appreciate you staying up very late over there. I wish that we can make the time zones a little closer. So I'm sorry if it's a burden on your life, but we do appreciate you coming on.
I don't know, man. No worries.
So can I ask, how's life over there? I'm always fascinated by this. Just right now with the pandemic and everything, how would you describe life?
Obviously, the last 2 years have been very, very rough out here in Asia. And the main reason is every government has a different response. And some governments have a zero COVID response, and so borders are shut. And other governments, are partially open, and then, lockdowns. And, so it's been quite difficult. And I'd say this whole Omicron thing, the last 3 months here, or last couple months rather, have definitely caused concern again all over Asia. I think Japan went into lockdown and Thailand did too. And so it's just touch and go. But at the same time, from what I gather from my friends in the medical community, the Omicron virus is very mild relative to, Delta or the original COVID. So I'm fairly optimistic. I think next 1 to 2 months might be rough, but then after that, I think it's knock on wood, the world is going to come back to normal, and Asia will be back to normal, and borders will open up.
Can't wait for that, and I think we all share that sentiment. You guys have an event this Friday, so you're back, your first event of the year this Friday. Now, is this open to the public, or is it just the closed?
It's limited fans. It's limited fans only. Okay. So the capacity in Singapore Inter Stadium is 12,000, and we're only going to allow the Singapore government is only allowing a few hundred. So yeah, it's still pretty much under control. I think the first full stadium event will be March 26th, which I might as well just announce it here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're getting right to the news. I was trying to foreplay into the news, Chatri, but you're getting right to it. I love it. I was trying to give us, a little bit of time to jump, but that's great. Let's jump right in. What do we got?
So, our 10th year anniversary show, the biggest show in the history of the company, 1X, was delayed last year. It was supposed to be December of last year, was pushed out indefinitely because of COVID spiking here in Singapore. And then lo and behold, we have a lot of more confidence in what's happening. So March 26th, 1X goes down. So that crazy fight between DJ and Rotang. Obviously, DJ needs no introduction, the GOAT of MMA, who is then going to fight against Rotang, who has over 300 professional fights in Muay Thai. I think he's 267 wins and 42 losses or something like that.
Incredible.
And it's going to be a mixed bout. It's going to be the first round is going to be 3 minutes of Muay Thai. Second round is going to be 3 minutes of MMA. Third round, 3 minutes of Muay Thai. And fourth round, 3 minutes of MMA.
By the way, I don't know if
one fight that's going to happen, and I'm glad it's finally happening.
Oh, yes. By the way, why isn't it 5 rounds?
Just wanted to keep it, even. And to be honest, I just don't see it. I mean, either DJ is going to get knocked out badly in the first round, or Rotang gets subbed badly in the second round. That's what I predict. I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Because Rotang has been working on his takedown defense, and obviously DJ says he's going to go toe to toe. DJ said he's not going to run around. He's going to go Muay Thai for Muay Thai. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, when you announced this a few months ago on the program, everyone was very excited, and then everyone was subsequently very down when the card had to be postponed. Yeah. So this is very exciting. This will not be the only big fight on the card, correct?
No, yeah, exactly. So we're going to have the return of Angela Lee, the atomweight world champion. She was out of commission for the last couple of years with her pregnancy, and now she's ready to take on the atomweight Grand Prix champion, Stam Fairtex. Angela is 10-2, Stam Fairtex 8-1. But what's fascinating about this fight is Stam Fairtex, as you probably recall, Ariel, we do fights. We don't just do MMA. We do kickboxing, Muay Thai, submission grappling, and all the other different martial arts. And Stam has been a world champion in kickboxing as well as Muay Thai. She eventually lost those titles. And she's vying to be the first person in history to win an MMA world title and be a 3-sport world champion.
Wow. And this will be Angela Lee's first fight since October of 2019. So she hasn't fought in the pandemic era. As you mentioned, she gave birth and she's taken some time off, but she returns to defend her title. You didn't strip her of the belt. You just had the Grand Prix. Stamp wins the Grand Prix, and now they will essentially come together and fight.
Obviously we were assessing our options when Angela had called me and she said, look, Chatri, I'm pregnant and I won't be able to compete for a while. And, we thought about it and I thought about it and I just thought the right thing to do is, if this was a regular job, a woman gets pregnant, you're supposed to celebrate and not penalize. So I thought stripping was the wrong thing. And so we did an atomweight world Grand Prix with 8 of the best females from around the world at atomweight. And the winner, Stam Fairtex, the 2-time world champion, 2-sport world champion, and now vying for a 3rd world title. Now,
will that be the main event?
That will be the main event, yes.
Okay. Any other big fights on that 10th anniversary show that you could tell us about?
Yeah, we have Adriano Moraes, our flyweight world champion, 19-3, who knocked out DJ last April. He's fighting Yuya Wakamatsu, who is 15-4, I think 11 or 12 knockouts. So he has like an 80%, 85% knockout ratio, something like that. That's going to be a barn burner of a fight. I mean, that's definitely not going to go the distance. And we have a bunch of other fights I just not ready to announce. So those 3 fights I'm ready to announce, and March 26th, obviously. And it'll be the first time in 2 years where we haven't had a full stadium. So March 26th is going to be super exciting to have the entire Singapore Indoor Stadium fully packed once again.
And that arena fully packed, what does that mean? How many people?
The Singapore Indoor Stadium is a 12,000 seater.
Okay. And obviously this is a big deal. And obviously you have fans around the world. And we talked about this last time you were on, the deal with Turner coming up. Could you tell us how will fans be able to not only watch this March 26th 10th anniversary show, but the one that you have coming up this Friday? And also we'll get to one in February as well. But where can fans, especially here in North America, watch the One Championship events?
So I believe that we will conclude our U.S. media discussions and have a partner, I'd say the next few weeks, maybe. We're in late stage negotiations with 3 media broadcasters in the U.S., major ones. And we'll just have to, we're at the final stage of negotiations.
Okay.
We're in the whole deal negotiations phase, and we'll select a partner and, hopefully we get everything wrapped up so that American fans can enjoy one, on a very regular basis in primetime U.S. time zone.
Are you happy with where things stand right now, the options that you have?
Yeah, I'm very happy with one option, like super ecstatic. The other 2 options are solid options, but let's see how everything shakes out.
And could I ask?
EAA is representing us in the U.S., so they are the ones that have been leading this roadshow, so to speak, and we're at the very end of the roadshow. We thought it was going to conclude, honestly, by December, but just again the whole COVID thing, and just, things got out of sync. It's one of these things, and normally I'd fly to the U.S. and I'd meet everybody, all the CEOs of different broadcasters, and everything was done on Zoom. So it's a little bit harder to get everything going, right?
Could I ask, and if you can't answer, I totally respect that as well, but are you going, digital only, like streaming platform only? Is it going to be a combination of 2 that you're looking at? Linear only? What could you tell us?
I'll just say we're talking to major broadcasters, which would include, both sets.
Okay. All right. So obviously that's not going to come into play for this Friday, right? So like for the interim, how do fans watch the event right now?
Oh, it's still with Turner. It's still with Bleacher.
Oh, it is still with Bleacher. Okay. Until the new deal is signed?
Right. Exactly.
Gotcha. So the BR Live app and all that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's Bleacher YouTube, actually, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this free? Is this one on Friday free?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You have a protege of Khabib Nurmagomedov on the card on Friday.
Right. Segid. Yes. 19-2. He's going to be fighting James Nakashima at 12-2. So it's basically 2 wrestlers, Dagestani wrestling versus American wrestling.
Yeah, and I think he's in Singapore to corner Sagit as well. So always great when you have the Eagle in attendance. Now, okay, so that's for March 26th. Any chance we see the likes of maybe Shinya or Sage, those guys on that, or TBD?
They will be on the card. I don't know how you found out.
No, I mean they're
you have eyes everywhere.
They're big
I
names.
can't say who they're fighting. I can't say who they're fighting, but because the bouts haven't been set. But yes, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's the nose.
Well, the nose. Yes, that has been said. What about Eddie? By the way, what about the Underground King?
He will also, yes. So we also plan to have him on. I mean, yeah.
Is he coming back?
It's going to be a big show. I mean, it's the biggest. I mean, it's called 1X. It's our 10th year anniversary show. It's going to be the biggest in history. So you can expect the first 3 fights I gave you is literally just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to have tons of fights. I think we're going to have 18 fights or 20 fights. And it's going to go all day, and it's going to be a big bonanza with, all the big stars coming out.
Excited to see Adriana Moraes come back after that big win over DJ. Excited to see Angela Lee return after the pregnancy. Obviously, the DJ fight is just incredibly fascinating to everyone involved. But you have an event between the one on Friday and the one on March 26th coming up as well that is yet to be announced. What could you tell us about that one?
Yeah, we have an event every 2 weeks, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, every 2 weeks up here.
A big one.
Lineker, from my memory, Lineker and Bibiano are going to fight. So Bibiano's our bantamweight world champion fighting against Lineker. And that one is, man, I'm blanking. I want to say that is, that's February
11th. Yes. So, yeah, I'll break the news for you, Chatri, February 11th. One Bad Blood. Now, that's for the bantamweight title. Bibiano hasn't fought also since October of 20.
There's real bad blood between Bibi and Lineker. I mean, they Brazilian style. They've already called each other and said, "Let's get into let's fight in the streets in Rio." Like they are just or Manaus rather.
Yes,
but they are. There's real rival, real anger, and I'd say hatred.
Wow. Lineker has been a great signing for you guys. Bibiano has been one of your best champions ever. Hasn't fought since October of 2019. This fight was supposed to be originally on the 1X card. Any particular reason why you did it now before the rescheduled date?
Yeah, I mean, Bibi was out because we were in contract negotiations, and things didn't go well until they did go well in the end for everybody. And then we got Bibi a fight right away rather than have him wait, right? Just let's get it on. And so, yeah, he just, I mean, it's just one of these things. The timing worked out and you would do it earlier.
I like it. Why not? So, okay. So that's One Bad Blood, as you said. That is very exciting. I saw a report. And I want to give credit to the outlet, and I'm blanking on it. I don't want to mess it up. They talk to your guys a lot, and they cover you very well. It's like the South something Post overseas. You know what I'm talking about? You know the outlet that I'm talking about?
Yes, SCMP.
SCMP,
Nick
South
Atkins
China.
Is the man.
Yeah. He does a great job of covering you guys. And I saw a report. I'm wondering if you can confirm it. Are you guys going to be giving out bonuses now? I saw a report just yesterday, $50,000 bonuses.
Yeah, so we've always given out $50,000 bonuses, but it wasn't every event. It was just it was very like if there were spectacular performances. We've been giving out for the last several years, but this year is the first year in which we will give out every single show. Several of these $50,000 bonuses, and our main criteria is performance, of course, but gameness. And gameness we define as fighting every second of the fight to finish. So even a loser, someone who loses can win. And we gave this bonus. Timofey Nastyukhin, who knocked out Eddie Alvarez.
Yeah,
he fought Dagi Arslanov just a few weeks ago. And man, all right, you got to watch this fight. It was insane. I don't know if you saw it. I mean, no one expected it to be this crazy, and it was a crazy barn burner. And Dagi ended up knocking out Timofey, and I decided, both of them get 50,000 because it was just a crazy gameness.
I love it. So it doesn't matter the size of the card. If you're, worthy of something like this, you're going to get it now if you're fighting for one. By the way,
and it's for all martial arts. So it's for MMA, it's for Muay Thai, kickboxing, it's for submission grappling, etc.
What is the status? It was very exciting, especially to fellow Canadians when Arjun Buller won the heavyweight title. What's going on with Arjun? Are you guys not able to come?
So Arjun, we've been unfortunately having negotiations difficulties, but it does look like there is light at the end of the tunnel. I just spoke to Nez, who's the head of sports at CAA. A outstanding gentleman, a really good guy, and I think we've come to happy terms where everyone feels good and that we want to move forward together. So, but yeah, it was pretty rough initially. The last, I'd say, I don't know, maybe a year. I don't know actually, because I wasn't involved in those negotiations until the very, very last minute, literally, where they're like, we're not going to get anything solved, Chatri, unless you step in. And I genuinely don't get involved in an athlete. So that's normally Matt Hume and his department. Maybe 3 times, 5 times a year, I'll get involved with athlete discussions.
Okay, but it's looking good. Is there any chance he fights on any of these upcoming cards? The February 11th one, the March 26th one?
Yeah. It's definitely looking good. And look, I'm a fan of Arjun. I think he's a phenomenal guy, and I think he's a outstanding athlete. And he represents a country that has 1.3 billion people, and we have one is on the largest broadcaster there, right? Free to air as well as digital. So it makes sense for all of us to work together.
Okay. By the way, big card coming up on March 26th, as you just announced, 1X, full stadium. What are the chances that we see a super fight, if you will, Chatri Sityodtong against Dana White? I couldn't help but notice on the one social feeds. It looks like you were calling him out. I don't know what was going on. What's
I wasn't calling him out. I mean, I think our social media team was having fun with it. Okay. I filmed me training, whatever, and just had fun with it. But but I did, I replied to them and I said, hey, send me the location. Since I was meeting Khabib anyways here.
Okay. So you're not looking for a fight. You're not trying to pick a fight with Dana.
I didn't say that, but I said social media team was having fun with it. I went with it, right?
Okay. Okay. So wait, does that mean you are trying to pick a fight? I'm confused.
No, I mean, I'm a lifelong martial artist. I've been doing Muay Thai for 35 years, and I'm a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt. I train 5-6 times a week. I mean, if there is a fight, someone my age, why not? I'm 51. I'm 50, turning 51 this year. Yeah, I mean, I train 5-6 days a week, and 1 to 2 hours every day.
Have you ever considered fighting on any one of your cards?
Our marketing team has definitely asked me to do so, and I said, look, if it was the right opponent, but I mean, it has to be the right opponent. So
maybe Jake Paul.
Who knows?
Are you? How should I put this? An admirer of Dana's? Like, do you have professional respect for what he's built, what he's done, or how do you feel about it?
I think he is an outstanding businessman. Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily agree with the way he does things, but I mean, obviously, he's built UFC, into a phenomenal company. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. But I don't think he knows anything about martial arts. I think he's, I don't think he knows anything about fighting. I think he's a fan. So I have differences. Like I just, I come from the martial arts community. I come from the martial arts background. And how I treat my athletes, they are my peers. I come from the community. It's very, very different. Mm-hmm. I think if you've never been punched in the face or choked out, you can disrespect people publicly. But if you have had hard training, lifelong hard training, so I just say we have stylistic differences, right? I mean, I don't particularly respect the way he talks down to athletes.
That's fair. What about fighter pay right now? It's a hot topic again in our sport. Do you feel like you guys are paying the fighters, a fair portion of the pie as opposed to what some of the North American promotions are doing?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think athletes complain. From our end, like we have good. Again, you're always going to have a few people who disagree with you, but I'd say like 95% of our roster, we are in good good relationships. I mean, overall, there's a positive energy with our relationship. And again, it's obviously not everybody, right? There's going to be people who are unhappy, but I'm saying overall, whether it's Muay Thai or MMA or kickboxing or submission grappling, I think people, we take our time to make sure that we pay top of market.
In order to,
that's why DJ would join, or Eddie would join,
sure,
or Sage, or any of these guys, right? And our current champions, right? I mean, of course, like any organization, there are always going to be athletes who think they should get paid more, and if it's logical, then we will pay more. But I think the idea for our approach, at least, is to try to have a win-win approach, genuinely, a partnership approach with our athletes. So if they deliver value, then we pay them, because it's symbiotic.
Absolutely. In order to compete at these events, on these cards, do you have to be fully vaccinated?
Singapore, that's a government requirement by Singapore to enter the country.
Okay. Has that been an issue?
No. What's been more of an issue, again, is the fact that every government, Asia is 4.2 billion people, but you go half an hour, it's a different government, it's a different constitution, different everything. So the hard part is every government has its own individualistic response to COVID. So some governments shut borders completely, and then that makes travel impossible.
Sure.
Some governments are on full lockdown, and the timing of everything, right? So that's what makes it really, really tricky out here in Asia. I mean, look at China. China has a zero COVID policy.
Right.
Like zero. And that country, I mean, China also has, 1 billion plus people.
Right. One thing that I would love to see, I want to know your response to this, and correct me if I'm misguided here. I would love to see, because I think your weigh-in format is very interesting, and you try to promote healthy weight cuts and the hydration and all that stuff. Why don't you film the official weigh-ins? Because I saw, recently Estela Nunes called you guys out and said Angela Lee missed weight and all this stuff. Why not, for the sake of transparency, just film the weigh-in so that no one can accuse anyone of any nefarious dealings? Yeah,
so we have started doing that, Ariel. We have started doing that.
Okay, so all of them are filmed and broadcasted?
Live stream on YouTube, yeah.
Okay, the official ones, not like the ceremonial, like the actual one that.
No, not the ceremonial.
Okay, great.
The official one. I mean, I think COVID restrictions has hit. For example, we're only allowed to have a certain amount of people at any given point in time. But we started live streaming the real weigh-ins, not ceremonial weigh-ins. I want to say a year, 2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. You saw her comments, right, where she said that Angela Lee missed weight and she was robbed of 30%. What did you make of those?
I mean, she's a bald-faced liar. She's also a steroid cheat.
Okay. All right. We shall leave it at that. You got the Netflix show coming out, right? The Apprentice. Is that going to be available here in the United States as well on Netflix, or is it just in Asia?
It'll be a different premiere date, but yes, we are a global premiere, 150 plus countries around the world on February 1st. A few select countries like the US and UK and Australia who have historical, apprentices will have a different premiere date.
Okay. You don't know the date yet?
I can't, because I can't talk about it until the distribution partner is secure.
Okay. I loved, I saw that on your Instagram. I loved on your Instagram recently, you posted something about, just the humble beginnings, about your time at Harvard. And you wrote something that was really, amazing to read. Correct me if I'm wrong. While you were a student there, did your mother have to live in your dorm with you because it was tough times? So how did you even get around? And how did you feel as a student having your mother living with you? Because that's not a very common thing.
Yeah. I mean, we had to hide it from the, administration at Harvard.
Wow.
But, I had one of these key card things where you swipe the dorm, to get in the door, and my mom and I would time it. And I lived in a single in Morris Hall, which is a small little, tiny little room. And I slept on the floor. My mom slept in bed. And I mean, she had literally nowhere else to live. So, and I wasn't wealthy. I was obviously poor. My family went bankrupt, and my father eventually abandoned the family. So, it was a tough time, a really, really tough time.
It's incredible what you wrote. By the way, have you ever heard from your father ever again?
5 years ago, 6 years ago, I went into, I didn't for many, many years. And then 5, 6 years ago, 2016, I reached out to my relatives in Thailand and looked for him. And I did reconcile with him. I wouldn't say it was great, but I wanted to, find peace for our hearts. I wanted to forgive him, and I wanted to hear also why he abandoned the family. And I found him, he was dirt poor and he was old and frail. And unfortunately, he ended up having a stroke, and he was paralyzed completely, except for consciousness. 100%. I didn't even know this kind of thing existed, right? Where you could be completely conscious, 100% conscious. Your brain works 100%, but your body's completely, it doesn't work anymore. Except for his eyes.
Wow.
And so he ended up living that way for 2 years before he passed away. And he passed away a few years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So it wasn't a happy, perfect ending, but there was some level of reconciliation.
Okay.
But it wasn't.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. It was a lovely thing that you wrote, and I would urge anyone to go check it out on your Instagram. So to recap, you got a show this Friday. Check it out. February 11th, Bad Blood, great fight between Lineker and Fernandez, years in the making. And then you've got 1X. You've just announced 3 great fights for that. And very excited to see DJ and Angela Lee and everyone involved as well. I appreciate you doing this. And is my guy Mansouri, is he doing well? Mike Mansouri, the legend, how's he doing? You treating him well over there?
Yes. He's our new executive producer. As you know, he spent, I think, 11 or 14 years with WWE under Vince.
Yeah.
He and his fiance moved out here to Singapore. They've been here now for a week and a half officially.
Wow. And
I had coffee with him today, and good guy. But I mean, he's really gonna do some crazy stuff to our show and elevate it. As you know, we announced our U.S. broadcast partner, and I think American fans are gonna be happy.
I can't wait for that.
Knock on wood that everything goes. Knock on wood, everything goes smoothly with the final stages of our deal negotiations.
Yeah.
And then announcement. Then Mansouri is gonna work his magic, man.
I can't wait. That's a tremendous hire by you guys, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where you land with that TV deal, that distribution deal. So congrats on the big announcements. I appreciate it, Chatri. You can go to bed now. Thank you so much for coming on, and the best of luck to you guys this Friday as well.
Hey, thank you so much, as always. I appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. There he is, the chairman, the CEO, the founder of One Championship. Always fun when the big boss comes on the program to announce some news. And that was a lot of good news. We had the full screen there, right? I think I saw it at the corner of my eye. Yeah, why not? Let's see it one more time just so I can soak it all in. I could digest it. I could shower in it. They're doing big things, and I'm curious to see where they end up. That's going to be a really interesting story to follow, much like PFL. There you have it. One Bad Blood, February 11th. Bibiano Fernandez versus John Lineker for the bantamweight title. I mean, Fernandez hasn't fought since October of 2019 and one of the best fighters on the planet. Doesn't get talked about enough. Lineker has been great since coming over to One Championship. And then you got the 1X card. Angela Lee returning for the first time since October of 2019. She became mom. How beautiful is that? And I loved what he said about not stripping her. You shouldn't penalize someone for wanting to start a family and getting pregnant. Stam Fairtex just won that Grand Prix. DJ versus Rotang in the Muay Thai / MMA special rules bout. How fun is that? And then Adrian Moraes with a big win over DJ back in April on TNT against Yuya Wakamatsu. And so that is a big time fight as well in their flyweight division, flyweight to 135. You know how it is over there for One Championship. So thank you very much to Chatri and the entire team for that. That's a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. And they are back this Friday with another event, January 14th, which you can watch, as he said, on BR Live. And Khabib will be in the corner of his protege and very good friend, Sagid. Also, strawweight title on the card as well. So thank you very much, Chatri. Let's see. Do we have Mr. Holland? Let me see here. Oh, yeah, we do have Mr. Holland. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so Monday on the program, we were just, rolling along, and I got word that Kevin Holland had broken his upcoming fight news on his OnlyFans, which is tremendous. And not only did he do it like, hey, I'm fighting on this date against this guy, he did it in a really fun and unique and original way. And I've been advocating for this. Fighters need to start breaking their own news, their own fight news. It's part of their story. It's a part of their identity. It's a part of their brand. And I love what Kevin Holland is doing. It's been a while since we talked to Kevin Holland. So without further ado, let us go back to the Zoom machine and say hello to Mr. Kevin Holland. Hello, Kevin. How are you?
I'm doing good. Doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing great, man. You're going all in with this OnlyFans, huh? You even rocking the sweatshirt.
Yeah, it's cold upstairs, so I threw this thing.
Okay.
Warm.
I love this. I love this so much. How did this come about? You going this route on OnlyFans?
You know what? Oren had a whole punchline I should have read before I got on this.
Damn.
But,
Oren's great when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. So I just we talked about it a while back, kind of like when OnlyFans originally dropped. I was like, hey, we should drop one. He was like, what the heck will we put on there? I don't know. You know what I mean? We came up with some ideas, and it's pretty cool. I'll probably put some my gaming content on there so I can still smoke while playing the game, so on and so forth. I can just be who I want to be on OnlyFans without having to worry about getting kicked off. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, because I think that people, when they think of OnlyFans off the bat, they think of maybe some, NSFW content, right? That's what it's sort of been known as.
Thinking about, PBWs and stuff like that. I feel them.
I don't know what that means, if I'm being honest.
I'm free, not freaky. You know what I mean? So,
wait, is yours free?
come see me.
Is yours free?
Yeah, it's free.
You don't have to pay?
Yeah. Nah, you don't have to pay. So I'm actually going to drop a day in the life type thing. So when I drop that, I'll probably do the first couple episodes free. And then if everybody likes it, it's like, I'll probably do like a small subscription to the page, but it'd probably be, I'll try and keep it real cheap. You know what I mean? I got 400,000 fans on there. If I can do $1 a fan, that'd be crazy.
That would be amazing.
I got that on Instagram. So,
yeah. I didn't even know you could do OnlyFans for free.
Yeah, just subscribe for free.
Wow.
I don't make them put any money or anything like that.
Maybe I should do one.
You can't go look at any girl. You got Kev. Yeah, you should definitely do it. I mean, it's another platform, bro. It's another platform to put your stuff out there. You know what I mean? Same content you're putting up on your regular page, just another place to put it up.
And so
why not?
What I loved about it was you went out and you announced your own fight. We need to do more of this, Kevin. There's like this whole like state secret stuff like, you can't announce it. Don't, blah, blah, blah. Why? It's your freaking fight. It involves you. If you're not a part of it, it ain't happening. So I hope that you announce every single one of your fights from now until the end of your career, all the title fights that you'll be a part of. Why did you feel like this was the way to go?
I mean, Oren wanted something extra after we did the dentist when we had the Darren Stewart fight a while back. We did the whole little dentist thing. We beat up the dentist and everything like that. So that was pretty cool. So he wanted to do something fire again. So I was like, all right, I got an idea. So we ran with this one, and I really enjoyed doing it. I thought it was amazing. The dentist one and this one, they've both been pretty cool. So
we're showing a little bit of it. We can't show it all because of the UFC footage because we're on the stream here. But it's for those listening and not watching. It's you riding some horses, wearing the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
And then at the end, you announce that you're fighting Cowboy Oliveira. I like that you put Oliveira in brackets on March 5th, which is tremendous. That's the UFC 272 card. Now, the singing on this clip, is that actually you, the rapping, or is that someone else?
Yeah, I did all that myself.
That's you? Wow.
Yeah, I found some beat on YouTube. So then I just ran. I was like, call my buddies. They do music and stuff. I ran to the studio, dropped it off the top of my dome, and then, went back. And I practiced my little country accent for about a good 30 minutes, though, the whole drive there.
Yeah.
How you doing, y'all? Howdy, howdy. So it worked out pretty cool. It was pretty dope.
I love it. Do you ride horses?
No, that was my first time getting on a horse.
Where did
you do what you got to do. I've been on a bull before. I rode a bull before. So my same buddy that put me on a bull actually got me to come to his house and ride a horse, my buddy Cowboy. So who better to make a cowboy video than a guy named Cowboy?
Wow, of course. So he just has like a stable of horses? He has a ranch?
Yeah, he has like a ranch-style house. So he has a pig out there, a donkey out there, and about like 5 horses. So
well done, man. And you just freestyled that song. Is that the first song that you've ever recorded?
Nah, I got probably like 6 or 7, but I don't want to drop them. I don't want that Tyrone Whittaker curse. So I don't, what I mean? I think as long as I win, I keep doing country, and maybe that's the new golden ticket. You know what I mean? re-ramp the curse of Tyron Woodley. You know what I mean?
know.
Do country songs instead.
I saw you post that meme that ever since he dropped, I think I beat your ass, he's lost every round, right? Or something like that, or at least every fight, maybe one.
Yeah, I seen it on there, and I was like, we were talking about it, and then when I seen that, I was like, you know what? That's crazy. So I shared it. I probably shouldn't have shared it.
Yeah, I know.
I should probably take that down. Such a bully.
Have you seen Bryce Mitchell's work or listened to it?
No, actually, no. I need to.
He's
I was
tremendous.
Talking to him the other day.
He's a great
Really?
freestyle rapper. Yeah, he came out with a whole album just like 2 weeks ago.
Really? I wonder what his views are like. I wonder if he's getting paid or not.
Well, I'm going to look real quick, but by the way, I'm not even messing with you. He's really good. He's legit good. Like, you wouldn't think it right off the bat. You'd be like, Thug Nasty. Yeah, he's got a couple here, 107,000. If you just type in Thug Nasty on YouTube, he's got a nice little collection of songs.
That's pretty dope.
I recommend Darkensaw. It's a great one.
Darkensaw.
Yeah. It's
All
great.
right,
It's
yeah.
great.
I'm gonna have to check this thing out.
You do. You do have to. Okay, so what's interesting about this fight, in addition to how you announced it, you're going down to 170. We haven't talked since this news came out. Why are you doing this?
Like, if you guys remember, right before I fought Brandon Allen, I was like talking about, doing that and then going down to 170. Then I lost to Brandon Allen, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna stay at 85, try and get that back, and then eventually go to 170. So 170's been in the game plan for a long time. When I was a local fighter, I used to have a saying, you want to die hungry, or you want to die starving? You know what I mean? So back then I didn't know how to cut weight, so it was just a bunch of not eating, trying to make weight, right? You get to the UFC, you realize like these are big guys cutting weight, everybody knows how to cut weight the proper way. And it's like, as I look around, I see all the 170 guys, they're 190 pounds. You know what I mean? They're 200 pounds, like they're all heavier than me. I'm talking to Gilbert Burns in the lobby before one of the events. And he's like, man, boy, I cut more weight than you. I'm bigger than you. And I fight at 170. Dude used to fight at 55. James Vick, longtime training partner. You know what I mean? Used to fight at 55. He always told me I should go back to 70. I had a bad cut at 70 one time, and I just didn't want to do it anymore. So now that we got the nutritionist and stuff like that, I went to the UFC PI. They said I was pretty green to go to 170. I was like, yeah, let's give it a shot. Why not? And I didn't want to sit around and Dacus is supposed to be taking another fight. So I didn't want to sit around and wait for Dacus to possibly either A, win or B, lose his fight just for us to get rescheduled. I was like, yeah, you know what? Screw that, bro. I'll just book me something. So we started talking about 170, and yeah, they got me something. So I'm happy with it, Now, don't get it twisted. Had Mick came to me and been like, hey, we got an 85 fight for you, I would have took the 85 fight. You know what I mean? Whatever comes first, that's what I'm trying to do. But the opportunity to go down to 170 and actually cut some weight, take camp serious, do some cardio, so on and so forth, it'd be pretty cool. Like, I don't even do cardio at 85. I eat steaks, drink liquor, eat peanut butter cookies, just so I can stay at 195 pounds so I can come in not so light, So, yeah.
In camp, you're doing that?
Yeah, for 85, I don't have to stress anything at 85. There's no worries. I go be sitting down with other fighters and we'll all be fighting close to the same date. Like me and Randall, she'll go eat all healthy. She'll be smart. She has like fasting hours, and then I'm eating whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, I remember B used to always tell me, she's like, bro, you need to eat healthier. And I used to be like, why? Like, I don't cut weight, I do what I want to do. So yeah, why not?
So how difficult is this going to be for you?
Honestly, I don't think it'll be that bad, honestly. It's like usually when I'm getting ready for the 85 fights, as soon as I start eating healthy, the week of the fight, I drop down to like 180, like 188 and stuff like that. So I don't think it'll be hard. I think it'll be pretty easy, honestly.
Okay. And so when you went to the PI, was it because you wanted to see if they would give you the green light, or did you go for a different reason?
Nah, my ankle was messed up, so I needed to get my ankle looked at. And then I was still having concussion protocols after the headbutt, so I didn't realize. It took me a while to realize I was pretty fucked up, so yeah.
Is that why? Because they rebooked you and Dacus relatively quickly after the incident. Is that why the fight didn't happen, because of the concussion stuff?
Mainly, I felt like my ankle was trash. I was trying to like walk and my ankle would give out here and there. So when I was training, I had to like tape it really hard, and it just still wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. And then, so I was talking to Oren and I was talking to my coach, and they were just like, yeah, you should go get looked at. We think you're like a little slow right now. And I was like, what do you mean a little slow? And they're like, do you feel like anything's a little different? I'm like, no. And then I was talking to my buddy, and he was like, bro, it could be true. He's like, you usually average like, anywhere from like 8 to 15 kills on Call of Duty. He's like, you've been getting 4. He's like, in the 2K, you haven't really been scoring. He's like, so you might be a little off, buddy. And I was like, yeah, right. So yeah, I went and got checked out, and they were like, yeah, you used to have slight concussion symptoms. And I was like, oh, okay, makes sense.
Wow.
I'm back to getting 14 kills though, Bucko.
That's right.
Go.
So they were right. Were you getting headaches?
Not really. It was like, not really. I really wasn't getting like no big headache or anything like that. Nothing that I noticed. I smoke a lot of weed, so I was just something wrong with me. I was just like, I'm probably just smoking too much. So yeah, I figured that.
And how's the ankle?
The ankle's great. It's a lot better. I mean, I'm still not as flexible as the PI says I should be, but I mean, I'm good. I can jump, do flying knees, jump up and down, kick. I can, go to the bouncy house with my kid and not do bad. Get back on the skateboard. I'm good. Yeah, I'm ready.
What did they say about your flexibility?
Oh, they just say I have shitty flexibility in my ankles. Like, when you're trying to do squats and stuff that. Yeah. It's like you're falling over. I ain't the best at it.
Wow. So 170, I think the last time you fought at 170 was the 2017 pre-UFC regional scene.
Yeah.
What do you think you'll gain by doing that?
I don't know. I think the guys will be the same size. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like when it gets to round 4 and 5, you know what I mean? Really in the rounds 1 and 2, those guys are strong as shit, right? Like, so Marvin and Brunson they were really strong in like round 1 and 2. And then around like, as it got to like 3, 4, and 5, they weren't as strong. I felt like I could move more with them. But it's like, at this point in time, I'm already fatigued. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I'm hitting as hard. I don't feel like I'm doing this. I don't feel like I'm doing that. And I didn't feel like I was as fast as I could always be. You know what I mean? It's like, I've been getting fast again, lightning quick. I'm moving good. I don't feel like I'm like carrying extra weight, trying to lift weights and stuff, trying to get bigger. It's like, I feel good. I feel good again. It's like, I don't know. We'll see what we get. We'll see, right?
Right. No, of course. Why are you still keeping up with the Brunson stuff? I mean, you still incessantly on Instagram.
Oh, post a meme about me, I'm posting 2 memes about him. That's just the way the game goes.
You guys.
You know what I mean?
Are you friends? I feel like now you're friends.
No, we're not friends.
Never be friends?
We'll never be friends.
No?
No. I'm not friends with none of those guys.
None of them?
No.
Man. Vittori? You and Vittori? No?
Vittori blocked me. He couldn't take the banter.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way,
which was good.
That's common, by the way. That's common practice for a certain management team that he's a part of, just to let you know. So don't.
Paulo Costa blocked me too.
Damn.
Yeah. So that's probably why I went to 170. All the guys at 85 blocked me. So I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to go to 170.
And torment those guys.
To pick on, you know what I mean? It's like, so.
You like Cowboy Oliveira?
Yeah, I think the dude, I'm a fan of his style and stuff like that. So, I mean, last fight I expected. When my manager hit me up, Warren hit me up, he was like, you're fighting Cowboy. I was like, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, what Cowboy? I was like, all right. Cool.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
You just also competed on the Fury grappling card at the end of the year. Man, they made a really nice show there. I mean, it was like a who's who. It was like a super card of UFC names. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I really did enjoy it. I plan on trying to do some more of those in the future. I probably won't jump I don't even know what I was jumping for. I was just jumping. I probably won't jump anymore. But yeah, It was pretty cool. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was dope.
They pay well?
Even the crowd was awesome. Huh?
They pay well?
Yeah, they paid me pretty good. I was happy with what I got paid. Warren says I need to stop telling people what I get paid, but I was happy with what I got paid.
All right. I mean, I'm not asking you.
Hey, I'm always happy with what I get paid. I feel like I always get paid pretty good. You know what I mean? Like, I make with, people who make decent money in a month making like 2 months on a jiu-jitsu match. So I think I get paid pretty good.
No, it's great. I think it's a really great way for you guys to make even more money. You don't get punched in the face. It's on the UFC's streaming service, so it all kind of feels in-house. But like that was a really impressive production, I must say. And they had some real, unfortunately Rose had to pull out, but you and Cowboy and Magny and Carla. I mean, it was like every Sean Brady. I was really impressed.
Yeah, Sean Brady did really good against Craig Jones. That was crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah. Great.
So I hope they do more of that. And CM Punk is there. It's a fun little time. You talked to CM Punk?
Yeah, I got to say what's up to him. You know what I mean? So that was pretty cool.
Did he try to slap you?
No.
What's up with this Nick Diaz story? He tried to slap you because you were wearing the same shirt?
Yeah, it was contender shit back in the day. It was funny. Yeah. I think he was pretty sauced. I think he was pretty sauced at the time, though. So, it's all right.
What, I don't understand. Just because you're wearing the same shirt?
Nah, he was like, I had this, at the time, I used to be sponsored by this company named Specimen, right?
Uh-huh.
And so I had this shirt on from Specimen. And he was like, hey, that's my shirt. But I had walked past him and I was like, yo, what's up, OG? And I guess he probably thought, like, you know what I mean? Somebody was coming up to him and fanboying over him. But I was talking to my coach, you know what I mean? I call my coach OG. I was like, what's up, OG? So, yeah, he was like, I guess he felt some type of way. You know what I mean? And he said something. So I said something back. And then next thing you know, he like swung at me. And then he was like, it's whatever.
Did he connect?
Fuck no.
He tried to Stockton slap you?
I'm the type of person you take down, not the type of person you really get in the face.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
So,
What do you can I ask? I'm just curious, what did he say?
what do you mean? What did he say?
Like when you said he said something and then I said something back.
Oh, he said something like that was his shirt. He was like, you got on my fucking shirt. And I was like, bro, this ain't your fucking shirt. Like, what are you talking about? I was like, bro, you must be fucked up. And he was like looking at me all crazy. And then he was like, whoa. And I was like, what the fuck? And I like dodged it. And it was just like, I was like thinking like, is this shit really happening right now? And he like grabbed my leg and I was like bouncing on one leg.
What?
And I'm like, yo, get the fuck off me. You know what I mean? And I like shove him off. And then my coach is like, yo. And I'm like, nah, this nigga's tripping. And he's like, yeah. So, yeah, excuse my language, but I got into it. Yeah, but it's like, it's Diaz. That's probably how he plays with his buddies. I don't know. He was sauced. Maybe he thought it was a good time. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, he didn't hit me. It's whatever. It's like, I was a big Diaz fan, and then he did that, and I was like, I don't know if I like Diaz no more.
And to be clear, this is Nick, right?
Yeah, the big bro, not the little bro.
All right.
Nate's still a GOAT. You know what I mean? It was funny though. I mean, honestly, now that I look back, it was funny. At the time, I was hot. You know what I mean? But now I look back, it was pretty funny. All my boys still like the Diaz brothers. You know what I mean? I tell my boys laugh. They're like, oh, you got to hang out with the Diaz, bro. That's whatever.
That's amazing. What an incredible story. I feel like that's like an initiation of sorts. By the way, speaking of coaches and whatnot, who are we training with for this fight?
I mean, you know what? I'm going to go to Vegas for like, to get my body right and stuff for like a week and some change. And I'm going to work with Eric, you know what I mean? Because,
Nick said.
Eric, the man. Yeah, always.
Man,
always. Anytime I go out that way, I'm going to say what's up to that guy. He's the GOAT.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to take off and I'm going to come back to Texas because, I'm doing that cowboy stuff. Howdy, y'all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to do this camp in Houston because I do a lot of wrestling with Mindset Mike out in Houston because he always has bodies for me. You know what I mean? And it's like, if I'm out this way and I can get with Hendricks, I definitely will. But Mindset Mike always has bodies for me. So I go to Mindset Mike out in Houston. And then Bob, like everybody knows I love messing with Bob. Like Bob's that's my guy. You know what I mean? Like
Bob, Derek Lewis's Bob?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's like, yeah, he's the man. You know what I mean?
This is a whole new crew. This is a whole new crew.
No, I've been messing with Bob. Bro, like a lot of you guys didn't realize this, but I went on that tear in 2020 and like, we all know I don't have a lot of bodies at my gym, you know what I mean, in Fort Worth. So I was out there in Houston a lot. I always go to Houston and I always get work out there with Bob and Bob polishes up. You know what I mean? Like me and Suge, we go out there to Bob and Bob like gives us the recipe for like extra stuff and striking. And then I come back home and I work with Derwin, with Lamb and everybody. We get it in. But yeah, I always go to Houston. Like you guys just don't realize. I love Houston.
Okay.
If I didn't have family in Fort Worth, I would have moved to Houston.
Okay.
Only reason why I ever think about moving to Vegas is because I have my son's family out there. But yeah, I love Houston. Houston has the best shopping. Like, you ever go to Houston?
Yeah, no. I've been to Houston and Houston's the restaurant. Both a good time.
Houston's great, bro. So it's like, I like Houston a lot.
No, it's a great time.
Yeah,
it's a great time. Good people, great weather. Yeah. So no Luder, no Hendricks this time, probably.
No, I'm still so this is my goal. My goal is to do a week in Vegas, right? And I missed my Charger, so that's great. I get to go drive my Charger for a little bit, and then I'll come back and I'll spend a couple of days at home, make sure my son's good. His mom will probably come out here and watch him while I'm in camp. You know what I'm saying? Line her up, make sure him and her are straight, get her a rental and stuff like that so she can't drive none of my cars. Don't need her messing my shit up. And then I'll go to Houston. I'll probably stay in Houston for like a week and a half to 2 weeks. Houston's only 4 hours from the house, though. So I'll drive home whenever I need to drive home, take care of some business, but then I'll drive back to Houston. Like, I would never stay home more than a day for those 2 weeks.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I'll come home for like 2-3 days, make sure everything's good at the house, everything's situated. Then I'll go finish the rest in Houston. And then like 3 or 4 days, like 2-3 days before I normally would go to Vegas. So we usually go to Vegas on what, Tuesday?
Yeah.
So I'll probably go to Vegas on like Saturday or Sunday. You get what I'm saying? Just to start getting on the weight cut a little early, just making sure we're on top of it. And that's just how I'll do it. So I'll spend, 2 weeks Houston, week off, you know what I mean? Like an oil field job, 2 weeks on, 1 week off.
I like it. By the way, speaking of cars, whatever happened to that dude that you apprehended? You ever find out?
Nah, I didn't follow up.
All right.
Not my problem after that.
I mean, it was incredible. You got a lot of love. I was just curious if maybe you found out what, I don't know, what his story was.
Nah, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I went to jail a couple weeks after that. So
You did?
yeah, I went to jail for tickets. Like, I guess
What?
I had some old tickets. Yeah, I had an ID. I had a Texas ID when I was 18, right? But then when I got like 20, 21, I moved back to California and I got me an actual driver license because I used to drive without a driver license for the longest, right?
Uh-oh.
Just thugging it.
Okay.
And when I went and got my driver license, I tried to pay all my tickets, right? So, like, especially when I started making money, I paid all my tickets. I didn't have no more payment plan. I got like all my tickets taken care of. I guess we couldn't find the tickets that were underneath my Texas ID. So I was driving to the airport to go pick up my friend and I got pulled over and he was like, do you have another ID? I was like, no. He was like, yeah, you do. I was like, no, I don't. And he was like, well, I'm taking you to jail because you have such and such tickets. I was like, bro, I don't have any tickets. I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, you have tickets. I was like, bro, I don't have no tickets. So I get up there and the guy was like, I guess the guy that was booking him, he knew exactly who I was. He was like, oh, why'd you arrest this guy? Woo, 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 woo. And I was like, he says I have tickets, bro. I don't have no tickets. He was like, nah, bro, you got tickets. I was like, I don't have no tickets. So he shows me and I got like $5,000 worth of tickets, right? So I had some cash in my wallet. So he was like, we can use this cash to pay some of your tickets right now and we can let you go. And I was like, bet, do it. I was like, I don't want to be here. So, sat there, talked to him for a minute. We chopped it up, talked about how, I make a good detective and whatnot. And then I went home.
That's crazy, man. You helped take down a guy and then 2 weeks later they took you in for some tickets, some old tickets? Come on.
Assholes.
You should have just given him the cash from your car. Did you have to like go in the car with him? He cuffed you and all that?
Yeah, I was like, this is so gay. I was like, this is so whack. But it was cool though, because once I got there, he got in trouble for they were like, bro, you could have let him make it. And so I was like, yeah, he had to apologize to me. So
he did?
It was pretty cool.
The cop who brought you in
it was a whole little...
Man.
Yeah, it was the only thing that sucked is my friend didn't get picked up from the airport. They let me get my phone. I was like, hey, you're going to have to Uber. I can't pick you up.
Yeah, that dude was probably... And what about your car that you were driving?
Yeah, they tried to repo my car. I didn't have to pay to get it out, though. I went straight to the repo spot, and they gave me my car. So it was pretty cool.
Man.
It was straight.
What a mess.
Yeah, it was like, yeah. But honestly, it wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? When I was younger, that would have been bad. It wasn't that bad, so it was whatever.
So you didn't actually spend any time... this is Oren calling you right now. Why did you tell that story? This is probably what's happening. You still...
Nah, that's my auntie.
Oh, okay.
Like, why'd you tell that story?
Yeah. She... but you didn't spend any time behind bars, right?
No, none whatsoever.
That's crazy, man.
He was like, I got in there. He was like, you hungry? I was like, bro, I'm not eating that food.
Yeah.
He was like, wow, let's hit the vending machine. I was like, all right, let's hit the vending machine. Yeah, I wasn't there long at all, bro. It was pretty cool. It was like, it was like one of those walkthroughs. You know what a walkthrough is?
No.
Yeah.
What is that?
My bad, bro.
No, I don't know.
Oren's going to get on.
No, tell me.
I mean?
What's a walkthrough?
So like, if you get in trouble and like you got a lawyer, like they'll book you. So, but like, instead of like, you go take the picture like cheese, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And all that stuff. And then like you sign your paperwork and then like you just leave. So like your lawyer will tell you like, hey, put on a white shirt. And then he'll be like, if you don't want to put on no pants, put on these type of pants so you don't have to switch your pants. And then you just go through and you just like take a picture. You know what I mean? Like try to wear some sweatpants with no pockets or nothing like that. So they don't have to like trip on you in a white shirt.
Right.
And then boom, you're good to go.
Wait,
so
sweatpants with no pockets? Why no pockets?
Yeah. Because they don't want you to have pockets.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Because
okay.
they think that you might stick something in your pocket.
Oh,
so, yeah.
I see. Okay. Why have you done this
You're
before?
still going to jail. You're just not staying. You're just doing a walkthrough. Like, you're like, boom. You're like showing them that you did your part, and then you get to go home. You know what I mean? Until court comes.
Okay.
That's a walkthrough.
Wow, I had no idea. Have you done this before?
Come on, bro. I don't want Oren to call me.
Okay, sorry. I mean, you brought it up.
Just hypothetically.
Okay. That's right. But is that punch out on your wall over there, over your left shoulder?
Yeah, that was actually, and it's signed by Mike Tyson too.
Wow.
It was I did a seminar somewhere, and they sell autograph gear, so I traded them some autograph gear for that.
That's sick.
It was supposed to be for Oren. Yeah, it was supposed to be for Oren, but he didn't make the drive, so I kept it myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. By the way, Oren, who we keep speaking of, is your manager, Oren Hodak. So I don't want people to think that we're talking about some fictitious character.
Yeah. So for all you guys out there who's always like, why is he so naive? Why is he so happy with the money? I have the greatest manager ever. You know what I mean? And he makes me very good money because he likes his money. He knows I like my money.
Yes.
So that's why I don't complain. His name's Oren Hodak. KO Reps. You guys should hit him up like ASAP.
Okay.
There you go.
That's a good
Not
plug.
too many though.
Yeah.
We don't like to be like some of those other management companies out there that just get a bunch of fighters that we can't maintenance and maintain and take control and help them out with their career. So just a few. But if you really need some good management, we're the ones to go to. KRS. I say we like it's me.
Yeah.
You know, we're family.
That's
so
right. Hey.
It doesn't really bother me to say we.
Respect. All right. So March 5th, Las Vegas. We just found out Masvidal Covington main event. Interesting.
Yeah.
Spicy.
I got to remix the song now because I said Volosky. I think I said his name wrong too.
Yeah, I think you did. It's Volkanovski.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah. I just can't pronounce it right.
But that's a really fun. You got a pick in that one? You don't make picks. You don't like picks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can do a pick.
All right, who's your pick?
I mean, it'd be cool if Masvidal won, right? But I don't think Masvidal's gonna win. I think Kobe's gonna win.
Yeah. Is your grandfather doing all right?
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a minute, but I heard he liked the song, so that's good.
But you guys aren't on the outs.
Yeah, we're on the outs, bro.
You and your grandfather? He was there the fight week?
He's mad at me, bro.
For what?
He's mad at me. He said he's the real big mouth, and I didn't say yes, so I got in trouble.
Wow, damn.
Yeah.
Can you call him?
It's okay.
Can you reconcile with him after this?
I still love him. No, I still love him. We'll be all right.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
man.
Love him from a distance.
I'm sorry to bring that. I didn't know. I was just trying to send my best to him. If he's watching,
it's trust me, it's no big deal. He's still goated. You know what I mean? So it's no big deal.
All right. Well, always great to talk to you. Thank you for opening up. I mean, not a lot of people usually give up that information without prompted. You're the man, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, I must have needed a counseling session, and we've talked so much now that this was like a counseling.
This is good. We've come a long way. There was a time you thought I didn't like you, and now you're just like offering up this stuff. You're calling up my nephew, Darren. You're sending him graduation videos. We're buds.
Yeah. How's he doing?
He's doing great. He actually broke his arm playing basketball. He got COVID, but he's doing better now. He's a great basketball player, and he was super psyched when he found out you were on the show today. He said, first thing he's going to do when he comes home from school today is watch this interview. So he's going to learn a lot about you.
So he's good at basketball, right?
He's very good, yeah.
Tell him I want a one-on-one.
You're
win where got to get the arm better, but I need a one-on-one.
Okay, man. His mind is.
And then we could do a 2-on-2. Me and Oren versus you and him.
Oh, I would just smoke you guys. I mean, you could do 3-on-1, and I would smoke everyone.
You'd be up there, Jay and Oren up.
Oh, yes. He sends me pics sometimes from like his local JCC place and like Saturday morning. I'm like, come on, Oren, you're not fooling.
And then I'm gonna come out with my own show, and it's gonna be like all the MMA guys that like cover us, that give us such great coverage. I'm gonna have all you guys just do team sports.
Oh, wow.
And that's gonna be my show.
Okay. What I've learned of MMA fighters, by the way, is that they're not great at other sports. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, we're not great at other sports?
No, like I was talking to Cyril Gane about this on Monday. Like, have you ever seen John Jones shoot a basketball? It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Haven't, but I'm an athlete, bro.
All right, I'm just saying.
Except for wrestling.
Have you seen Daniel Cormier shoot a basketball? It ain't pretty, okay?
What? DC can't shoot a basketball?
I mean, that big caboose, he can hardly get up and down the court.
Well, look, this is what I think. Now you got me on an even better path. Old rivalries in MMA.
Oh,
doing sports.
That is. Oh, yeah.
Ariel?
Co-executive producer. That's a great idea.
We're on something here.
Damn. Chuck and Tito playing tennis.
Fuck yeah.
Colby and Jorge playing like freaking croquet.
No. We need Colby versus Usman because he just keeps swearing he wins one round, so that's good enough. So let's just find a different sport that maybe Colby could become champ at.
Bowling.
I think Usman has a big hand. He just takes that off and throws it down. I'm pretty sure he'll hit a strike every time.
Here we go with the 170 pounders. You're going after them already. All right, let's focus on Cowboy Oliveira. Kevin, you're the man. Thank you as always. All the best to you. Good luck with the cut. Good luck March 5th.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
There he is, Kevin Holland. I mean, what a gent. How do you not love that guy? Hilarious. Giving us all his information. That was fantastic. Gotta love that guy. Kevin Holland. Wow. How about that? Guy apprehends. Remember this story? Someone's stealing a car. He runs after them. He apprehends them. And then 2 weeks later, he gets brought in. I mean, this is crazy. That is a crazy story, but he's one of my favorite to speak to, and I am looking forward to seeing. I'm looking forward to seeing him on March 5th. March 5th has obviously become very interesting now with the booking of Jorge Masvidal versus Colby Covington. What's up with Al? I sent him? Did I not send him? I thought I did send him the link. Did I not send him the link? This is crazy. I thought I sent them the link. How about my wife sending me a text asking me about is a flight good to book in the middle of my show? That feels disrespectful as well. I mean, I'm live right now. How do you want me to agree to this? We'll deal with that later. All right. Kevin Holland, Cowboy Oliveira, March 5th, UFC 272. 270 is January 22nd. 271 is February 12th. That's Israel Adesanya against Robert Whittaker. We'll talk to Robert later in the program. I am looking forward to that very much. He's got a lot going on. In a bit, we'll talk to Urijah Faber. Looking forward to that very much. He's always got interesting things going on. And we're still going to answer some questions, check in with DC. We've got, DC. Freudian slip. DC, GC. We were just talking about DC's big caboose going up and down the court. I mean, I would whoop him in a game of basketball. Benson didn't want the smoke. DJ didn't want the smoke. DC didn't want the smoke. No one wants the smoke. That's what I'm talking about. And in a matter of seconds, hopefully, we're going to be joined by a very, very funny man, an Irishman named Al Foran, who you may have seen on social media imitating and impersonating the likes of Conor McGregor and Tyson Fury and John Fury and Mike Tyson and Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro. I think my personal favorite, the Conor is an incredible one that he does. Katie Taylor is maybe my personal favorite, the way he impersonates her. Anyway, I feel like it's a cold time, it's a frigid time, it can be a bit of a depressing time, and I feel like we need to laugh. We need to laugh, and one of my favorite segments and our favorite doing his impersonations, and so I thought, you know what? Let's channel our inner Prebeck wherever he may be. I have no idea where he is, what happened to him, what became of him. He just kind of fell off the face of the earth. I hope he's doing well. And I thought, you know what? Let's bring Al on after all these years, and let's have a bit of a laugh. So here he is, without further ado, the one and only, the great Al Foran. There he is. Al, how are you, my friend? It's so great to see you, my friend.
I am good, pal. I am good. Very good. Absolute honor and privilege to be on.
Oh, it's great, and I'm not going to ask you anything about Man United. I've seen your Twitter feed where it's like, you know, the ramblings of a crazed fan. I understand, as a crazed fan myself, I understand, but you just let it all out on the social media when Man United is playing. What's wrong with Man United?
Structurally, they're just not the club they were years ago when Alex Ferguson was the manager. It just seems to be all over the place. The players are overpaid. You know, Listen, you're leading me on a tangent.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I just thought you would say, they're going through a rough time and they'll get back on track. I didn't mean to open up that wound.
The average weekly wage for a Manchester United player, I think, is £160,000 a week. So we'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that.
So they need to be performing better if they're on that kind of money every week.
That's right. It's amazing. I could see, like, even a little bit, I could start to see the Connor come out in you a little bit, even as you're talking there, because I've watched so many of your videos. But we're not going to go to the good stuff just yet, because I do want to ask you a couple questions. What you do is incredibly tough, and you are incredibly talented. When did you first realize that you had this gift, that you were able to impersonate people? Because this is a real special talent that you possess.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of impressionists, impersonators will tell you that, how it all started was, they take off family members at, different functions and dues. So weddings, birthday parties. That was kind of the spiel for me when I was a kid. I'd be impersonating aunties, uncles, cousins, close friends of my parents. I mean, my parents married when I was 10 years old, and I got up at the top table and I made a speech, but my speech consisted of me impersonating the people at the top table.
That is great.
So it was kind of a little 5 to 7 minute comedy routine, that I did on the day. Who are some of your heroes, your inspirations when it comes to this field? Who are the greats? Oh, I mean, well, in Ireland, I'll start off with Ireland. Mario Rosenstock, he's a famous impressionist in Ireland, and he would have been one of my heroes growing up. There was also a sketch show in Ireland called Rematch, which they would air it for every international tournament, every international soccer tournament, and it was just pure gold. And that'd be on every summer. And if we're looking at the States, I mean, you can't get any better than Frank Caliendo. That guy is just
legend.
He's scary. He's a legend, and it's just scary how good he is. He is incredible.
And if you don't mind me asking, is this like your full-time job?
Yeah.
Wow.
Full-time job.
You're able to. You have a lovely daughter. I do believe Sophia is her name. Shout out to Sophia.
Yes, Sophia is my daughter's name. Yeah, she's 3 next month.
Oh wow.
So yes, she's getting big. She's becoming. She's kind of the boss of the house as well. She rules the roost, and rightfully so. But she's great. She really is. She's coming on, and like I'm doing Peppa Pig impressions for her now.
Oh my God.
I'm doing Paw Patrol. I'm moving into another market, Ariel.
God, I mean, Peppa Pig was on the television in my house for like a good 3 years. Derek, can I ask you for a Peppa Pig? I mean, since you bring it up, it wasn't part of the set that we came up with, but I can't even imagine.
I don't particularly do Peppa Pig. I do Grandpa Pig. I do, hello, I'm Grandpa Pig. Hello, Peppa. Hello, George.
She must love it.
I don't, Madame Gazelle, the teacher of Peppa Pig. I love children.
They have to get there's a leaky roof, and they have to get the money for the leaky roof in the school. You know that episode? Yeah, my wife and I used to do that. Your daughter must love that when you're imitating the characters.
She loves it. Yeah, she does love it. She gets a laugh out of it. She demands me to do, though. It's like she demands me to do one on repeat, one that she loves.
Okay.
Like I do Mr. Bull. She's asleep upstairs, but I do Mr. Bull as well. We're digging up the road. And I do be screaming that in the car when I'm driving her home from play school. It's brilliant.
Oh my God, that is amazing. Now you and the Fury family have become friends. I saw you were kind of touring with John and Tyson. What was that deal all about?
That was just an incredible week. Tyson's management company, Gold Star Promotions, obviously had put on a big kind of UK homecoming tour for Tyson after the Wilder victory, and we did 6 cities in the UK over the span of a week. So we started off in Manchester, Birmingham, Cardiff, Leicester, London, and then Glasgow. Honestly, just an unbelievable week. I had so much fun. I got to know I've met Tyson on previous occasions, but I got to know him a little more. He's just salt of the earth. He's just such a lovely guy, such an approachable guy. You've interviewed him. There's a comfort you have with Tyson when you're talking to him. You know, he provides that. He's just a really great guy, and John as well. John, I had such just great conversations with, and I had good fun. You know, I did a couple of pranks. I sent Jake Paul a message on Instagram through Tyson's Instagram as Donald Trump.
Did he see it?
I think he did. He didn't really react to it, though.
I can't imagine what it's like. You're imitating Tyson and John to their faces. That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, it was scary. Yeah, because Coogan Cassius was interviewing him in Cardiff, and Coogan put me on the spot, and I did the Tyson impression, and then I went into the John impression. And Gareth Davies as well on the first night got me to do the John impression for the first time. And it was just, I suppose I'm so used to being in those situations. It's a bit of pressure, you know, but I just go and do it. It's kind of a fuck it kind of attitude.
Right. No, I get
do it.
Have you ever impersonated someone and then you found out privately like they didn't like it and they were mad at you about it?
No, not particularly. I did when I did the show with Mayweather in Birmingham a few years ago. I did a Trump impression in front of him, and I don't think he was too happy about it.
Okay.
But I did McGregor, I did Mike Tyson, I did many others, and he loved them. I don't know.
Okay, interesting. Now, what is the deal between you and Conor? Because there was some story. I mean, he's even tweeted about you. And what was interesting about the tweets was, he kind of announced that you guys were going to be involved in this wheelchair boxing event. Mm. And then he's like calling you out in the tweets, and he's not even tagging you. He's just like, what is the tweet? We have it here. What's the other one? That's the one where he's like preparing for you after the Poirier fight, and I can't read. Don't talk about it, be about it. Al Foran. And it's like, what is going on here? People are like, is he fighting a guy named Al Foran? I'm assuming there was some confusion. So what is the relationship that you have with Conor?
I've met Conor on many occasions, and it's always a bit of fun with Conor. I think the last time I met him in person was the pantomime, the Christmas pantomime I did in 2019 in Dublin. His sister Erin, we were both in the pantomime together, and Conor came on the night after Christmas with all of the family, and it was a lovely night. He came down, and he was chatting to the cast, and I got to chat to him for a little bit, and his mother, Margaret, grabbed me and said, "Come on, I'm bringing you over to do the impression." And he was like, don't let him do it, ma. Don't let him do it. That's the last time I've spoke to him in person. But we have been chatting, we've been chatting about this fight, but I haven't heard much as of late. We will probably find out more. I'm telling all the opponents, I said it in a tweet, Poirier, Chandler, Jake Paul, whoever, Nate, get in line. I'm first.
This is a real thing? You and him in a wheelchair match? It's a real thing?
Yeah, it's for charity. It's for the Irish Wheelchair Association. The guy who set it up is a guy named Sir Steve-O Timothy. That's his stage name. And basically he did an event a few months ago, and he fought Paddy Barnes in the main event, and it was a wheelchair boxing. So we wanted to do a second event, which was originally scheduled to take place in December. But because of Ireland and, the restrictions that are going on over here, we had to cancel the event, and we had to push it back to a later date. So we're hoping a date in March, maybe April. We got to find out more, obviously, from Conor's end.
Yeah.
But we'll find out, and it'll be great fun. Conor finally gets to,
to meet his match
one-on-one with the impersonator.
This is amazing.
But I think what's important is it's for a great cause. It'll be a fun night for all involved. When it takes place.
Yeah.
God,
Okay.
so, yeah.
Well, good for you for getting that big money fight. A lot of people queuing to fight Conor McGregor.
The red panty night.
Yes, that's right. Good for you. Okay. Enough dilly-dallying. Let's give the people what they want. I've seen you do this on other shows, and basically I'll throw out a name and you go. Is that fair?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
I mean, you're just like on demand. I feel almost bad doing this to you, but I think we could all use a laugh, and you're tremendous at what you do.
Yeah, before we go into this, Ariel, I've become so accustomed to this. I am more comfortable being all of these different characters than myself.
Your side.
Well, I wanted to make an announcement, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yes, please.
Before we get into this, I have a new podcast launching in Ireland. I had a podcast before, but we've got a massive studio. It's in a great spot in Ireland, and it's sponsored by Go Loud, who they're doing they're producing a lot of the top podcasts in Ireland, and it's going to be called Al Foran's Football Ramble.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of ranting about Man United.
Look at you getting in the plug, mid interview. Yeah. I mean, I was going to serve it up at the end, but you wanted to get that plug in. No, I appreciate that. You got to do what you got to do. All right. So Al Foran, what is it again? What did you say?
Al Foran's Football Ramble, sponsored by Go Loud.
Okay, and that's in February.
Yeah, we're looking to launch in the next few weeks, but yeah, February probably realistically we'll be launching then. It's going to be a mix of, we'll have football sketches, and we'll have guests on. It won't just be ex-soccer players; it'll be fans of different teams and all that as well. So yeah, it'll be fun.
Let's ease into things here. Let's go light. Let's start with the 45th president of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Well, let me tell you something, Ariel. Al Foran, let's agree. Let's agree on this. This Al Foran guy's a very boring person. I mean, he bored me to death. I mean, the people in the live chat, they must think he's a very boring individual. But let me tell you something. We are going to attack. We're going to attack, and we are going to win this election. The re-election will be glorious than ever. It's going to be really fantastic. Dana's going to come on. He's going to make a speech for me. It's going to be fabulous. It's going to be really great. So I look forward to it. It really is. Joe, you stole it from me, and I'm going to take it back. That's all I have to say about that.
I love when your face just turns into the person. That is... Oh my! I'm crying after the first one here.
It's a funny thing, because I'm not going to break character now, but I'll explain to you why. When I do the impression, okay, I've got the voice, but it's never a step. It's not a step-by-step process. So I'm doing the impression, but the mannerisms, they automatically come with the impression. So I don't have to do voice first, expression second. It's all in one. Oh. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that a really fantastic thing?
Okay. Wow. I'm crying after the first. Robert De Niro.
Oh. It's not too bad. Let me tell you, it's not too bad. You got to do what you got to do. It's great to be here as well on your show. I love all the the toys you got there, Ariel. It's great. At the Evident Cup over there, you got DC in the corner. How you doing, DC? How are you?
Oh man, Joe Pesci.
Am I allowed to swear? Ariel, is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
What the fuck? Come on, you're taking your time. Come on, tell me, Ariel. What the fuck have I got to do? What the fuck? Let me tell you something. We've got some great fights this month. I cannot wait for Cyril Gann and Francis Ngannou. Let me tell you something. I can't wait for the two of them. The two of them it's going to be incredible. I can't wait. Are you excited? Are you excited? What are you taking? What's wrong with you, Ariel? What are you taking your fucking time for to answer my question? Come on.
How good is it? Frank, how good is this?
I'm not convinced it's not Pesci.
Did I get Frank Silver approval? Come on, Frank.
My cheeks are hurting right now. Okay. Mark Wahlberg. Marky Mark.
What's tonight? Really good to be here. How you doing, Ariel? It's really great. I'm feeling good. We're looking forward to some of the fights coming up. It's going to be really good. Looking forward to when Conor comes back. Obviously he's going to come back against Al Foran. It'll be a great fight. He's going to box his head in. Say your prayers for Al Foran. Okay? That's all I got to say about that. Right? It's really good. Okay.
Matthew McConaughey.
versus MMA. It is a true pleasure to be here, just in your presence. It's just great presence. I mean, you got kids. You went to see Sing too?
Yes.
Wasn't it such an experience? I mean, that's what it's all about. You want to bring your kids. You want to bring the fantastic experience of singing. See, that is what is all right about that. It's an incredible experience. It's good.
Woody Harrelson, let's stick with the actors.
Well, it's a great pleasure. I love this show. I mean, it's amazing, man. Me and Matt, we love it. It's incredible. I don't like to advertise. I'm a big fan of MMA. I like a lot of the fighters, man. I mean, that Colby Covington guy, I mean, he's playing a character, and it's great. I love it, man.
The laugh is amazing. You do this one, the soccer one. It wasn't on our list, but you say, when you say obviously a lot, who's the football player, excuse me, that you say, obviously?
Harry Kane.
Who is it?
Harry Kane.
Harry Kane, yes, Harry Kane. That's a great one.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously, we talked about it a little bit like that. He's a Spurs fan. Obviously you're an Everton fan as well. And I mean, if we're on the subject of Everton, I may as well do Wayne Rooney. He was from obviously great that you got the Everton Cup over there, Ariel. So thank you very much, mate.
Okay. Gordon Ramsay.
Wow. Okay. Amazing. Some fantastic fights coming up. Okay. Gun versus Ngannou. Going to be amazing. Brilliant. In a week. We're all so fucking excited, aren't we?
Oh,
I mean, what a dish. Wow. What a main course of a fight. Fantastic. Nothing raw about that. Okay. That's perfect. Wow. Amazing. What are you looking at? For God's sake, Ariel. Bloody hell. 4-2 ending fight. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Wow.
Let's get into the fighters. Mike Tyson. This is going to be great.
Well, Ariel, I'm in shape. I'm in the best shape of my life at the moment. I feel good about myself. So, I mean, when we're looking at another fight like I did with Boy, I got those poor brothers. They seem to want to call me out. One of them launched an energy drink, and the other calling himself the best boxer in the world. But I give props to the kid. A lot of people didn't like the kid, but what he's doing, he's using his mouth. He's using his mouth, and he's getting somewhere with it. So, I mean, it's all props to the kid. I mean, it's like, the way I view it is, it's like a wrestling storyline, you get the guy who wins the Royal Rumble, goes to WrestleMania, wins the main fight. It's like the guy who goes up and beats this guy. That's the story behind it. It's amazing, man. I'm going too much in a tangent. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. Tony Bellew.
Mate, I'm looking forward to that. Let me tell you something, right? Looking at Tyson Fury, I think the Usyk fight is the fight to make for him. All right, that's the fight to make. Usyk, Fury, that's the fight. That's the fight that everyone wants to look at. So, say fucking do it, mate. That's it. You've got the Everton court. Tony's a massive Everton fan. Ariel, Tony's a massive, and Everton are on an absolute slump at the moment, mate. It's not good. It's not good. It's very like Manchester United, and I don't like it, mate.
I love I haven't seen you do Darren Till or Paddy Pimblett yet. I feel like these are ones that those are
characters.
Speaking of Mr. Fury, Tyson Fury.
100%. Let me tell you something, right? You see some of these bums, like these dossers. You've got Vladimir Klitschko calling me out earlier. You've got Usyk, and you've got, AJ. AJ couldn't get the job done. So I'm the guy that comes in and gets the job. That's what I do. Right? He couldn't get the job done against Klitschko in Wembley. I had to go and I beat him. I beat him fair and square. So if you're looking at me, I'm going to beat Usyk. Dillian White, if he wants it, he can get it. He's been calling me out for a long time. So let me tell you something. I'm the greatest heavyweight in the world. Nobody comes close.
The best.
Every single one of them. Just ass.
I love that you use like those words like fair and square. It's just it's amazing how you just get their vocabulary down. What about the great John Fury?
When you're doing Tyson, right, your levels here. But when you're doing John, you've got to bring it down the levels. You have to talk about my son. Oh, my son is one of the greatest fighting men you'll ever see in your life. What he done? What he done in those 3 fights against Deontay Wilder? Never will be repeated. You see my son. He's of the heart of a lion. He moves like a tiger in that ring when you see him. And he beats every man. Any man that comes up to him, he beats. No man better than my son, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I can't even imagine doing that to his face.
I'll tell you, the political bastards that want to beat him, they can't beat him. They will not beat him.
What about Tommy?
Yeah, so when you're doing Tommy, very much like that. So, yeah, obviously, Tommy was very unlucky with that injury, and I look forward to him fighting Jake Paul and knocking Jake Paul out, spark out. So that's happening.
He says spark out every time. He says it. Oh, my God. I've never heard your Bisping.
Yeah, I've kind of gone into Al here.
When you're doing Mike, it's very much like that. So you're kind of focusing on this, and his voice is kind of like that. But there's a hint of an American in there, and a hint of the old Manchester accent that he used to have. So it's kind of like that.
That's a new one.
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay. Now we start to get into the nitty gritty here. Nathan Diaz.
It's whatever. I don't give a fuck. Whenever player wants, if he wants to fight, let's do it. I don't give a fuck. I'll take anyone. The player, Connor. This fight with Connor is what? August going to be 6th anniversary of the second fight. So I don't give a fuck. Whatever, what's up? I'll fight my motherfucker, man. So. Yeah.
What's up? And there's 2 left. My 2 favorites. I have to say, we'll leave Connor last out of respect, but I think my favorite one that you do is Katie Taylor because it's so hard. I can't imagine recreating her voice. She has a very unique voice. And so without further ado, please give us the pound for pound queen, Katie Taylor.
Yeah, thanks a million, Ariel. Obviously, for coming on here. It's an absolute pleasure. Obviously it's a great show, and you have some great guests on today. You had Kevin on earlier, you have Robert Whittaker, and Urijah Faber, and just it's a great honor to be on. So thanks so much for having me, and just gotta keep going with the career, and keep doing what I'm doing, undefeated at the moment. So yeah, it's just gonna be amazing. So, yeah, absolutely, Ariel. So yeah.
Have you ever done it? Her voice to her? Have you ever met her?
No, but Gareth Davies told me a few weeks ago during the Tyson tour that she really did like the impression. She said,
"Hey, something though. I'd like to challenge him in a ring as well."
So I think that would be the best content ever.
Oh my God, that would be incredible content.
Me getting beaten up by Conor McGregor, and then the next week I'll go to
Katie Taylor. Oh, your Katie Taylor is fan-freaking-tastic. Wow.
She's awesome, by the way. Sorry, she is unbelievable.
One of my favorite athletes on the planet. Just the way she represents herself, and I can't wait if they do that fight in April. Madison Square Garden, Herndon and Serrano. Okay, the big one.
Yeah.
You're the one that I was introduced to you. Yeah. The Notorious.
Keep going, mate. Keep doing what you're doing, mate.
The one and only Conor McGregor, yes?
What's up, Barry? How are you, mate? You all right? Things were a little bit tense the last time we spoke, wasn't it? Don't worry, I'm all happy. It's like 2013 all over again. Do you know what I mean, mate? I'm here and I'm feeling good. Feeling good. The titanium shin bone is coming in very handy as well. So all very good, mate. So we're here. When's your Urijah on? When's your Urijah? Get me to join in with your Urijah. Tell you myself and your Urijah had some fun couple of years ago down that Ultimate Fighter. Do you know what I mean? He was my enemy going in because I sparked poor El Shadow. So, you know, he was a bit annoyed by that. But we became pretty good mates at the end of it, didn't we? Didn't we, Ariel?
Oh my
man.
God.
Listen, mate. Whatever happens when we come back. I mean, it's a title shot. And they can complain all they want, but they cannot generate the money that I generate for this company. Do you know what I mean? I am this bleeding company. I am this bleeding sport. Do you know what I mean? Let's be truthful here. I come back, Ariel, and do you know what I mean? It's another record broken, and that's it.
Oh.
You know what I mean? And there's nobody who can do it. Nobody who can do it. So things are very good at the moment. Do you know what I mean? The pub is going well. The Black Forge pub.
Yes.
We have our own stout.
That's right, the stout, the Forge stout.
I'm putting Fat Al from Tala. He's not from Tala. He corrected it. He's actually from Portmarnock, which is way over on the north side. I thought he was from the Bladen south side. I didn't know, mate. So, me and him in the wheelchair boxing, all for a very good cause. But I swear to God, when I get in there with him, I tell you.
The bleeding.
You won't know what's coming to poor lad.
Oh my God. Charles Oliveira next, yeah? After Al?
100% Charles Oliveira next. 100%. I go for that title. Absolutely. The new and improved version of me going in there. Do you know what I mean? I mean, this Shambo, I tell you, Ariel, I'm hitting it off everything. I do genuinely feel like Arnie. Do you know what I mean with this thing? It's good, mate. It's good. There is a new and improved Conor McGregor coming, so that's it. And he wants it, you know what I mean? Oliveira wants it. He wants the old red panty night. I just can't believe little old Al is getting it before everyone else.
If you close your eyes, it literally sounds exactly like him. Well done, my friend. Well done, Al. You are a freaking legend. I'm so happy that you came on. I don't know if you could tell here, but I'm crying. I mean, it's coming out of my nose. It's coming out of my eyes. It's just such a great time. Impressionist Al on Twitter, and Al, is it Al Foran Comedy on Instagram? Yes.
Yeah, on Instagram. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you've got the podcast coming out in a few weeks. You're a legend, my friend. You really are. Keep doing your thing.
Honestly, thank you so much, Ariel. I really appreciate it. And you were one of the first guests on my podcast, and I'll be eternally grateful for that. You know, for you coming on. So I'm so honored and privileged to be on. And as you said, you know, it's January. Those January blues are kicking in. So I mean, hopefully, I provided a bit of a laugh.
You did. Oh my God, I'm sweating.
You know.
Oh, I'm sweating here, Al. This was fantastic. I can't thank you enough. I wish you nothing but the best to you and your family. A great 2022. Good luck in the wheelchair boxing. We'll probably have you on before that because that's going to be one of the biggest events of the year. And thank you for going through the whole list. I could do that whole thing all over again. We'll have you on again soon. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it, and the best of you. And congrats on this amazing work and the laughter that you provide to people.
Thank you, bro. I really appreciate that. Legend.
All right, there he is. Wow. Al Foran, what an unbelievable talent. I am crying right now. I need to take off. Oh, my gosh. Crying right now. Oh, geez, Louise. That was incredible. I'm sweating. Frank, I told you, didn't I tell you before that you were going to... How great is that guy? Were you guys laughing too?
From smiling too much.
Oh, my God. Wow, that was amazing. The Conor, you know, the real there he is, Mysterious Frank with the lower third. The real brilliance behind it all is that he uses those words like the bleeding with Conor and the absolutely with Katie, and just, oh my God, that was fun. That was pre-Beck-esque. Dare I say better? I wish New York Rick was here. Maybe he's listening somewhere, because you'll recall many moons ago, Pre-Beck was on, we went to New York Rick, and he kind of gave him the verdict. So I wonder what New York Rick thinks about all of that. Oh my gosh, that was great. I'm so happy that we had him on. It's nice to laugh. It's nice to have a good time. And as you mentioned, Urijah Faber is going to join us here in a matter of seconds. So I believe we're just framing him up here, and he's kind enough to give us some time. The great California kid. Oh, that's an A++++++. That's 5, I believe, pluses there from Mr. New York Rick. How about that? 5 pluses. Without further ado, let's say hello now to the California kid, Urijah Faber, who's been all over the news as of late, and he's kind of joined us. The first guest in the history of this program back on the show. How about that? It's the greatest accomplishment of his career, he told me, as his camera is slowly moving up and away from him. What's happening here? What's with this slow move up? We're losing you.
What do you mean?
The camera was slowly moving, so it was like, I think your phone.
Oh, it must have been falling. Sorry about that.
It's happening again. Look at it. Da-na, da-na. You see it? Da-na, da-na, da-na. Do you see that?
Really?
Yeah, you don't see it? Now it's good.
I do not see it.
It's just slowly. It's okay. This is a great spot. This is now an iconic spot. This is where you're doing your little Instagram updates from.
Sometimes.
I like it.
Gym. I do them all over the place.
I like that you're doing that.
Thank you.
And it's crazy.
My office upstairs.
Oh, okay. Because it's crazy watching those videos that you put on your Instagram. It's like you're going through the entire team, who's done stuff, who's been busy, who's not, who has stuff coming up. And I always think, okay, he's done. And then there's like 9 more people. And then, okay, he's done. And then there's like 9 more people. It's insane. How are you reading off a piece of paper, or are you doing that off top of mind?
I think I have some notes in front of me.
Well, it's impressive.
I have my girl Tuss. Tuss is helps put that together for me. So she'll remind me if I forget something.
It's impressive. Now, you haven't added your name to that list just yet. Are we going to be doing that?
I don't know. It's funny because like making myself a priority has not been the case lately as far as just life in general. I've been, 2 little kids, and I have the team and everything else. And I keep thinking I'm going to get myself on track to get in the best shape ever and whatever that looks like for me at this point. And I just haven't got it going. I almost got jump started with a little Cancun jiu-jitsu fist fight, like slap jiu-jitsu or the combat jiu-jitsu. And then that was like a 1 week notice, and I almost got it all together, and then that fell through. So I think maybe I'll probably do some of those. And then I got this Cubby situation that's brewing, and I've been looking, the truth is I was 23 when I first had my my MMA debut. That was a wild time. It was literally illegal in California at the time, 2003. It was, I just graduated college. It was only on Indian casinos. And if I fight after May, that'll be 20 years of combat. And that's kind of a cool little benchmark for me. Like 20 years as a professional, that'd be 47 fights against a guy like Cubby. We were actually supposed to fight, I think 2004, 2005. The Gladiator Challenge or King of the Cage guys used to like try to sneak one in. Oh, we got this guy, for Cubby. He was trying to, make his name. He just got started, and I think he said no to the fight. I didn't really know who he was at the time, and I'm glad that he did, because they're going to pay him like a couple $100, and they're going to pay me like $1,000 at Saboba Casino, and then we're in the same weight division for years. So that's an interesting one. And I like Cub a lot. I mean, he's a guy that's grown as an individual. He's getting better as a fighter. He's, I would rather be on the other side. I'd rather be 38 rather than 43 when we fight. But, it sounds like something that would be a lot of fun. I'm always looking for things around my birthday to get my engine going and give me a reason to get in amazing shape. And I know I can do it. I know I can go out there and scrap like I always have, but I have to really focus in and make myself a priority and get on top of fitness, on top of the skill set and everything in between for fight camp.
It is amazing considering that you're from the same state and you guys are icons from that state, and then obviously the WC and the weight class. It is amazing that you actually never have fought. And then I think, there was the Jens Pulver stuff, and he fought Jens, and then Jens, wins. So you guys have sort of been circling each other. When you heard about his interest after he recently fought, and you said so your interest was piqued as well, right? When you heard him mention your name, you're like, oh, I could get down with that.
Yeah, I mean, he's mentioned stuff in the past too. I mean, I remember being backstage one time, he's saying something. I
I can't remember where we were, but that's been a fight that's been discussed in the past. And so I'm like, like I said, I'm looking for stuff to get my life exciting at moments and test myself. I talk about my mom. My mom, when she turned 61, she doesn't run at all. And she's decided to do a half a marathon. And
Wow.
People do all sorts of crazy stuff. My buddy, Mike Anderson, just ran a 100-mile marathon. And I jumped in and did a marathon with my buddy, James Lawrence, who did 100 triathlons, Ironman in a row. And he challenged me to jump in, and I just jumped in, did a marathon with no preparation, which is painful. But
Jesus,
I like to fight. I love to fight. I'm great at fighting. It's what I spend my time doing, teaching or being a part of every single day. And Cubs coming off a big win against one of my guys, Darren Elkins, who is a legend in his own right. And if you know Darren, he always takes a couple before he gets his engines going, and just didn't get a chance to recover on this one and have his fight. But I think it'd be a great matchup, but I'd really need to talk to Dana, see if he'd be interested in that. It's so funny. Dana randomly texted me the other day just to touch bases and BS a little bit, and made some comments about my kids, and then said, man, you and Cub and his kids and blah, blah, blah. And he hadn't heard the news that Cub had just called me out or anything.
Wow.
So then I sent him the article, and he goes, dude, that's crazy that I mentioned Cub and I mentioned you and blah, blah, blah. And so then he called me and we BS a little bit. And then I told him at the end, I said, hey, man, I'll be 43 in May. Here's my little Rome. He's calling for me downstairs.
Okay.
But 43 in May, that would be 20 years of combat. I said, the dollar is not worth what it used to be 2 years ago. So let's talk again on that front. But I'd be down to throw down a fight.
So is he interested?
Dana?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, what did he say
the conversation after looking?
When he sent you the when you sent him the link? What did he say?
I mean, he just said that's crazy that this is being discussed, because I just randomly threw you guys in.
Right.
It wasn't like a negotiation. We were just calling it BS. Dana's like, as rough as he can seem sometimes, he's kind of a sweetheart at times as well.
Mm-hmm. So
it was like literally right before Christmas.
And when you see guys like Cub, and when you see your old friends like Jose Aldo and Dominic Cruz having incredible years, like they were the comeback fighters of the year in many people's eyes, winning streaks and all that stuff, does that make you feel a certain way? Like, hey, they're doing it, I could do it too. I should get back in there and be, consistent with my fighting again.
No, I mean, consistent isn't necessarily what I want. I mean, what I would do is this. First off, I would get myself in great shape with an eye on a prize, like a fight with Cubby, and see how that whole process goes.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's a couple more fights in there that are exciting, and I feel great and I perform great, like I did when I came out of retirement when I turned 40, I feel like I owe my son a fight. I got one for my daughter in the mix. But I felt amazing. And then, I knew I was going to go up against an uphill battle against Peter Yan, but I wanted to test myself. I was at a time where I felt like, dude, this guy's legit. He's going to be a champ, and I want to test myself. He's currently the world champ. That was my last fight. So I know where I stand. The thing that happens as you get older is, I don't care how tight something is, you bang on it over 20 years, it's going to loosen up a little bit. You just have to be a lot more careful when you're training. You're more likely to get hurt when you're striking. So you have to be careful with your preparation for that, get your defense on point. So there's some risk, obviously. And so that's why for a fight like this, I would really make getting in amazing shape my number one priority over a long period of time, and probably take maybe one or two of those combat jiu-jitsu matches in between, just that I'm revving up to a competition, and then go out there and have a blast, man. There's nothing I like better than a good fight. I still jump in and mix it up with the guys, especially in jiu-jitsu. I mean, that's my favorite way to stay in shape, is to roll jits. And so, absolutely, I'd be down to have a paid birthday present that makes me feel like I'm on top of the world.
What do you like? 45s or 35s, as you like to say. That's always one of my favorite things about you Northern California guys. You say 45.
Yeah, you said that the other day.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just
is that a subtle dig?
Not at all. But now I've known you now for almost 15 years or something like that. And I always picked up on the fact that the alpha male guys in particular always would say, like you, Chad, Joe, you always would say like 45s, 35s, 25s. You didn't say 150.
Look at my little guy down here.
Where is he? Oh, he's waiting for you.
Bro?
Go get him. He's waiting for you.
He's got a sucker.
What does he got? What is that?
What you doing?
Is that a cart?
You want up? I'll be up. I'll be down a little bit, buddy.
Oh, poor guy.
I'll be down a little bit.
Oh, that breaks my heart. He wants to be with you.
Oh, he's been with me all day, dude. I'm currently quarantined, bro. The irony.
What happened?
I got COVID again. Remember we just talked about this?
Yes, we just did.
I'm with COVID as we speak.
You're kidding. How are you
I'm
feeling?
Not kidding. Can't you tell me?
No, I mean, yes, I can.
I feel amazing.
You don't feel anything?
No, I don't. Well, so what happened is I had a night the other night where I was up all night. My daughter, I was like enjoying my time, staying up kind of late. Then my daughter randomly woke up and was up for like an hour and a half. And then she woke up my son. So I was up all night. And I think my immune system was down. And then I had a jam-packed day the whole next day and was all around town. And felt fine. I had like a little raspy voice and not really even a cough, just like every once in a while I'll set a little cough like that.
Mm-hmm.
And hold on, Rami, I'll be done in a sec. And so I basically was going to corner Slava Borshev.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're required to take one of these tests now. They've changed the thing where you go get your own rapid tests that are 18% accurate, although I don't doubt that I have it, right? And so we went yesterday morning at 7:30 in the morning to go drive through test. And mine came back 20 minutes later that I was positive. I feel fine. That was yesterday. So now I'm just drinking straight lemon juice and trying to pass it by Saturday so I can hopefully go out there and corner.
You didn't call Joe Rogan? That's what everyone does when they get COVID, I heard.
I've had COVID before.
Oh, okay. So
I drank. Well, I didn't really feel anything the first time. I literally had, I lost my smell, my taste, and felt a little weird, like it was dry, and I didn't have any mucus or anything. It was like I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, it was really subtle. This is much different. This time it was like a day of like having a raspy voice, and the last time I drank lemon water and cayenne pepper and ginger and honey, a little bit of apple cider vinegar, honey water, and just kind of went on like a eating raw cleanse, which I've had to do my whole life, because my mom's like a health food guru nutball. And so just did that. It felt great. So here I am. I'm hoping to test tomorrow and be fine.
So you're still hoping to corner him? Slava?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have till Saturday.
Right.
Supposedly this new Corona is like a 5-day, like you have to be,
mm-hmm.
I mean, it's literally less than a cold right now is the way I've seen it. This new version. I know,
right.
COVID's real and people have died and everything else. But from what I understand, this new version is like pretty mild. And it's like being like a mild cold for my experience.
Okay.
And so, I have till Saturday to get out there and corner.
By the way, how many?
We'll see if I can't corner, huh?
Oh no, I was just gonna. You were gonna say something there about cornering.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just take a test tomorrow and see if I pass. And if I don't pass, then I probably won't be able to corner. There may be a chance, I could test the next day. I'll just keep testing and see if I'm clear, and then maybe try to go out there to support because I really want to be there for him.
How many pros do you have training? And by the way, you never made the switch, right? You one time told me on my show, you said it was going to be switched from Team Alpha Male to Team Alpha, but it's still Team Alpha Male, right?
No, we have like, if you look at our logo on our mats, it's Team Alpha MMA.
Okay.
Alpha MMA.
Oh, okay. So that's the
People
M.
still say alpha male. It's been there forever.
Yeah.
There's alpha males and alpha females and alpha in betweens.
Right.
And
I just didn't know if you actually pulled the trigger on the name change, but that is great, and I support it. I just want to know how many pros are now training out of the gym right now.
Man, we have maybe, I don't know, 60.
Wow.
60, but the thing is, we have guys that come from all over the globe. So a lot of people have moved here, like Song Yadong moved from China, and Slava's moved from Russia, and we've had Corey McKenna from the UK, and then people from all over the US, like Macy Barber, and then we've got like
Macy's there now.
Jones, it's come out. Yeah, Macy's been here for over a year.
Okay.
And we have like Mason Jones and Ricardo Ramos, and Nad Naramini used to come out, and hopefully will come out again. He was having some visa issues. And all the guys from Japan. We have people that come in for their camps, and then people that have moved here. But I would say any given time we have between 15 and 30 guys that fight in the UFC. Right now we have Jan, who's from China, who's going to be fighting Marina Rodriguez, who had come out with us in the past.
Yeah, she's great.
And so we have a ton of talent in the room at all times. It's pretty awesome.
One story that has sort of followed the history of the team, one of the best teams in the history of the sport, is like the coaching thing, right? There was the Bang era, there was the Martin Kampman era. You had like, the sort of by committee era. Who is the head coach now of the team? Is there a head coach? Is it you?
At this point, I mean, it's almost like Jackson Winklejohn or AKA.
Yeah.
All these different camps. We have a lot of great coaches that are head guys for different people. Like I'm a head coach for Slava and Song Yadong, but Danny Castillo also corners Song Yadong with me. Danny's for, Chris Gonzalez and Darren Elkins, and Holdworth has been for Cody Garbrandt and other people, but we all help out. Like I'll sit down with Elkins and we'll go over like an elbow series or this kind of series. And, I've always been the head of the team per se. And when I was competing, even this is like I learned from Randy Couture back in the day, who was a mentor of mine. We would run like a pretty structured practice a couple times throughout the week, and then we'd have our Master Tong running a kickboxing class, and we have Dustin Akbari was running jiu-jitsu, and Fabio Prado run jiu-jitsu practices, and then we have Joe Guvaro doing boxing, and all these different moving parts. Right now we have Joey Rodriguez. We have Guilherme, who's out of Brazil, who's a Muay Thai world champion, owns one of the biggest schools in Brazil. He's teaching 4 times a week with us for kickboxing and coaching the guys. We have, our fighter contributors, like Mike Malott has been for 4 years as a coach, but now is back in on the fighting side. And Slava Borsha has been doing a lot of coaching with the guys. Joey Rodriguez is boxing coach for a lot of guys. We also have Marcus, who's in the area that does boxing with Song. We have a lot of jiu-jitsu players. I run the no-gi program, and we have Fabio Prado runs the gi program, and we have Danny Castillo and Ryan Loader's an Olympic level wrestler who helps teach a couple classes a week in wrestling. And I mean, it's a big mesh pot of helping people out, but I oversee the program per se, which I always have. It's always been the same program. It'd be these practices that are mixed martial arts, and then here's all the bits and pieces. Get your mitt work, get your conditioning. We have like 3 in-house high-level strength and conditioning guys. Amadeo from Capital Strength and Performance. We have Darren and our whole staff of people at the gym. Our gym's 40,000 square feet, and
it's amazing.
It has a little bit of everything. So it's just like an all-inclusive place. We have Kind Performance, which is our physical therapist. My physical therapist, my entire career, they have a spot with multiple physical therapists within the gym. And we just cover all bases at the gym. It's just it's like a major university for mixed martial arts.
By the way, I haven't heard the name Master Tong in quite some time. Whatever happened to him? I know he went back home, right?
Master Tong went back home, started a gym, upgraded his gym to a better gym. Then COVID hit, and so he's been dealing with opening a gym in COVID times, and he's still kicking butt. He's got a lot of celebrity folks that he trains out of Thailand. He's got, doing his thing. He's such a character, and we keep in touch with him, but he's back home for good with his son, who's now, I think, like 6'1", and it helps him run the gym. He holds all his mitt combos, and he's just living the dream. I think he's probably 51, 52 now.
I get very nostalgic when I think of those days. Like when I can't stop looking at that poster above your right shoulder, and I see Paulo Filho.
This one here?
Yeah, I get nostalgic for those times, man. I get nostalgic.
This is a special poster. You know why?
Why? Well, I know the event.
Dominic Cruz there.
Oh yeah,
what?
That's great. Why is it special
to
you?
This is special. This is an MMA quiz for you.
Okay, I know why.
Why?
Well, Chael won the belt, but didn't win the belt because Paulo Filho missed weight. Is that why?
Nope. No.
Okay.
It's me, Mike Brown, right here, Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood, Florida.
Yeah. Also, Barack Obama was won the presidency like the week of this fight, or it was the day before this fight. On the Tuesday, November 4th, I believe Obama won the election. I remember
this one.
Yes, this is 2000.
No way.
Yes, 2008.
This is way before Obama.
No, it isn't. Look, I'm going to look it up. I remember.
So here's the actual.
Yes.
Sentimental value here. This one. This is literally a poster that never happened. We all went to Florida, to Hollywood, Florida. And they had like a storm.
Yes.
That was coming in.
Yes.
So this whole event got canceled and it was put into Texas.
Oh, that's right.
So this fight never happened here. This is one that is like the mythical poster that never happened until they moved the event.
Okay, so by the way, I just confirmed Obama.
And I lost my belt to Mike Brown.
Yes,
and
crazy.
The irony was I was super injured for this fight anyways, and I thought it was like a blessing that the thing got canceled. I'm like, my whole left side was like atrophied from, I can't remember what, but you just fight through stuff, especially back then. And so I was like, this is such a blessing that this thing was canceled because I was injured, and then I lost the belt.
So Uriah, I love you like a brother. I have a weird memory when it comes to these things. You're actually wrong. The story that you told is actually inaccurate because I just looked it up.
Okay.
Number one, Obama did get elected on November 4th. So I'm right about that. November 4th, 2008. Yeah. That fight that you're talking about, because I remember this about the hurricane, was supposed to be in September and it got moved to that date. And so the card did happen on November 5th. That's the actual poster. You guys were supposed to fight in September and it got canceled and it got moved to November. Yes. And I just confirmed it.
Still in Florida?
It was, let me see, WC 36, November 5th, 2008, Hollywood, Florida, and you versus Mike Brown, main event. It was supposed to happen. It was early September. I remember it. I wish I could find it, the story here. I mean, the event was originally scheduled for September 10th, 2008, but was postponed due to the threat of Hurricane Ike. How good is that?
Anyways.
How good is that?
That's why why you're behind the desk and I'm getting my head knocked in.
I don't mean to ruin your nice story there, but I will just say I'm very nostalgic for those times. Hard Rock, WEC versus you. I mean, it's just a great time in the sport. Can I ask you I don't know if I've ever asked you this question, when were you your happiest? What was there was a time you were a rock star. I was just talking to a new member of our team, Elias here. There's a new member of our team, Elias here, who graduated in 2018, believe it or not, in college. So he's a young pup from Sacramento, the 916. Hey. And I was telling him about Arco Arena, and I'm telling him about you and Mike Brown and you and Jens Pulver. I mean, that was such a special time. What was your favorite year, your favorite era of your career? Because you had some amazing years there. When were you your happiest?
I've had a lot of good ones. It's funny because the irony is, when it comes to stakes being higher and money and everything, it's always in the later part of your career. And I've had some big moments. All the big moments, the biggest moments have been in California. Mm-hmm. I had the fight with Jens Pulver, which is an amazing fight. We had ran the town, etc. Mm-hmm. But really, at that time, I think maybe you could look this up. What did I get paid for that fight?
Oh God.
What did I get paid for the Jens Pulver fight in 2008? I want you to check that out.
Man.
That was for a world championship and millions of people watched, etc.
The gate was
That was
480,000 at the Arco Arena, but it was all because of you guys. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh yeah, no, I am looking at the right one. Yeah, but you guys, I mean, that was all because of you guys. Sorry.
Right, but no, I'm saying, what did I get paid?
No, I can't find
What's
that.
my salary?
Maybe someone can find that. I mean, you would probably know better than anyone. No,
All the stuff you can find, you can't find that, Ariel.
Well, by the
You of
way,
all people, you know about the dollar.
Listen, it's all fake, right? All those payouts, they were always not true, right? Well, I mean, they're not very accurate.
Yeah, but it wasn't that fake. That wasn't that fake though. It was like, it was only off by a couple. And then they give bonuses, et cetera, et cetera. But it was like, yeah, but anyways, it wasn't a lot of money, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Now, these other big moments is 2008, Jens Pulver. I think we had a big night when I fought the first fight on Fox that I was on.
Oh yeah.
With Michael McDonald, that was a big one. We had Rafael Sunta was a big one. I fought Jose Aldo there at home.
Oh yeah.
I had my retirement fight. I had my coming out of retirement fight. I'm telling you, all these moments were amazing moments. I'm a gratitude guy. I feel like I've had so much gratitude throughout my entire career, and it moves into now. I feel very lucky to be where I'm at, and even being able to just decide if I want to fight a legend like Cub Swanson. If I want to, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Not many people are in that position, and I'm in that position because I've stayed in the game. I've stayed on top of my game. I'm a guy that that is excited for those kind of challenges, and I know that I'd be up for it. So I just feel a ton of gratitude. I wouldn't really say there's a moment that was the best.
Okay.
I would just say I'm just super happy to be where I'm at.
Can I ask you one last thing before I let you go, since we're sort of talking about it, it's such a hot topic right now. Where do you fall? And I'm not trying to get you in trouble here or anything like that. I just find this interesting. And I've always called you one of the best businessmen in MMA. How do you feel about the whole fighter pay debate right now? You know, there's a bit of a movement. You know, Jake Paul, of all people, is leading this charge. Strip away the messenger, but I think the message is quite on point. How do you feel about it?
I think it's great. These conversations are happening. I think it's we need to get paid more. Now, here's one thing I'll say about Dana and Lorenzo, because I've got a lot of respect for them. You know, when Lorenzo was out here, and by the way, both amazing fathers. Lorenzo especially is somebody I hold on a pedestal when it comes to that, which I think is the most important stuff. And that's actually what Dana was texting me about the day before Christmas, was about family and giving me some advice, etc. Lorenzo, his fight arena is the business arena. And so he didn't ever break any rules. He was always a man of his word. He was a business guy, and he saw a niche, and I had him come speak to my EO group. And, you know, I wish that us fighters were up on par in business like we should have been. Conor McGregor is, right? A couple other people are. I think we're moving towards the right direction. We're going to be, you know, there's more competition. The sport is getting huge right now, amazing right now. And that's, hate to say it, that's because of Dana convincing Lorenzo and Frank to put millions and millions of dollars, their expertise and focus on the sport, and build it into something that is now at the pinnacle of us all getting paid what we should be getting paid. And you know, Dana's still a businessman, and he's going to try to, you know, do good business. As far as the laws go, they're all following the laws. There do need to be some changes. I would love to see our sport get equal pay like the NFL and the NBA and everything else. But, you know, it's something that we have to work towards, and we have to continue to build on. And it's starting to happen. I mean, the highest paid guy in the entire sporting industry was Conor McGregor. And it's funny, I hit him up and, you know, congratulated him on that. He's like, I didn't get any love from anybody at the UFC, but blah, blah, blah. Even though he's got to get a relationship with them and whatnot. But look, the tide is changing. The competition is what needs to happen. What people need to be unafraid to do is take some risks and go test out the waters in other places, right? And the UFC is not stopping them from doing that at that point. I would love to see the fighters be getting paid. Like me as a 20-year veteran, having 46 fights, as a world champion, as a top contender, as a Hall of Famer, etc. Yes, I should have made a lot more money as a fighter. Absolutely. but the sport was in infant stages at the moment. And it's getting to where it is now where I can make 10 times or more guaranteed than the guaranteed money when I was a world champion in 2008. I mean, that's a great feeling to still be in the mix. And it sucks for the guys that aren't or can't be or didn't get a taste of that. But at the end of the day, you know, this is business. You understand business. You made a big business decision. And the reason you're back here doing your own thing and thriving is because you risked it all and went away from your dream job at ESPN and said, you know what, I'm going to be an entrepreneurial spirit and I'm now doing this. I'm doing that. I'm doing this. That took guts and took know-how and it was intelligence, but you know, we're not made to do anything. So I don't like to be the victim ever, you know, and I am making my money. I'm educating myself on all the things that, you know, because throughout my career, I've had a lot of people cross my paths. I've met plenty of billionaires and 100 millionaires and kids dying on their deathbed with cancer and to see this perspective of all sorts of parts of the world and no excuses, guys. Like, you know, I'm going to make my money. I'm going to have the things I want. And I'm not going to point the finger at somebody because they were doing their business. You know, that's their business.
Well said, well put. And by the way, you said, you know, I know it's just a figure of speech, like I hate to say it. No, everything you said about Dana and Lorenzo and about Dana convincing Lorenzo and Frank to buy the company and invest, like that's all accurate. Anyone who tries to refute that, anyone tries to argue against that, anyone tries to take credit away from them, you're just being a hater. You're being a revisionist. You're being a hater. So there's nothing wrong with giving credit where it's due back then. By the way, thank you to Jason on Twitter who looked it up for me. You were paid $44,000 for that fight, which included a $22,000 win bonus. So not the biggest. That's the one that you're talking about, the one over Jens Pulver.
So I was paid $44,000. That was at win and show.
Yeah, according to what was made public.
Right. And I think I probably had like a 15 grand kicker on both sides. So it was probably like an extra, it's probably like 70 grand. And then they probably gave me a big bonus in that one in particular. I can't remember, but I've had bonuses as big as 200 something grand, 225 grand, I think at one point.
Really?
25 grand in my first fight. Yeah, but they're hit and miss.
I know.
Like you'd think, I'm getting a bonus. You're sitting there waiting for that bonus. It never comes. You're like, hey, what about the bonus? But that's a tactic. That's a business tactic, unfortunately.
It's a brilliant tactic. What do they just come with an envelope in the back, or it's something that's sent to you later?
Well, the first time, I'll never forget, I fought in the Hard Rock. And listen, it's funny because Dominic Cruz always makes fun of our hair when we first fought, where he's like, I look like Lloyd Christmas and my hair, like whatever. We didn't realize we were going to be out there so much. You know what I mean? Like we've been fighting in Indian casinos and this and that and the other thing. Now guys are like prepped and plucked and all this kind of stuff. We were just like, we were unaware that like the size of what was happening in the big scheme of things, right? They go back and like talk about that on ESPN and blah, 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 whatever. We're just, we've been like rolling out of bed and going to fight. But so at the end of the day, what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying now.
Well, I was at with the 44 and you were talking about something with Dominic Cruz, how he makes fun of how you guys look.
So the first time I got a bonus, I don't know if it was my very first fight. I think it probably was. I had a contract with the WFA that I signed and never got to fighting because they did one show and went out of business. Mm-hmm. Hence the value of having guys like Lorenzo and Frank and Dana. Mm-hmm. And then, so I upgraded my contract from 7, I think from 5-5, 7-7, 10-10. The WFA, the WEC bought it and upgraded me to like 10-10, 12-12, something like that. And then they came back, Dana and Lorenzo came back and gave me a check for like 20 something grand. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy, And that was like the beginning. And they came backstage and handed it to me and said, hey, we're excited for you and blah, blah, blah. And then some of the other checks would come just in the mail and like mail checks. And I don't know if they do that as much anymore.
No, I don't think
they still do, but it used to be really prevalent.
Yep.
I think they might do it a little bit, but so yeah. And, but those are far and few between. I remember when I fought Scotty Jorgensen, and this is funny because this was the Dwayne Ludwig thing, right? Scotty Jorgensen or someone else. Dwayne Ludwig had in his mind that there was like this that because he always got bonuses. Mind you, he got paid like piddly squat, right? So he always got a bonus. And some of our guys on our team that used to be in the same boat, they would win or lose, whatever, and the UFC would still give them $5,000 or $10,000. So Dwayne would always get a bonus. And so I was the only person on our team that told him, hey, I'm going to give you a percentage of the bonus. No one else is going to, but I'm going to, just because I was overpaying my guys anyways and just whatever. So he had this thing. I never got a bonus for one of the fights. I think it was, I can't remember. It might have been Sky Drunks. I can't remember which one it was, which I thought I was going to get. When it didn't come, and Dwayne in his head was like, I was ripping him off and this and that. I'm like, dude, I literally never got a friggin' bonus.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Man, yes.
So that was like a deep-seated issue that money was being kept from him and blah, blah, all this weird stuff. So like, you never know. And at the end of the day, it was a brilliant tactic, but you know, you can learn from it. It was just keeping you guessing and keeping you on good terms. There's also, I remember Nick Diaz telling a story about how he had a girlfriend at the time, his high school girlfriend, and they might have been his high school. I don't know, his long-term girlfriend. And the UFC wanted him to go on the dating show for PR, right? They got him on a dating show for PR.
What?
He's like, I don't want it. Yeah.
That is
like one of those things where like you do a blind date and
Jesus.
like, how's it go, whatever. And they wanted to go on it. And he was like, you know, that was Nick before everybody knew what Nick was like. Nick was like, I don't want to do it. And he felt that they had punished him by putting him on the prelims because he wasn't playing ball with them and doing the PR, etc. And I remember him telling me that because, you know, Nick and Nate, we've been buddies for a very long time, starting back when I very first started fighting. You know, I met Nick at my girlfriend's triathlon at the time in 2004, and we started training together and whatnot. And so he would tell me all this stuff at the beginning. I'm like, really? That's crazy. He's like, yeah, and he would say stuff about it. Anyways, it's been an interesting, fun time.
Man, story time.
Another book like we talked about.
Yes, I'd like a part 2. I mean, I've already read part 1 at least a few times.
You ripped that book apart, man.
I wanted to bring it in, but it was so beat up. It was so beat up from the amount of times that I read it. I couldn't. It would like fall apart. By the way, I lied. One more. Could I ask you one more? Just because it just happened. What do you want Cody to do? Do you want him to go back to 35s or stick with 25s?
I honestly, man, I talked to Cody, COVID, top of mind, 2 days ago, and I think that like people want to make excuses. Look, when they love a fighter, and Cody's a love fighter, whether you know he gets hate or this or that, the other thing, in general, people love Cody Garbrandt, and they always want to have an excuse of why he lost and why this and why that. You don't get an inside look on people's lives, etc. But I will say this last camp that I saw, because he did half with Mark Henry and then half with us, he was leaving no stone unturned. He looked amazing. You know, the entire camp. He's already a small guy for the weight class. I don't think it was because of the weight class that he lost that fight. I think he fought a very tough opponent, and you know, the guy caught him clean on the button. Cody was throwing an inside leg kick, which is not a smart choice at the moment. Got caught. I don't think it was because of the weight class. I don't think it was because of anything. And he actually put in a lot of hard work for that camp. More so consistently, I'd seen it in a long time from him. And so I think he does 125s again. I don't think jumping up and fighting bigger guys or this or that. I mean, you want to give yourself every advantage in this sport. That's why I eventually dropped down to 135. And I think he would do well at 125s if he wants to keep going down that route.
All right. Fair enough. So if you were to look into your crystal ball, 2022 Urijah Faber fights again, true or false?
I think true, just because I'll have a birthday in May, and just doing that will make me one of the guys that fought for 20 years at the highest level.
Let's go.
I love that idea.
I love it.
That for me, like, I'm all about the story, dude.
I love it.
You know what I mean?
What a great, 20 years, what a great accomplishment. You and Cub, a California dream fight. Hopefully it can happen in the state of California. Hopefully the world gets a little bit better then. I co-sign. I would like to see it happen. So if you care about my opinion, I think it would be fun.
Well, it'd be at 35s, and then the thing would be there'd have to be a crowd. Though. I wouldn't probably I would have fought already over the last couple of years, but I just didn't. Like, I'm all about the whole experience, and I wasn't going to go sit in a quiet room and fight somebody. And so I'd like to do it with the crowd if that's the case.
My mother, who still loves you, always tells me, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans for the future. And I remember when we were booking this, you were telling me, man, my Wednesday is super packed. I'm super busy. I got this and that. And then, of course, you want to make God laugh. Here you are at home. I was probably doing you a favor, right? I mean, here we are shooting the breeze for 40 minutes. It's a beautiful thing. You got nothing else to do because you have COVID.
That's right. Well, you know what I did yesterday? I went for a 5-hour walk with my kids.
Jeez.
Which was awesome. And
5
just
hours.
stayed away from everybody,
Yeah.
What's that?
5 hours?
5-hour walk with my kids.
Okay.
Yes. And they both took naps at different times, so I got to hang out with them at different times. Then I came home and went in the spa and hung out. Then we watched some movies, and man, what a blessing COVID has been for me. Not for the world.
Sure.
Me,
it all slows
COVID's
down.
been a blessing today.
Well, I hope it stays like this.
You guys, Slava Claus. Those that don't know about Slava Claus, we call him that because he spreads cheer wherever he goes, but he's also a knockout artist. He's been, 5-1 at this point. As a mixed martial artist, he's a world champion kickboxer, an amateur world champion kickboxer, a pro champion kickboxer, a national Russian champion, and now a guy to watch in the UFC. He's coming for the strap. Watch him this Saturday.
Oh, yes.
I hope we all be there.
We are going to talk about him. I think our guy GC is going to place a bit of a bet on him. By the way, say his full name for me, can you?
It's Vyacheslav Borishev.
Damn, look at you.
Slava Claus.
Damn. And by the way,
Vyacheslav Borishev.
My mother just texted me. She is watching, and she says she hopes you feel better. So that, is your dad watching?
Oh, I appreciate it. Well, I'm sure my dad, if my dad's not watching, he will be watching soon because he doesn't know I'm on this yet. So he'll be on it. My dad's in the process of building me out of van life. I got this old truck and he's going to customize the whole thing. And so keep your eye peeled for that. And my mom is actually downstairs making pasta for the kids. So our moms are present, One
of my dreams.
Hey, let me ask.
Yeah.
Let's say again.
Oh, I just wanted to tell you, because you said van life. My dream at some point, Uriah, now that I'm this big entrepreneur, I want to buy a Volkswagen Westphalia, like one of those yellow or orange ones with the blinds, paint it with like flowers, get a surfboard on top. I've never surfed before, and go on a cross-country road trip with my family, with my kids and my wife. What do you think? That's what I want to do. I want to buy one of those old, like 1970 ones.
Here's the deal. Come out to California, do it in California. I'll have my van life.
Okay.
I've got a building on the northern coast, Point Arena. It's the most beautiful part of California that nobody ever sees. Point Arena, California, Gualala, Fort Bragg, Sea Ranch. Look up Sea Ranch.
Okay.
And do the entire coast of California. I'll have you stop up at my building. And it's the private gym retreat. It's a really cool town. Do California and I'll match you halfway.
Oh my God. I'm getting like tingly inside just thinking of this. This is what we're going to do.
Hey, and we'll talk about your wife illustrating my book for my kids, because I'm writing books for both my kids.
Really? That's amazing. Wait, you just buried the lead. You're writing books?
I mean,
children's books?
Just little books.
I love it.
For them, yeah.
I
wrote Callie's a long time ago, but I talked to you about this, I thought.
I don't know if you did.
We talked about your wife doing illustrations, remember?
Yeah. Can we make it happen?
That was about the books.
Can we make it happen?
Heck yeah.
All right, let's go.
You got talent, man.
Your wife's...
Hey, let me ask you real quick.
Yeah.
Let me ask you real
quick.
quick.
Are you married, by the way? Did you get married?
No, I'm not married.
What are you waiting for?
The perfect moment.
You've got a beautiful mother to your children. Jocelyn, right? Is it Jocelyn? Jaslyn.
Jaslyn.
Because my wife is Jacqueline, but with a C, so people read it as Jaslyn. Isn't that weird? We're kindred spirits, you and I, Uriah.
Yeah, okay. Well, once we get in the van life, we'll find out for sure. Hey, let me ask you about the crypto world, because I'm like,
here we go.
I know nothing about crypto and NFT, etc. What's your take on the whole thing? Are you involved?
I mean, no, I am not involved. We should get Ben Askren on the horn here, because he's a big crypto guy. He loves talking about his whole
You're not involved at all? You don't own any crypto or NFTs?
Crypto, NFT, you know what I say to all of that? 2 words. That's what I say. It's all fugazi. I don't
have any either.
They're going to come after me now.
I've done zero. I've done. What's that?
They're going to come after me now that I said it's all Fugazi. You know what I know about crypto? I know that they slapped a crypto.com logo on all your little jerseys there, and the fighters get 0% of that. I know that. I know 150 million, and I know they bought the Staples Center naming rights for like 950 million, and they could probably, you know, cut you guys off a little something, if I'm being honest. That's what I know about crypto.
Hey, I agree, man. I agree. We need to negotiate that. We need to figure out the way. How do we get there? You know what I mean?
We need a pension.
Maybe you could help me figure it out.
Pension for the retired fighters. You guys need a pension, right?
That sounds great.
You need come on.
How do we make it happen?
They just upped the pay-per-view price.
It's been trying for years.
They just upped the pay-per-view price to $74.99. Are the purses going up? That's all I'm asking for. I'm looking out for you guys.
But you know, honestly, I'm all for us getting paid more. I just don't want to spend all my time as a martyr trying to make it happen, and I don't think you do either. Well, I would like to just focus on positivity and doing what I can. But it's not
positive. It is positivity. I mean? It is positivity. It's trying to.
That is, but unless you're the workhorse trying to do all the work, which I've seen people doing for 14 years, and I'm like, yeah, go for it. But I'm like, I got to focus on my kids, my career, my
it's tough.
Own things, etc. And so, you know, it's tough. So yeah, I mean, we can bitch and moan, but I'd rather just focus on me. Now, on the other side, I am going to start my crypto NFT journey and whatnot, but I have to get educated on it. Well, and I've got, you know, I was just curious if you had any insight.
No, I got nothing. You know what? That's debatable, and I know nothing about it. Gary Vee is a big NFT guy. I don't know if you know Gary Vee. He's an MMA manager now.
Yeah. He manages.
Oh yeah, he manages you. What am I talking about?
Person?
Yeah, Lloyd. Yeah, you're part
of it. On the phone with Gary.
Yeah, he could freaking tell you.
We have. Yeah, Josh Emmett's managed by him, and
yes,
Macy Barber and Song Yadong.
Yeah. Why don't you talk to Gary?
Yeah,
he's like the man when it comes to that.
I am going to talk to Gary.
All right.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to get into it. I figure a lot of smart people are getting into it. That's why, I mean, I respect you. You know, we talk. I figured maybe you'd have some insight. No, it sounds like you just have some negativity to spit.
What negativity? Here I am trying to advocate on the fighters' behalf, the men and women that I love so dearly that have given me everything. That's not negativity.
No, you just called it.
Oh, okay. That yes. I don't have time for all this. NFT, you put it in your virtual wallet. Who has the time for this nonsense? Okay. I mean,
yeah, if you that's the one thing somebody's trying to tell me to download a wallet, and I'm like, look, I need some help with all this crap.
Yeah, come on.
Yesterday, they're like, I read this thing, and they're like, listen, keep these 12 words. If you don't have these 12 words, you'll lose all your money. And I'm like, what do you mean? You lose everything. And like, so you need to put it somewhere safe. And so I talked to my buddy. I'm like, what, is that real? He's like, yeah, that's real. Like, you could be on the internet losing $1 billion because you forgot your numbers in it. And I'm like, there's no freaking way. So did you know that?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
These wallets?
No.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. So then my buddy's like, well, what I do is I put it in 12 different spots in my house, but don't tell anybody. I'm like, you don't think the housekeeper or somebody's going to see like.
Wait, but I thought it's a virtual wallet. I thought it's virtual. How do you put it in your house?
It's a virtual wallet, but you need these passcodes. Like, dude, this is all very confusing. I'm gonna go on an MMA journey. I'm gonna go on a crypto NFT journey.
Maybe Chael can help
me. I'm gonna get some of these other guys, Chael, to help me.
Yeah.
You know, hey, Chael, by the way, that guy is such a freak. Did he get in a fight with 5 people because they're disrespecting?
Allegedly. Listen.
Dude, I texted him. I said, did you get in a fight? He said, we're all good. I said, okay. Now look, Chael will send me random,
he's the best,
amazing videos of his wife doing amazing things.
Yes.
He's the best.
People don't know about Miss Brittany is an absolute, does he send you, sometimes he'll send me a picture of him. He goes, this is me right now. It's like 12 p.m. He's in bed with, have you seen this? And he has like a thing. Yes. And I'm like, Chill, where are you? Is that room service? He goes, no, Miss Brittany did it for me. He has not left. He's shirtless. He'll send me a picture of him wearing his glasses like this. And she treats him like a god. If anyone thinks that he would ever disrespect her in any way, you are completely off base. She is literally a saint from the heavens. How, she packs his bags for him?
He is a saint from them.
He does not pack his.
Of course she does.
Packs his bags, puts snacks, puts a note for him. I mean, it's unbelievable the way she treats him.
And I've known Brittany for a long time, and she's salt of the earth. But I mean, that guy, I'm like, dude, can she write some books? Maybe have her write a book,
Yes.
tutorial, give her a podcast. Come on, man.
For all the wives out there.
Quit hiding this gem.
Yeah. I actually, this is my mom texted me, by the way. That's what moms are for, making pasta for the kids downstairs. My mom makes a mean pasta as well. So unfortunately, we can't have it right now. But I texted, this is just the only part that I'll tell you, and then I'll let you go. But I texted Chael when I heard about this whatever thing that happened. And he's the best texter. I mean, like, he'll send you the most random things at the most random times. Yeah. And this is what he wrote. This is great. I wrote to him, "I love you, Chael. If you need anything, I'm here for you." This is what he writes back. "Really? Like, to what extent? Can we say it was you? Or can we at least say that I was with you in the photo that is doctored?" And I said, "Whatever you need." And he goes, "No, I think the first one is best. It was you."
Well, my favorite text from Chael of all times, I can't remember which fight it was, but it was a big fight for a world championship and I lost. And he said, "Uriah, I'm sorry for your loss. I've never lost, so I can't relate."
Oh my God, what a legend. Amazing. Undefeated, undisputed. Uriah, you've given us a lot of time here today. This has been lovely. Story time with Uriah. I know you've got time. Originally, we had to keep it tight. You had a tight schedule, and now I can't even get rid of you at this point. I hope you feel better. Enjoy the pasta. Get well soon, and good luck to Slava this Saturday.
All right, thank you. And shout out to your brother's clothing line. Don't forget about your brother.
20. And I can't wait for you and Cub in May. You heard it here first.
Yeah, May, June, maybe.
Okay, let's do it. Thank you.
All right.
Take care. There he is, the California kid, Urijah Faber, legend of the game, legend in his own right. And that would be incredible. 43. So his birthday is, well, let's see what day it is. I didn't want to ask him. I didn't want him to be offended. So he's turning 43 on May 14th. The quintessential Californian. And that will be 20 years in the game. He made his debut November 12th, 2003. So I guess if you count that, yeah. All right, let's go. Cub Swanson. It is amazing that they never fought each other. All those years being intertwined. Always appreciate having Faber on. And he was, in fact, the first guest in the history of this program, the last guest when we took the break, and then he was on the first show back in August. All right, we went very long there. And so in a matter of seconds, thank you to Urijah. We still have Robert Whittaker coming up at 4 o'clock, so stay tuned for Bobby Knuckles. We'll get to GC here in a second, but first, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. The NFL playoffs are here. I don't know if you heard, but the Buffalo Bills are hosting the New England Patriots on Saturday night. You got to make a decision. Are you going to watch UFC or are you going to watch that? And I'm not saying anything. I'm not trash talking this time. I'm keeping my mouth shut. I just want that win. I don't know if I've ever wanted a win more than that win right there, for many reasons. I won't get into all of them, but trust me, I want that win. The NFL playoffs are here, and DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of not only the NFL, not only the UFC, but also the MMA Hour, is kicking off with a huge offer. Counting down to Super Bowl 56, take a listen to this. New customers can get 56-1 odds on any wildcard team to win their game. Bet just $5 and win bet just $5 and win $280 in free bets if your team is victorious. So if you bet 56-1 odds, that equals $280. That's pretty wild. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state just yet, you still have something to play for this wildcard weekend. Everyone can play for huge cash prizes with DraftKings Daily Fantasy Football Contest. DraftKings is giving all new customers a free shot at millions of dollars in total prizes with their first deposit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour and get 56-1 odds on any NFL team. Bet just $5 and win $280 in free bets if your team wins. Amazing. That's promo code TheMMAHour this wildcard weekend at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. It's very ominous music. It's very intense. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey, Indiana, or PA only. New customers only. Minimum $5 deposit required. $1 wager required. One per customer. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sports with detail. Gambling problems, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yeah. Please support them because they support us. And now, oh yeah. I can't imagine. Just, look at this guy. Wow. Wins the net. What do we got there? A Modelo Especial? Look at that. Double screen, taking up New York Rick's real estate. I mean, if this isn't a flex, I don't know what is. Wow. It's good to be the king. This is amazing. That is actually amazing that you're able to go on both screens. That is so great. How are you? Wow, look at this.
We're as good as it gets here.
Yeah.
We're as good as it gets. We got a little champagne to celebrate.
Wow.
We got our cigar.
Is it lit?
No,
L-I-T?
It's not lit.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, no, I just meant like it's lit. Like, is it lit? Like,
yeah, it's lit.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. This whole scene is lit. Not only that, we got a random Hamzat picture behind you.
Yeah, I said I was gonna start adding some.
Yeah. Why did we go with him?
Commemorate my futures. This is just one that I found quickly. So.
Okay. We have a poster of Cater Giga. I lost my pencil.
Yeah, here we go. This is what we're gonna do in the new year. The updated thing.
I like that.
Real relevant. This is
I like that.
Coming up this weekend.
No Invicta poster for tonight's card, which is a little bit.
Yeah, you called me on that one. You called me on that one. That was...
I mean, how are we feeling? Yeah, I mean, for those that missed it on Monday, flew to Indianapolis Monday morning, right? Was it Monday morning?
Yep. Flew to Indy Monday morning. Touchdown at like 10:30. And then we just got in the right headspace for the rest of the day. Obviously, joined you at around 1 o'clock, and then went to the game that night.
Where'd you go? Applebee's beforehand? What did we do?
Applebee's. Got the
some
molten lava
poppers.
cake.
Yep,
The poppers. Did everything like that, and then made our way over to the stadium.
I have never watched. So would you rank them for us? I mean, I put out the tweet yesterday. I mean, life has just been so great for you ever since you joined this squad. You left game night. You came here. Braves.
Yeah, love is real.
I mean, it's incredible. I think the whole state of Georgia should be thanking us for all the good luck
I think so
and
too.
fortune.
I honestly think so too. The governor should
make
an official statement thanking us.
It would be nice. It would, not us, me in particular.
Okay. Maybe when Herschel Walker gets elected.
Yes. Oh, that would be nice. He has been on this show before.
Really? Oh yeah.
He has. The MMA stuff. Yeah. He was a total mensch. So I have never watched I've never been able to see my favorite team win a championship, certainly not in person. What is it like actually being, because I can imagine, it's like there's a part of me that actually thinks that it would be absolutely miserable, right? Because you're so nervous, you're so tense. What's it like actually being there as a fan?
I mean, you kind of nailed it. Like, it was stressful. Like, it was so stressful the entire way. Like, you are living and dying with every single play that you're watching. And, like, there were a couple Bama fans around us. So when you guys are doing bad, they're cheering a lot. And it just gets that much more annoying. And, like, it's just, like, I had never, since the last time they were in the Natty or the Falcons in the Super Bowl, the Braves never had their back against the wall in this World Series where they had to win the game. So, like, this was, up there as, like, I've never wanted a team to win so bad in my life. And, like, I'm watching it in full, like, unfold in front of me. And it, like, worked out for once in my life, which is just incredible. So, I mean, it was. Are
they number one for you?
Yes, like, that's the thing. They're number one. Like, the Braves are kind of down the list. Like, they'd probably go Georgia and then Falcons and then, Hawks and then Braves. I mean, Georgia,
Thrashers? Where do the Thrashers fall?
Thrashers would have been 2 if they were still around. I, believe in Blue Land. I was a big Thrashers guy. I still got my Thrashers jersey, wear it to every hockey game I go to.
That's a sick jersey, by the way. Kovalchuk?
Super. Well, there's no name on the back. But it's authentic, stitched, everything. Shout out to the Thrashers, wish they'd come back. But yeah, no, I mean, I grew up my whole life going to Georgia games. My dad went there. It's kind of been ingrained in me, like, ever since anything I can remember. Then I went to the school myself. I graduated from there. So, like, there's a special connection to the team.
Oh my God.
They haven't won in 41 years. Haven't won since 1980 when my dad was at the school. So
wow.
I mean, it was incredible. Like, it was just like dreams come true. When they sealed it with the interception by Keely Ringo, it was emotional. It was incredible.
I'd love to say, like, oh yeah, the interception. I went to bed at like 9:30.
I know. I feel like everyone's like, I don't know what this guy is.
Well, no. Most people know, I would imagine, but I was fast asleep. I mean, I couldn't be bothered at college football. I did see Andrew Luck, which was a tremendous sighting at the beginning of the game. Yes. I mean, I can't
Indy does not love him like I thought they would.
Well, they did boo him on the way out, and of course their team choked on Sunday against Jacksonville when it was like the circus game or something. Everyone showed up in clown costumes. Very bizarre. But I would imagine it's stressful to watch your favorite team in the championship. I mean, I've seen that. I've seen them lose. But then you make the extra leap and investment to actually go out there. A thought that would go through my mind, I can't believe I flew out here and I'm going to have to fly back home and wallow in my misery. That has to add to the stress as well, right?
I said that exact thing in my head with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. I booked the flight and the hotel in October. I was like, they're going to do it this year. This is the year they do it. And then bought the ticket the week of the game. And I was sitting there with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. In my head, I was like, I cannot believe I flew to frigid Indianapolis, froze my ass off to get here, and now I'm going to watch my team lose again. I have to fly out in the morning. It's just going to be a miserable experience. I can't believe this is happening. But the roles flipped, everything worked out, and they ended up winning. So
honestly, buying the ticket in October is a ballsy move. I don't know if I would have.
So just hotel.
Even that, I feel like I would jinx them.
I did get a great deal on the ticket. The tickets dropped really hard the week of. One of my friends paid $1,600.
Oh my god!
I didn't pay anywhere near that. So.
Wow.
Everything worked out. Everything worked out.
I was just I was scouring the internet, just looking, when I woke up, I was like, wow, I guess Georgia won. Congrats. I'm so happy for my guy. I mean, I was rooting for you and Jed Meshew, who's a member of the MMA fighting team.
Yep.
So you guys were really happy. And then I just stumbled upon some celebratory images of Athens. I think Tucker has. We have. I mean, I was like, I know that guy. I see. Yeah. I mean,
These are. I documented the day pretty well on my Snapchat. Obviously this is private. This is for my friends.
I didn't know. Look at that smile. Look at that smile.
I think this is 19. Oh, this is actually a smile of. This is an anxious smile.
Oh, is it?
This is when it's 1918. It's really close. I'm thinking I think they might pull it off, but I don't know. This is that's a nervous smile.
That first one. What is that first one there? The blurry one.
Okay. This has to be when. All right, we're really getting deep into this. Bam is driving down the field. It looks so bleak. We are dead in the water. I am really starting to be we're going to lose this game. It's third quarter. There's no time for halftime adjustments. Alabama's going to kick a field goal after dropping a wide open touchdown. I can't believe they dropped it. They kick the field goal. We block the field goal. Everyone goes crazy. And then next play, we hand it off, 70-yard run. And this is the reaction to that. It was.
It's a beautiful thing. Although, honestly, do people still use Snapchat?
I only use Snapchat for my friends. I don't post stories on it. I don't do any of that. I just send it videos that I want to send to my friends without having to text them. That's how I use Snapchat.
And why is that? Why not just text them? It's easier?
Yeah, Snapchat, I can send it out to a bunch of people. I don't have to download the video. I don't have to do anything of that.
Wow.
You put filters. Did you see how great that filter was? Dogs in Indy, a customized
Yeah,
filter.
I just didn't know. I didn't know anyone over 14 was using Snapchat these days. That's all. I was surprised.
I knew Tucker had something up his sleeve. I had to log into the system for him to put that in, but I didn't know what it was. So it's good to find out now.
That was all Tucker, by the way. So you can, no, that was, you retweeted it, if I'm being honest. It wasn't that hard to find. But I thought it would be some nice imagery for this moment. So, all right, congratulations. You're now back down to earth. You're feeling good. I don't even know. I don't even know what that feeling is like. If the Bills won, if the Knicks won, I would never be one of those guys who asked for a repeat. I feel like that's very selfish. It's gluttonous. I just want one. I just want to know what what you felt.
Is literally how I feel, dude. I got one.
Yes.
That's it. Bama fans are talking on the way out. We'll be back next year. We're great. We got Bryce Young. I'm just don't care. Don't
God
care.
Bless.
We got our one. It's been 41 years. I've never seen it in my life. We got our one. I am satisfied with this. Obviously, as we move along, I'll cheer for them to win championships. But just getting the monkey off the back is it's incredible. And 4 months ago, I was just like you. This is a great example story. I had never seen a title in my life. And now
look at you too, man. I hope the MMA hour brings me some good luck in a month or so. By the way, is there a parade? Do they do parades for? College football? No.
I don't know. They'll do something in Athens. I thought you were going to actually have real pictures from Athens because it was a madhouse.
No, that's all we care about.
Yeah, they tore the city to the ground.
All right, let's talk some MMA. We got an event. I presume we'll start with Invicta and move our way down LFA, UFC.
We got one bet for each fight on the Invicta card tonight.
But okay, can I ask, what about Al? Those impressions?
Oh my gosh, dude, he was fantastic. And I was doing like you, the closing the eyes. I was actually turning away, and I was like, I'm trying to just listen. And it's like, dude, he could really fool you.
Amazing. The Connor one is just incredible.
The Connor one is spot on. The Mark Wahlberg one was like sneaky, really accurate. Yeah,
De Niro, you have to watch his face. His face
when
is
it
just
smushes up the face. It's all time.
What an absolute legend. Wow, what a skill. Okay, so what do we got for this weekend? We're back. Where's my pencil? I lost my pencil.
We're back.
No, I don't know where it is.
This card it's getting a little messy. We're losing a lot of fights. We're getting replacement fighters. I think we're down to 11 fights now.
So Rosa hit me up this morning on the plane. He's like, I just accepted the. Yes, he hits me up this morning, Rosa, on the plane. He's like, I accepted this fight at 4 a.m. I got a flight. I actually reached out to them to fight Ilya Topuria, who was supposed to fight Movsar Evloev next weekend. They're like, yo, we got this other opportunity for you against TJ Brown. Mowgli Benitez is out. And he's like, yeah, cool, I'll be there. And I was like, how much you weigh? He's like, I don't know. I think 170. We'll find out when I land. I was like, wow, what a gangster.
Yeah, this card is going to be ridiculous. He's a pretty big underdog. I don't think I like Brown at that big a chalk. Don't know if I'm going to play Rosa, but yeah. So I got 2 singles for you right now and 2 parlays. I could add some as the week goes along. We might end up losing some, but here we go. We'll start off with the first single.
All right.
Might be the toughest name on the card. We were practicing it before the show. Saeed Yakub Kakramanov.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Nailed it.
Freaking nailed it.
Over Brian Kelleher. I'm going to take him at -150. Kakramanov. He's going to have the height advantage, 5-inch reach advantage. He has the age advantage. Kelleher, he obviously is going to have the experience advantage in this one. But when you look at his track record, like it feels like he beats who he's supposed to, and then he kind of falls short against really talented guys. He's 2-2 in his last 4 fights, 2 wins as a favorite, 2 losses as an underdog. Kakramanov, he's looked really impressive to me in his debut against Trevin Jones. He dealt with those super high-level jiu-jitsu from him. He looked really fast on his feet, good striking, worked in the feints really well. And I think if he can avoid Kelleher's power, he'll have the advantage on the feet, use that reach advantage, and I think we saw he can handle himself on the ground, avoid a Kelleher submission, and I think he'll be able to get a win. So I'll take him at -150.
Okay.
Next one up, Joe Anderson Brito over Bill Algeo. Bill Algeo fighting out of King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. Great mall there. Don't know if you've ever been.
No.
It's like the 2nd biggest mall in America. I went one time. Really impressive mall, so fun fact. But I really like watching.
Is number 1 still Minnesota?
Yeah, Mall of America.
Yeah.
But yeah, King of Prussia, super impressive. Great mall. Shout out Bill Algeo. Brito, though. Really like watching him. Super aggressive, high output. He's always moving forward. He's super aggressive with takedowns as well. And we've kind of seen Bill Algeo's, he's hittable. He likes to use that length, weights on punches, use that counter strike. And I just don't really think that's going to work out well against Brito in this situation. And you have to think also Brito is going to get this to the ground. I mean, he gets super aggressive with him. And Algeo's been taken down at least 3 times in all 4 of his UFC fights, 8 times against Ricardo Ramos, 4 times against Spike Carlisle, 5 times against Ricardo Lamas. Like he gets taken down. We've seen he's susceptible to being taken down, and I think he's going to get taken down here as well. I think Brito's going to have the ground advantage, striking advantage. He's obviously going to have the aggression advantage, and I think Brito's going to be able to get the win here as well. So I will take him at -130.
All right.
And then we got 2 parlays, 2 legs. This is the first one. Wow. No, this is the recap of the singles here.
Yes, I was like, okay,
Romanov and Brito. Yeah, I really got thrown off there, even though I made the graphics and gave the order for them. So that is not on Tucker. That's on me. We'll move to the first parlay, though. I'm going to go with Slava Borshev. Slava Kalas. Shout out to Uriah Faber, the man coaching him. He's going to be taking on Dakota Bush.
There it is.
First thing to mention about... This is the prop parlay. We're really getting all over the place here with the graphics.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we're on the right one.
I slid in the reaction shots, and it just kind of screwed everything up, so that's on me.
No, I think this is also on me. I don't think I led Tucker well here, so this is my fault. They're my graphics to be made. Slava Kalas, first thing to mention about him, I mean, his 5-1 record is misleading. That's just his pro MMA career. Dude is a veteran kickboxer, fought K1 rules, Waco kickboxing world champion, European champion, Russian champion, former captain of the Russian kickboxing team. I mean, he's been around the blocks when it comes to getting in a ring. He also looked good on the Contender Series. He's elusive, nice counterpunching. We saw him get taken down, but he just seemed to get right back up, and that's probably what Dakota Bush is going to try to do in this one. We saw him go for 6 against Austin Hubbard. He only landed 1, and he kind of looked tired as the fight went on. So if he can't keep Slava Klaus down, which I don't think he's going to be able to, Slava training at Team Alpha Male. Shout out to Uriah Faber.
Well, it's actually Team Alpha.
Oh, just Team
MMA.
Alpha.
Well, we were dropping the mail.
I like that.
We're being inclusive.
Hopefully, Uriah Faber is going to be able to be in his corner this weekend.
Yes.
He's getting good grappling training there. So I don't think he's going to be able to do it, if not be able to just hold him down. So to win, I think Slava's either going to knock him out or be able to outpoint him to a decision. And then the second leg of this
Every time I hear of Slava, by the way, I think of Stephen A. Smith saying Slava Medvedenko. Remember you always used to say that? No?
No, I don't remember that.
All right.
Second leg, Giga Chikadze.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, on this week of all weeks, you're crazy if you think I'm going to pick Cater. How could I possibly go against the Georgian? I mean,
Right.
this is a no-brainer.
I was wondering
for me.
where that was going. I thought you were going with the Pats angle because he's a Pats fan.
Nah. Well, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is right there. There's the double down on it. I mean, it's the week of Georgia, and that doesn't stop just because it is the country. So we're going to be riding Giga. In all seriousness, though, I think my biggest concern for him is getting knocked out by Cater. He's obviously a super sophisticated boxer. He's probably getting undervalued here, honestly, after the Holloway fight where he landed like 400-something punches. But I think Giga's going to constantly use the kick, stay at range, use his versatility. I think he just wears on Cater over the course of the 5 rounds. I think either we're going to get a late finish or Giga's going to be able to stay standing with him for all 5 rounds and be able to get a decision. And that one pays out plus 123.
Plus 123. And Giga is minus 320, huh?
Yeah, minus 230. Minus 230.
I can't
did I write minus 320?
No, I can't. I actually just guessed. I saw a 2. I saw a 3.
Yeah, minus 230.
All right.
Yeah, I think he's actually the biggest favorite on the card. That might be different now that Brown is got the replacement fighter coming in.
No love for Charles Rosa, Boston Strong.
I know.
Big opportunity for Giga.
Yeah, big opportunity for Giga.
First UFC main event. He's been talking a lot of smack about Volkanovski. Jeez.
I know that is like a little bit of a concern that he looks ahead and gets a little too big of an ego.
But the thing with Cater is the last time we saw him was almost exactly 1 year ago. It's like 364 days ago. Was beat up pretty badly by Max Holloway. So there's a lot of questions about Cater, I think. Now, I think people forgot how good he looked up until that Holloway fight. Right. There's levels to the game. Holloway clearly, number 1 or number 2 best featherweight on the planet, depending on if you think he deservedly beat Volkanovski, what was it now? 1 July ago. But that layoff plus the beating he took has got to lead to some questions. Giga has been a lot more active. He's had some big wins as of late. He's never fought quite on a stage like this in terms of main event, but it's back at the Apex, so there's not a ton of pressure there. I'm curious. And he's very upset about Volkanovski. Geez, calling him chump and all this stuff. Very.
I think a lot of questions are going to get answered about Cater on Saturday. And I don't know why Giga's going for the title fight when he's fighting this weekend, when he's just talking all this smack.
Well, this is what I talked about on Monday, just the disrespect that has been thrown towards Cater. People, forget Giga, but people just saying hey, Giga should fight Volkanovski next. Yo, man, he has to beat this guy first. You could say if he wins, or you could say on Saturday, let's talk. And especially with them moving that featherweight title fight to April, 3 months is, if this fight ends up being, let's say it's a cakewalk for Giga, 3 months is plenty of time. He would, of course, take that fight. So there is a part of me that's a little surprised that they didn't wait. But honestly, I'm not surprised because A, Zombie's a bigger name, and B, the champ wanted Zombie. And when the champ wants him and they want to get this all said and done, Giga's going to fight someone else. And there are fights for Giga to have. If you just, let me quickly look at the rankings here. Giga shouldn't feel like he is being slighted.
Yeah, what's Giga at 8 right now? Fighting 5?
Yeah. And, there's Josh Emmett. Josh Emmett versus Giga would be a fantastic fight. I have heard that there have been some talks, nothing official just yet, just talks of perhaps, I know they want Arnold Allen, who's the forgotten man at 145, our good friend Arnie, to fight on that March 19th card in the UK. It hasn't been officially announced for London, but that's where they want it to be. And actually, I've heard that there's been some talks of Arnold Allen versus, get this, Dan Hooker.
Wow.
145.
I actually saw a picture of that. People may be thinking about that. That would be
No, they stole it from my 2 Cents Tuesday yesterday. But that's fine.
That would be a great, you could have them back to back on the MMA or maybe together.
Those are two show favorites, yeah. But not close to done. I just heard that that's what's being discussed. At some point they're going to, announce that card. There's still no main event as far as I know. I was talking to Jared Gordon on Monday about Paddy Pimblett. Jared Gordon wants that fight. Paddy seems to want that fight, but he said that they haven't been talking to the UFC. They haven't offered it to him. So I'm curious what they're going to do with that. But yeah, featherweight, there's a ton of good options. So even if Giga wins this fight, I mean, the winner of that Arnold Allen fight or Josh Emmett, who looked good in his last fight. I mean, Josh Emmett one probably be the one because Cater's right in that mix as well. Yair eventually is going to come back. Brian Ortega is going to come back. Like
Holloway, when he gets healthy, what happens with him then?
Well, they said that he's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks, and he could be out as much as or as long as 6 months.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I think his status is a little bit up in the air. He had an injury. He re-aggravated it, and they needed to move on without him. And, yeah, it's unfortunate because that was the fight to make. But there's plenty of good options. It's not like Giga's ranked second or third. Like, you can't be too upset. And again, I'll say, like, Henry Cejudo, I would have loved to see that Cejudo fight. And if there ever was a time to make Cejudo versus Volkanovski, honestly, this was the time.
Man, that would have been crazy. That would have been insane.
Him going for some history. And I heard Cejudo, or I think I saw an interview or a clip. I saw it on Junkie where he's talking about, like, you know, this and that about Volkanovski. If anyone... If Cejudo wants to be mad at anyone, it should be the UFC. Like, they're not going to him with these opportunities. It's not Volkanovski. You don't think Volkanovski would take the Cejudo fight?
No, I absolutely think
stature-wise. I mean, the fact that he's smaller, he's the two-time,
he's willing
champion.
to take Holloway for a third time, even though he beat him the first 2 times. Like
nonsense. This is nonsense.
I don't think Volkanovski's backing down from anyone.
No, honestly, he's not. If they would have thrown, I don't know, Josh Emmett his way, he would have taken that too, Yair, whatever. But he had his pick because he's the champ, and he's been going back and forth with Zombie for 2 years now. But I can almost guarantee you, and hopefully we'll get Volkanovski on perhaps next week, I could almost guarantee you that he would take that Cejudo fight without batting an eye. It's the UFC who either felt a certain way about the way he retired in May of 2020, or one thing that people need to remember is they didn't like the way George St. Pierre went up to 185, won the belt against Michael Bisping, and then just walked away. They didn't like that. Yeah. They felt like it devalues the title. You're leaving us high and dry. Now we have a vacant belt. It's a mess of a situation. At that time, they had Whittaker as the interim champ, but whatever. In this case, I think there's probably a part of them that doesn't want Cejudo to go up to 45, win that fight, and then they're like, okay, and then what?
Right.
You're just coming in to make some history.
There?
Yeah. And now we're stuck with, it's the same reason why they didn't want to do GSP versus Khabib. Because what if GSP wins? It's almost the exact same thing. Goes to 155, going for a third title. You beat this guy, Khabib. And then what? You're going to walk away with that belt? So I understand where they're coming from. My point is, Henry seems to be very mad at Volkanovski. If anything, he should try to clear the air with those guys. And if they're not going to offer him a fight, then what are you doing? Like, maybe go fight for Eagle FC or something like that.
That would be insane. What I'm waiting on is whether or not it's going to get confirmed it's in Brooklyn, the April 9th one. No, it's officially not.
Not officially, but it's all trending in that direction.
This is heartbreaking news.
Yeah, you were going to go?
Oh, for sure. Barclays Center, it's a few stops away from my crib. I was going, no doubt.
It's looking like it's not. It's looking like it's not. And honestly, you know what's one of the telltale signs that it's not? The fact that Aljamain is on the card. Aljamain has an issue and he can't get cleared to fight in his home state, which is somewhat, I feel devastated for him for that. That's a heartbreaking thing. The fact that they were doing that, and now all the bout agreements for that card all say location TBD.
I'd talked so much with my friends. I was getting so hyped. I'd set a max price I would pay for tickets. Like I was like setting.
What was it?
If we were gonna get like the 2 title fights and everything, I was probably gonna be willing to pay like $350, $400 for a ticket.
Wow.
Obviously, just to get in the building. I'm
sure.
Not lower level. I'm not balling big. But yeah.
What about the fact that Jorge versus Colby is headlining first non-title fight to headline a pay-per-view not involving Conor McGregor and Nathan Diaz since 2015 when Anderson Silva fought Nick Diaz on that card, UFC 183 off the top of my head, and it's not happening in Miami. And Miami's not a place, and Florida's not a state where it's like, oh, hey, we can't go here.
You get it on 305
Yes.
Day. You get it on 305 Day, and it's in Las Vegas. That to me, I was like, what is going on here?
Go to American Airlines Arena. Do it at the home of the Heat. Go to freaking Sunrise, Florida. Go anywhere.
Yes. Hey, I got one more quick parlay. I'm not even going to give the explanations. I'm just going to rip through the picks before we get to Whittaker.
Sorry.
Put the graphic up. You have nothing to apologize for. This is me not getting to it. McGee Brahimaj. It's the over 1.5 parlays. It's the prop parlay, but I'm doing over 1.5s.
Okay.
McGee Brahimaj over 1.5. McGee is just the decision machine. 17 of his 18 fights in the UFC have gone over 1.5. Chukagian Maia, over 1.5, 2 decision fighters, and then Giga Cater, over 1.5. Neither of them ever been knocked out in their careers. That one pays plus 101. That'll be our second parlay for the night.
All right. There it is. Thank you, GC.
Of course.
Good luck to you. And hey, shout out to the good folks over at Invicta. GC doesn't want to bet on them for some bizarre reason, but they do have an event tonight, by the way, which you can watch online. So shout out to Invicta FC 45. There's one championship, as we said, on Friday as well. There's LFA on Friday. KSW is back, KSW 66. And then, of course, the UFC on Saturday night. All right. It seems like we're going to go to Rob. All right. Rob is here. Thank you, GC. We're just keeping him up there. I don't know. Do you just want to stay? Do you want to stay for the entire interview or? So yeah, a little bit delayed. We went a little long there with Faber and Al and all that. So we will still get your questions. Do not worry. And you know what? This is the beauty. There's no one in my ear telling me to rap. How about that? It's a beautiful thing. And unless the other guys have dinner plans, we'll go just a smidge longer here, and we'll answer your questions after we get to the man who will be headlining the UFC 271 pay-per-view on February the 12th in Houston, Texas. It will be the highly anticipated rematch between the current middleweight champion Israel Adesanya and his old friend, his old foe, Robert Whittaker, who we unfortunately only saw once in 2021, and it will be almost a year since his last fight. Of course, he had that big win over Kelvin Gastelum in April of 2021, a fantastic win, fight of the night winner. Of course, had 2 big wins. He was my comeback fighter of 2020 with the 2 big wins over Darren Till and Jared Cannonier, and now he's going back to try and regain that title, a rematch of a fight that happened back in October of 2019 in Melbourne, Australia. Unfortunately, this time not in Australia, but still a highly anticipated fight. Without further ado, let us go to the one and only Robert Whittaker, who's always very kind to join us from his usual spot here early in the morning over there in Sydney. Robert, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Thanks for having me on again.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I feel like you upgraded the chair. Is that a new chair? It's looking very spiffy.
I don't think so. To be honest, I've been trying to work out the light because my face is glowing.
Oh, no.
So I couldn't work that out. So I'm just going to have to look very divine.
You look great because I know it's summertime over there in Sydney, so you probably do have a tan, right?
No, I don't because it's been very wet this year. It's been raining the entire time. But it's too hot to go outside. I'm not much of an outdoor cat.
You're not? Okay. Hot. And what about that picture, that thing behind you on the right side of your what is that? Is that you?
It's just to increase any sort of video interview I do. Multiplicative.
Yes.
What's better than one of me is 2.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
I started in there.
I also saw, I'm not a big gamer. We've talked a bit about your gaming prowess. Have you been added to some game recently or something? I forget the name now. I'm going to botch this. What's the name, guys? You were added to something. It was big news everywhere. Skyrid or something?
Skyrim. There was a creator mod that came out with me in it as an NPC, as a companion that can follow you around, and I go around punching things.
Wow.
It was great. It was trippy.
They made this on your behalf?
Yeah, so some of the modders created this with the backing of Bethesda, and they made it happen. And honestly, as a gamer and as a guy who spends so much time in that game, in Skyrim, to be an NPC, to be a part of it is, it's a milestone for sure.
That's a huge honor.
Gaming history. Yeah, massive.
And have you played as yourself in the game?
No, so it's like a...
I'm totally exposing myself, right? I have no idea what I'm talking about here, but it's very cool.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. So it's like a friend of yours that can follow you around.
Okay, interesting. Because if you're lacking, friendship in real life, you need this fictitious character to follow you around and give
That's
you some...
That's it.
A lot going on in your life, of course. We've got the title fight. We shall talk about that in a second. That's a strong flex mug, by the way. King Dad, very strong. Right in my face. I mean, as a dad, to have another dad pick up a mug and say "King Dad" in my face feels like fighting words.
I'm sure you have one.
I have a variation of that. Yes, I do. By the way, congratulations to you and the entire team on this gym that you guys opened up. I saw some of the footage, and we're going to show some of it right here. You won't be able to see it, but the audience will. This gym is incredible, Robert. Can you tell us about it? Where is it?
Yeah.
Well, and tell us the whole detail. How big is it?
Like, given the exact specs of it is too hard for me, but you can see from the picture it is absolutely massive. It's around the corner from our last gym.
Okay.
Meeting Grange, Dunn Road. So, it is unbelievable to have that amount of space, to be able to camp in there and do our things and have heaps of mat space, so many partners rolling at the same time. It's a treat. It's a privilege. And, as a team, we've all been working towards it. And I feel like, it's our reward, something that we've given ourselves, working hard all these years to get there.
It's beautiful. Congratulations. And I know, it's been tricky at times training in Australia. What has it been like for this training camp? Has it been tough with the restrictions or relatively easy?
Well, I'll say no tougher than anybody else.
Okay.
I think everybody's in the same boat, unfortunately. One of the things is earlier in the year, we had the lockdown situation with we had a hard lockdown again. So juggling that and trying to work in the training with the isolation times, with having a close-knit crew that could work with us. And it was a little juggling. Luckily we had the experience from the first lockdown to fall back on. And then we managed to get an exemption, which just allowed us to kind of operate as usual.
Okay.
But, I think it's something that everybody's kind of getting used to now, because this, unfortunately, is something we're going to have to live with, I think, for the next few years.
Yeah.
And, we've all kind of got to adapt.
I saw a video of you sort of training with your young son. Is that at home? Is that you doing the home workouts as well?
Yeah. It's...
You're doing the sprawls and stuff, and he's trying to emulate you or something.
Yeah, that was actually a throwback. I forget what that was.
Oh.
But that was like coming into fight week when I was staying away from the gym, and I was kind of, getting in some last minute cardio work before I leave.
Is it a bummer for you that this isn't happening in Australia, or is it a blessing that it's not happening in Australia?
Oh, that's the tricky one, because it's there's two sides of it. There's the one side where it's in Australia, so my friends and family can be a part of that. I can make them a part of it. I don't have to leave anywhere. My family can probably come down, drive to the state it's in, or if it's here, we can hang out the whole time. And it's much more comfortable and close, and special in that regard. And then there's the other side of it. It's man, not fighting in Australia, there's no pressure. Well, there is pressure, but not as much pressure. Your family, there isn't the pressure of your family coming down. You don't get 400 messages saying, I'm coming, I'll see you there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a bit of a trade-off. I'm excited to go to Houston. I've never been. I always enjoy these fight trips overseas, because you just go over there, you zone out, you settle into your fight week routine, you do your work, you come home,
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of, it's a good way to empty out all the process, empty out all everything else that's in your head, and just focus singularity on one thing.
When you consider how big of a deal that was, the highest attended event in UFC history, that event was at Marvel Stadium, and you think, okay, now you guys have come a long way. Izzy's bigger, you're on this winning streak. This could have done equal, if not bigger numbers. Does a part of you lament the fact that it's not happening in a stadium, or do you not even really care about any of that stuff?
Yeah, I don't really care too much about that sort of stuff. Everything, all my thoughts are just focusing on trying to beat this guy. That's it, trying to get this win.
I saw you said to Farah Hanoun of MMA Junkie, you said that your ego got the best of you in the first fight. What did you mean by that?
I love how that's what's blowing up everyone.
That is blowing up.
That's what everybody took from the interviews, and they're just asking the same questions.
Oh no, why? I'm trying to understand, because you don't have an ego, in my opinion. You're the most soft-spoken, humble guy, and so when I think, if I may, why people are attached to that is Robert Whittaker ego have never gone hand in hand. And so to hear someone, and it's a different kind of ego, right? As a sportsman, when you let your ego get the best of you, maybe you don't, think that your opponent is good enough. Who knows? But I think that's why it stood out so much, because you don't come across as someone who has an ego in any, of course you think you're the best and all that, but that where it would, hinder your performance.
You see, I think everybody has an ego. Everybody in some aspect, at some angle in their life, has an ego, whether it be a guy who doesn't do sports at all and just plays video games, and he plays his particular video game, let it be Tetris, and that's all he plays all day. And then you get someone that comes in and says, I play Tetris too. 2,000,000% that guy's going to be like, yeah, but I'm probably better. You know what I mean? And that's ego. And it's not bad. I think, especially for fighters, I think fighters need a little ego just to do what they need to do, to believe themselves, to back themselves. Because I think the line of ego and confidence, there's a fine line, you know what I mean? So I don't mean ego, and I think everybody knows this anyway. Like, I don't mean ego in a way of like, I thought I was the best and I was untouchable and, like that sort of dynamic. It was more that I was letting everything get to me, and my ego was adding as like a multiplier. So I was like, why is everybody giving this guy so much attention? Why is everybody creating this much rivalry between us? Why is New Zealand and Australia clashing so hard when I've done nothing but represent them both? And I think that played into my ego, because I thought I understood where I was, who I was. And it all kind of just multiplied to the point where it got into my head. And a big part of it is I got into my own head. And my thought processes in that fight, leading up to that fight, weren't calculated and cool and calm and collected. They were just red, And you can see how out of the ordinary I fought, how reckless, if you would, I fought. And I guess that's the biggest regret I have in that fight, is just I wish I fought like myself. I'm not satisfied with that.
I appreciate the candid response. You don't often get that from fighters, so thank you very much for that. Are you able to watch that fight, or because it was so completely not you and all that effect, like, would you rather even not?
So I personally don't watch my fights often.
Okay. Even the wins?
Even the wins.
Wow.
Maybe once if my old man is like watching it and I'm in the room, but otherwise then, I don't really watch them. I don't know. I know what happens.
Right.
And I guess I've seen highlights and stuff of my fight with Izzy. I haven't watched the full thing. I've watched clips my coaches want me to have a look at so that I understand what's happening on. But I think a lot in the moment. You know what I mean? So I know when I've messed up. I know when I've done something wrong, and I reflect on that almost instantly. And I guess it's kind of like a gift I have.
Would it have gnawed at you if you never got this chance to fight him again, belt or no belt? I'm assuming you want to prove that you are better than him. Would it have really bothered you if this opportunity never came again?
Yeah, not really. Like, after that loss, I kind of, I've spoken to you about it a ton of times. It's like I went through that, reinventing stage of soul searching and everything to do with myself. And I came back just comfortable with who I am and why I do things, and absolutely confident in why I'm doing things and why I fight. So my whole process, my goal was just to train my butt off and get back in that octagon and train and fight and just enjoy it again. Enjoy the fighting, earn a living, provide for my family. Modern day gladiator sort of lifestyle headspace. And I knew. Like that all roads lead to Rome sort of thing. Like you win enough fights, you end up fighting for the title. And that's been my process, my mind, my headspace, ever since I started my career. So getting that fight, it was inevitable if I kept winning.
What did you think of his last performance? It was also quite a while ago. It was back in June against Marvin Vettori again. What did you think of it?
I thought it was a good performance. He's a good fighter. And I'll props when they're due. Like, he's a good fighter. He's a great fighter. I think he fights really smart and tactically. And you see that's a good skill set to have. I think that's a massively underrated thing, especially at the top of the ladder, is doing what you need to do to win whether it be exciting or not, or for the crowd or not. It's and that's a hard thing to do for a lot of guys because that whole ego thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can see he'll do what he needs to do to win, and that's a great trait to have as a fighter. But I guess the overarching feeling of that fight was just that I can beat him. I can beat him. Marvin was landing strikes on him, and I'm better at striking than Marvin. And like Marvin was landing takedowns, and I think my timing's better for takedowns than Marvin. I think I can beat him. He just looked beatable. There were some fights he's had where he just looked untouchable, like that Costa fight. He looked unbelievable there. But then he fought Marvin, and I just thought he can be beaten. It's not to say it's going to be easy or that I will beat him. It's just that. It's a good fight, but I think he's beatable. Jan is direct evidence towards that.
Mm-hmm. Has it been frustrating for you that it's taken so long for this fight to happen? Your last fight was in April. It'll be almost a year, and you weren't injured or anything. It'll be almost a year between fights for you. And I think there was some talk of maybe November, and then his situation, and then they obviously settled on February. But for you to sit, he last fought in June, you last fought in April. Has it been frustrating to wait?
Yeah, a little. It's one of those things that like it can't be helped because I do know the lockdown situation in New Zealand was kind of crazy at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like guys getting taken out of the country and not being able to get back in if they could get out in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do understand that. I'm always cup half full sort of guy, looking at the benefits of not having to do it. It was, what was frustrating more than anything was that like. So after my last fight, I was preparing for October just in case, didn't hear anything, and then all of a sudden they're like, bum, you're in October. So I was preparing for that. Then, November and then December and then January, and it just kept getting pushed back. So I was always kind of holding back on what I wanted to do, like not taking the family away, not going to certain events, not having weekend bevies. Like I was doing the right things, and that kind of kept getting pushed back until we got the date locked in at February. But I guess that's the only annoying thing, if you would. But in saying that, at the same time, I was opening up the gym, which was great. Spending lots of time with my family because we had another lockdown series, so the kids were home from school again, and playing tons of video games.
What about any nerves about them going a different direction? Because we talked about this after the Gaslam fight. Like they were kind of slow to commit to you being the next guy. And then I think they came to you with that June date and it didn't work for you. Were you ever worried as time went on that they would take this opportunity away from you?
No, not really, because I didn't care too much, right? Like I told you my process, my headspace getting back into the game after the loss was just, I'm enjoying fighting. I'm enjoying the process. I'm enjoying learning. And I'm like, this is what I do. Like, this is my career. This is how I earn a living. And I love doing it. So I wasn't too worried because two things. One, I can't control it. Okay. I couldn't fight then. I had just fought Gaslam, so I couldn't control then. And two, like, there really isn't many options for him, and it takes a piss a little bit. Like they wouldn't, the fans wouldn't be happy, the crowd wouldn't be happy. It just looked silly on their half, I do know, like Izzy's team, they like playing that sort of head game space and annoying people like that just for the attention. So,
how do you feel about Izzy? You're gonna see this man in the press conferences, and he's very entertaining, and he's a showman, and he talks great trash. How do you feel about him, and are you ready for all of that again?
Well, funny enough, is like I think I said this last time we were speaking, is that I got in my own head so much, and I had so much grudge, towards him and gripe that I wore myself out. You know what I mean? Like I had so much anger and hate that I wore myself out. It got tiring being angry at him, like. And for no real reason, it's not like he came to my house and stole my TV.
Yeah.
So, I got over it. And honestly, once I let that go, I started seeing him like everybody else. I don't hate the guy anymore. If anything, like I respect his skill sets. I respect him just doing his thing. Like, And that's the thing. Like, whilst I think his behavior's a little, how you going sometimes, he's staying true to it. Like, he's just doing, he's still doing it. It's not like he's doing it, like, he's just him. He's still doing it. So, yeah, I guess that's the answer, you know, long answer, but it's like, I don't hate the guy.
Okay. And by the way, did someone help you let go of that hatred, or is that just a process that you figured out on your own?
Yeah, that's a process. Like after the first loss, I had a big chunk of soul searching and trying to understand myself in my own headspace. And, you know, that kind of set the foundation up for everything else that I can do. So it's like, I get in my own head a lot and try to dissect things to try and make my life easier. Ever since that first loss, like, because I find if you focus on these little, you know, obstacles or why you're feeling like this, generally you can make it better, and then it makes the whole process easier.
Do you miss being a champion? Is that part of the motivation here? Because I feel like you don't.
Yeah, no, not really. I never really banked much. I never really banked much into it. Like I missed the better paydays. Like,
Yes.
like that's about the only thing I miss from it, though. Other than that, not much. Because I think it was a real thing for me was, like, I really enjoyed the chase, like the work up the ladder. Like, and I know there's that whole psychology of guys who get to the top and then find themselves aimless, right? Because they, I don't know if I suffer from that, but I certainly, it was a certain thing that once I got there, I didn't have the same sort of fire in me. You know, my goals kind of got shifted, and I don't think I made the adjustment before you know, I fought Izzy.
That is
I didn't even do
fascinating. Yeah. That is.
I enjoyed the chase. Like, I enjoyed the progression, if you would.
The journey, if you will.
Yeah, like I liked beating 6 and then moving up to 5.
Yeah,
I liked beating 3 and then moving up to 2. I don't know, that made me happy.
I could see that. I could totally see that. A very common thing. Last month, you were on the set of Fox Sports' Fight Week. That's their show. They do the coverage over there in Australia. You were with Alex Volkanovski, and you guys were supposed to interview Kai Kara-France. And it was a great scene. If anyone could find this clip online, it's a very, again, what I like so much about you, you're brutally honest. And you're like, yo, I'm not going to ask this guy a question because I don't want to be fake and be fake interested in his upcoming fight against Cody Garbrandt. And I don't want him to be fake polite to me. So I'm just going to sit this one out because I know he's Izzy's boy. And then at the end of it, you're like, I kind of like that dude, even though you didn't. How awkward was that whole scenario for you? Like, where you have to kind of play analyst, but it's like, yo, this is the buddy of the guy I'm about to fight. We've got this thing. Was it strange for you?
Well, no, it would have been strange if I did the interview.
Yeah.
Because I can't operate like that. I can't put on a fake smile. Exactly as you said. I can't be fake polite to you, and you can't. I don't want you being fake polite to me because that's awkward.
Yes.
It's not real. You know, I'd rather let the other co-hosts ask the questions so that this isn't. And it's his fight week.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to disturb him for even half a second because it's his fight week, and I respect that. But then, you know, listen to him speak. It was weird me sitting in the corner.
Yeah, I know. That's right.
Like,
yeah, I bet.
Like, I wish they would have let me off set for this one, but
yeah.
I just sat there broody. But yeah, by listening to him speak and everything, like I grew to like the guy. Like, he's just a normal guy, and he sounded like down to earth. He took his family to the fight, and that just won my heart over straight away because I'm a big family man, you know. So to be able to see that, and yeah, you know, I guess that's a big thing. I can be persuaded. I will change my mind if I get convinced it, and yeah, you know, I think he's an all right guy.
You taking your family to this fight?
Definitely not.
No.
I said all that family stuff, but no, four kids on a 16-hour flight.
Damn.
Hell no, like no way.
I can't imagine. I've always said I have 3 kids. 3 to 4, big jump. 2 to 3, not a big jump. I think 3 to 4 is a massive jump. The cars are different. You got to do different. Do you feel the same? 3 to 4, big jump? I mean, I'm not speaking from experience because I don't have 4, but I feel like that's the biggest of all the jumps.
Well, sort of. I think the biggest jump is 2 to 3.
Interesting. Okay.
Because especially if they're all young, because you're outnumbered. You only got 2 sets of hands. You know, you got yours and your wives, and then there's one. If the third one's screaming, like you're trying to play with her with your foot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So with 4, the most annoying thing is the car situation, because you need to start looking at 7-seaters.
Yes,
and
it's tough.
The range, the type of cars you get for 7-seaters aren't the nicest of cars.
Right.
Economy, family, sort of things, you know. And then juggling the baby seats, if one's in a capsule and then one's in a thing, it's a bit of a nightmare getting them in and out. But otherwise, I think 2 to 3 is way worse.
What about training for a fight during Christmas?
Oh, that's no fun.
How was yours?
It was fine. It was fine. Like, they're the sacrifices. You know, everyone talks about sacrifices of fighting. That's what it is. I've been blessed enough that I haven't had to camp and train during a fight during Christmas and New Year's for a long time. So, I got it done. It is what it is. It's over now. You know, it was annoying at the time.
Yeah, I bet.
The Christmas hand come out and, you know, all the gravy. And, oh, man.
You ate none of it?
Love that sort of stuff. Oh, I had a little ham, but
okay.
You know what I mean? But also, like, I would have liked some beers, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, or like throwing a bit of a get-together. It would have been fun, but, you know, it is what it is. Got to make these sacrifices.
By the way, you and Volk cool? Well, it was also kind of strange to see you guys sitting next to each other because he's his boy too. What was that like for you?
No, we're cool. You know, I guess, I don't know. It might have been a bit different when we first started working together, but we've worked together for a while now. And another thing is I've known Volk for a long time.
Okay.
Like way back in the local circuit. Before he started working with City Kickboxing. So whilst they're all friends, it's kind of like a thing we skirt around.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't go, hey, how's Izzy's team?
Yeah.
And things like that. When we talk, I'm just interested in him.
Mm-hmm.
And he trains a lot in Australia anyway.
Yeah, freestyle.
So, we're cool. We're cool.
Okay. So when are you the visual type? Like when you visualize February 12th, how's it going down? Are you that kind?
Nah, I don't really visualize it. I have a rough idea in my head. I visualize it a little bit. You know, I'm not one of those dudes that pulls up in the lotus position and starts playing through the fight step by step. You know what I mean? But
what is the plan that you see in your head? Can you share that?
Yeah. Okay. Here it is.
Yeah.
I think Jan set the blueprint up to beat Izzy quite thoroughly. I think if we're looking at it, patience, striking, and takedowns when opportunity. Okay, I think those 3 things are what leads you to beat someone like Israel.
Mm-hmm.
You got to avoid getting hit by his big counter striking punches and his big levers. You take him down when you can to make him uncomfortable, to slow his arms and legs down. And you got to be patient because if you rush in, you get hit right in the face. Okay, but in saying that, you have to change the game plan Jan went in to account for Jan's pros and special traits that are unique to him, such as his Polish power and Polish head.
Yes, that is true. His size as well. He was bigger, right? Easier to keep him on the ground. Yeah, right.
And the fact that it was at 190, 194?
It was 205, but he came in a little light. Yeah.
The fact that it was at that, he's not as fast as he is when he's at middleweight. He's not as fast. His gas tank isn't as big. And, you know, the dynamic changes the fight. So what you do is you take away what you can from that fight and you try to, and I've tried to like incorporate it into my own plan, you know, utilizing my own traits, adding some different things, like adding the way I strike in. As you've seen in my last fights, I've been trying to mix in the takedowns and as much as I can when I see them, you know, opportunity sort of thing. And that's the plan. I want to utilize my full skill set in this next fight and make him uncomfortable. You know, I don't think it was a secret. There was no secret, you know, and that's it. I just want to get in there and just, make him uncomfortable, utilizing my full skill set.
You say you don't watch your fights. Do you watch other people's? In other words, have you watched that Jan Izzy fight a lot in preparation for this fight?
No, I don't watch back fights a lot.
Okay.
But I did watch that fight live.
Okay. Just once?
Yeah.
Damn. Your coaches watch the fights? Like
Yeah.
over and over again?
My coaches religiously. They might have watched my fight with Izzy 2,000 times by now.
Wow.
And then they come to training and they tell me what I need to do and then I'll work on it. But I don't watch back fights a lot.
That's amazing. And by the way,
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not a big tape guy. I never have been.
Respect. It's amazing. I remember Cerrone telling me that many years ago, and it kind of blew my mind because you'd think you want to like watch and dissect what you did to get, nuances, but you clearly know way more than I do. Last thing before I let you go, what are you doing? What do you do on the plane? Like, what are you watching on the plane? How are you passing time? It's a long flight. What are you going to do?
So I'll try and find a good book.
Okay.
Before I leave. The worst thing is trying to find a good book before you leave, not being able to find one, and then trying to read old books on your Kindle in the plane. That is the worst thing. I can't stand that. But that if I'm into a game that can be played offline, I'll set up my laptop.
Okay.
I have the laptop there, and I'll just. So yeah, that's more or less it. I'll either read or play video games.
You're not a movie guy, TV show guy.
No, not really. Like I like a bit of anime, but it's hard to find.
Damn. All right.
New ones and stuff like that.
And what kind of books are we looking for? Anything or?
I like fantasy sort of things. So like a big surprise.
Yeah.
So I like fantasy, apocalyptic sort of things.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone is listening, are you looking for a book or did you find your book? Maybe some people can send you some suggestions.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for a book, but I have read a lot of.
Maybe there's one. Now your ego's getting the best of you again, Rob. Maybe there's one that you haven't read.
Mate, it's not. I know there's a book out there that I haven't read, but it's going to be an obscure title that nobody has heard of.
Maybe it's good. Maybe your fans know you. Maybe they think that you'll like this.
I've read a lot of they're going to drop AAA titles on me, and I've read them all.
Wow. So what are you going to do? Just not read then? You're done?
No, I just keep surfing Amazon Prime until I stumble upon a nugget of gold.
All right. So I guess you don't want the suggestion. I was just trying to help you out. Maybe someone.
No. Please give me your suggestion. I just feel like we're wasting time.
All right. Fine. Fair enough. I like the shirt, by the way.
My ego is getting.
Yeah. See, there it is.
He's getting the best.
You're very hard-headed. I mean. Your wife told me this as well. You're very hard-headed. It's very hard to convince you. No, I did not talk to your wife before this. Shout out to Titus, your manager. By the way, your shirt is cool. Is that a new logo?
It is not. This is my logo, my brand, and
I like it.
This is our classic, the classic Reaper logo, classic Reaper shirt.
Yeah, and don't think I didn't see you selling those Bobby Knuckles shirts too. Hesitant to fully embrace it as far as Buffer is concerned, but you're still selling it, which is smart. I think it's a smart move.
Yeah, well, Reaper is my name.
Yeah.
Bobby Knuckles is the people's name.
That's a good one. That's a great answer there, Robert. That is a great answer. I can't wait for it. February 12th. You're always very kind to join us in the morning. I always have to mention that. I hear the kids in the background. I know 8 a.m. is not an easy time with the young ones. So thank you very much, my friend. Good luck in the final month of training. Good luck on the 12th of February in Houston. And I hope the fight goes great. I can't wait for it. It's one of my most anticipated fights of the year. So I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
It's always good to be on. Thank you for having me again, mate.
Talk to you soon. There he is, the one and only Robert Whittaker, a.k.a. The Reaper, a.k.a. Bobby Knuckles. How could you not like Robert Whittaker? And by the way, both guys, right? Both guys. Izzy, Whittaker, two of my absolute favorites in this game. All kinds of messages here. Both guys are great. Are menches. A lot of people upset about this Francis Ngannou watch thing that I tweeted out. Of course I tweeted it out, not because I know anything about watches. In fact, I've never worn a watch. Maybe I did like one of those Casio ones back in the day, but I tweeted out because I thought it was interesting that Ngannou is allowed to do something like that, and good for him. Everyone should get their own sponsors, and his situation with the UFC well documented. And so I thought maybe people would be interested in perhaps it's a bridge, perhaps it's an olive branch being extended. Who knows? Thought it was interesting. But everyone gets so upset. Oh, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? All right. Thank you very much, Robert Whittaker. Great guest today. Hope you enjoyed every single one of them. But we got more show, guys. A little overtime, if you will. Time to answer some questions. No time to waste. You can...
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Let's stretch. It's the 7th inning stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani.
Oh, yeah.
Live from the Fox Studios in beautiful New York City.
Beautiful New York City.
On the nose.
On the nose.
Now,
bathroom break? No, we don't take bathroom breaks here.
Get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Here I am. Thank you, Mike Heck. Thank you for that. All right, let's answer some questions. No time to waste. Everyone knows the drill. Everyone's favorite segment of the week. We go to the Substack page and we load the comments, and the comments are always great. We go chronological, and of course, El Cubano is first. Just get comfortable here. Take another sip of water if I can. I'm going to turn around so I don't bother Frank. Beautiful day in Brooklyn, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw it. Sunny. Put on the Virna hat. How great was Al, by the way, right? I mean, Al was just amazing. Whew. That Katie Taylor, that Conor McGregor, the Pesci, De Niro, Tyson Fury, so good. John Fury, so good. Oh. Okay. El Cubano. Hola, Ariel. What? A new one? Wow. Weber came in. But no, I got to go back. Weber came in somehow. He just did it right now. My good friend Alex Weber. And it came up on top. But here we go. El Cubano. Hola, Ariel. Although you already hinted towards it on Monday, Covington Masvidal was officially announced as the main event for UFC 272. Well, I guess technically they didn't put it out on their official channels, but they announced it. We all know the score. First and foremost, let's go Jorge. He's saying that. Secondly, what a shame the fight won't go down in Miami. Amen. What a shame. While I'd love to see Poirier Diaz as the co-main event, I don't see Nate taking a fight under Masvidal headline card, not to mention the contract issues. That's a bingo. Hypothetically speaking, who do you see as the co-main for UFC 272? I mean, look, historically, when you have these big fights where guys are making a lot of money, the co-mains aren't the biggest. Is it going to be a Kevin Holland? I think they could probably, but time is ticking. One thing so I don't know what is the quote-unquote co-main. I don't get caught up, in the co-main stuff all that much because, sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. Sometimes you'll get Davison Figueiredo and Brandon Moreno 3, and sometimes you'll get, who knows, random stuff. Sean McCorkle against, who did Sean McCorkle fight in Montreal that one time? Stefan Struve underneath the Josh Koscheck, George St. Pierre fight. That being said, no, Nathan would never fight under Jorge. And let's see. I still think it's, it's still up in the air whether or not he, stays, goes. Wouldn't be surprised if he stays, to be honest, as I've said since the beginning. And I don't think we see him until his deal is done. And at this point, maybe you see him in April. May's going to, the clock is ticking. But I don't think you see him on that Jorge card. Hamza Burns would be April 9th. This from Alex. Good luck to your Bills. Thank you very much. Have you turned your kids into Bulls and Knicks fans? Bulls? You mean Bills? Or saving them from that trauma? No, we are. When my kids were young, for some reason, they enjoyed going against me. They enjoyed rooting against me. And it was very frustrating. It was honestly like a little bit like, wow, the dream of being a dad and, your kids following your favorite teams is no more. And I was a little bit sad about it. But as they've gotten older, my oldest son is in 4th grade, middle son's 2nd grade. My daughter is in pre-K, but she kind of just follows. She's actually the one that tries to go against me the most these days. So maybe it's just like a young kid thing. The two boys have now fully followed my lead. They're Bulls fans. He wrote Bulls. Bills fans. They will never be Bulls fans. They are Bills fans. They are Knicks fans. Right now, we cheer for the Blue Jays and, of course, the Montreal Canadiens in hockey, who are not having a good season at all. I'm very nervous for Saturday, not so much because I don't think the Bills will win. In fact, between the Bills and the Chargers, between the Pats and the Chargers, I was kind of rooting for the Pats because I want that revenge. And, I remember, and, the Chargers would have been fine too, going to the weather in Buffalo from the West Coast all the way, and the young-ish quarterback, Justin Herbert, although I think Herbert's way better than Mac Jones. There was once a time where Dana White and I used to text quite often, and he would send me these very sort of, for lack of a better word, obnoxious texts when the Pats would continuously beat the Bills. Videos, laughing. Oh my. That would be some sweet revenge. To knock them out of the playoffs. Zach Payne, good morning, Ariel. My question this week is, do we ever see any of these people like Max Holloway go to boxing? Call me a casual, but the whole I'm the best boxer in the UFC really doesn't matter considering it's MMA. I have no doubt Nathan goes to boxing, but what about Max? I don't see it happening anytime soon. Max is treated well by the UFC. He likes being in the UFC. Of course, now injured, so I don't see it happening anytime soon. This week's handicap, also he has several fights left. This week's handicapped hot take for you is Miesha Tate will retire for good later this year after getting 10-7 by lucky Lauren Murphy. Wow. Multiple hot takes there. The retirement and the loss to Murphy, which I don't necessarily agree with. Retirement, that could come at any time, but I wonder if there's odds for that. Are there odds for that? I wonder. Hey, Ariel, new subscriber here. Just want to thank you first for being one of the main reasons why I got into MMA during the pandemic, and I always look forward to tuning in every week. This is from Rye Guy. As someone attending college and fall for sports media, what advice would you give to help make connections in the sports world and build trust? I feel like you'd be the perfect person to ask because the amount of potential guests you have for your show every week. Well, when I got to Syracuse University, I was working at 3 different radio stations. There was one WAER, there was one WERW, and then there was one Z89. AER is where all the kids that wanted to be broadcasters went. They all just wanted to, that's the place that broadcasts Syracuse basketball and football, and there's a whole system. I didn't like it. It felt a little too restrictive. It felt like a country club. It just wasn't my thing. I don't know. I just didn't fit in. I never kind of liked to follow the pack. Z89 was a music station. I got in trouble because I would talk too long. So it would basically be like, okay, you got to put in this thing, and there's a 15-second pad, and you got to say, coming up next, it's Blink 182. What's my age again? And you're listening to Z89 here in Syracuse, New York, something like that. Well, I would go on for 3-4 minutes and talk about the Yankees game the night before and talk about the Knicks. And they're like, yeah, you can't do that. Like, this is in sports talk radio. So I went to WERW, and I would urge you all to find a WERW, which was basically a place where you went to a room. There's a sheet of paper. I picked a time. It was, I think, 9 to 11 or 8 to 10 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. And I just got to do it. It's just airtime. It was free airtime. And I got to basically do this show. I started reaching out to fighters and fight personalities and reporters, and I would send them emails and they would come on, or I would go on MySpace and they would reply. And I was basically doing this show back in 2001. Of course, now I have access to more people, but the show hasn't changed. I kid you not. It's the exact damn same show that I did 20 years ago, which is a crazy thing. And so I would urge you to go find your spot, go find the station that you feel most comfortable in. Think of what you want to do. Reach out to as many people as possible. Be as professional as possible. Make good connections. Make people want to come back on your show. Work hard. Work even harder. Use social media to your advantage. Intern as many places as possible. Say hello to as many people as possible. Reach out to as many people as possible. There's no real great answer, and it's all very, I think, self-explanatory. You just got to do it, and don't be impatient. It's not going to happen overnight. You have to build yourself up. There's a lot of people in your spot who want to do what you want to do, but if you look around and you find a unique voice and you're doing things a little bit differently, you'll be able to stick out. This is from Sean. Morning CEO Changs. Thank you. How is the Donna of MMA out here breaking Roman Reigns news? Man just said, I'm going to be the best journalist in all sports. No question. Just love ya, King. Stay homeless. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, listen, when you got connects, you break stuff. By the way, I could have broken a few NBA and NFL stories back in the day as well, but I don't want to step on people's toes. Hugo. Hello, Ariel. Who do you think would make good tough coaches? What? Hugo suggests Nate and Connor. Are you kidding me? Please no. No. Please no more tough. No more. No one wants tough. No one's asking for tough. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't increase the interest in a fight. It doesn't make new stars. Name me. I mean, what happened to the one guy who just won tough? Like, come on. You have Contender Series. Enough with tough. Please. Now, I know why they do it. The ESPN UFC deal is going great, and the UFC content on ESPN Plus, the MMA content does well. But we got to think of something else. We've got to think of something else. We've got to think of a new format. We have to. So, no one. Could you see Dustin Nate from Tyler being added to the 3-5 card? No. Good morning, Ariel. Question on Khamzat. Ramadan starts April 2nd, which in theory would eliminate any and all April fights. Are they booking for March? Much love. That's interesting. I didn't put 2 and 2 together there. So perhaps not. No. Maybe they move it to March. It's a great call. Great job, Matt. Maybe they move that one to March. Want to see that fight. Love that fight. Maybe they move to March. Joe, what are some of the tactics the UFC will use to scare fighters' media into not talking about fighter pay? I mean, I don't think they'll use any tactics. To media, I mean, the media, the ones that are going to talk about it, and the ones that aren't. You know that by now. Fighters, I feel like we know the ones who are going to talk about it, and we know the ones who aren't. Like the ones who are comfortable enough to talk about it. It's no different than any walk of life and any job. The ones who are secure in their spot are going to be more vocal. The ones who aren't. So I don't think there'll be any quote unquote tactics, to be honest. Jacob, Ariel, thank you so much for being the reason I'm excited for Mondays and Wednesdays. Wow, thank you. Since Brooklyn isn't likely for 273, what are the most likely options for the event? As a Miami Dolphins fan, I can't root for the Bills or Pats, but I hope the result makes you happy Saturday. Thank you, Jacob. I haven't heard anything yet on terms of location. I wish it was Miami 305 and Vegas April 9th, but I haven't heard anything yet. Favorite segment of the week. 2 quick questions and 1 request from Patrick. 1, you mentioned last week that 3 Pac will be on the road at some point in 2022. Is this true? And if so, possibly a fan event as well? TBD. 2, were you ever able to squash your beef with Cowboy Cerrone? Does he have beef with me still? Maybe, but I haven't reached out to him. Do I have beef with him? No. Cowboy got mad at me because I said something before. I think it was the Conor. No, he was trying to get the Conor fight. And I was saying, like, where's the old Cowboy? We need the old Cowboy. I was basically trying to do the promo that Vince McMahon gave Stone Cold Steve Austin during the Invasion in 2001, where he's like, we need the old Stone Cold. We need the old. And I was trying to do that. He took it the wrong way and got really mad and said some things. And then I saw him in Chicago and I went up to him and he didn't want to talk to me. So no beef here. If he has beef, I don't know. But yeah, in my mind, it's squashed. Life's too short for this nonsense. Come on. AJ, hug, marry, avoid. Wow. Look at this question. GC, New York Rick, or Mysterious Frank? I mean, what am I supposed to do here, guys? I'm not even sure if the guys are still there anymore. They might have left. I might be driving this car by myself. You guys are still there? Hug, marry, avoid, GC, New York Rick, and Mysterious Frank. What kind of a question is this from AJ?
You've never seen one of these before?
Well, I've heard of F, marry, kill, not hug, marry, avoid.
Well, I'm sure they were trying to be PG about it.
All right. Well, New York Rick has he's just nominated himself to be killed. He said, just kill me.
So we've just upgraded this from this guy's question to...
Yeah, because there was, I guess, avoid. He says he gives me permission. And then it's either between hugging or, I mean, it's too tough. It's too tough.
I love how Rick is like, you could just kill me.
Zach weighs in here. You hug Mysterious Frank, you marry GC, and you avoid New York Rick and his horrible takes. Wow.
Oh, that's rude.
Wow. Will, do you think the UFC and Francis Ngannou will come to terms on a new deal before the fight? No. Or will we see a scenario where Francis wins, blows a kiss to Dana, and runs through the crowd with the title? That would be incredible. CM Punk-esque. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think based on what happens in the fight, will determine. If he loses, by the way, he could stay. And if he wins, he could stay. And by the way, if he wins, he doesn't get to leave right away. It's end of the year. There's still the Champions Clause. So none of that is going to go down in less than 2 weeks. But before the fight, highly doubt it. Could happen. Highly doubt it. Have you been following the Novak Djokovic situation down under? A little bit, and it's wild. It's freaking wild, man. It's scary what is happening to this world. It really is. Like, I just want us to go back to could we go back to 2 years ago, pre all of this? That's what I want. Could we go back to just normal life, as normal as it was? It wasn't the greatest. There were still issues, but this is all just very scary. And I don't really know where I fall on that whole Novak Djokovic thing. It does seem a little excessive, but if there's lying involved and this and that, I don't know. Craziness. The whole thing is crazy. As a fan, and by the way, GC, big Novak fan, so I'm sure he's... my son's friend is calling me right now, probably to play on Minecraft or something. As a fan who buys all the pay-per-views, why is it that after their best year, they raise the price again and the fighters don't even get a scratch of it? By the way, love the show. Yeah, great question. Don't ask me that question. I'm not the one to answer it. I already weighed in on this. Why? Why do they do it? Because no one does anything back. No one seems to mind. So why wouldn't they? Thoughts on having an honorary champion Hall of Fame of to retirees who never won a title, like Florian, Overeem, Benavidez? Yeah, sure. I mean, but they would just induct them anyway. I don't think you need to be a champion to get inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame. I don't think you should be. Hey, Ariel, your boy Rahman from Atlanta, back in your life, wanted to get your thoughts on the ever-changing landscape of MMA with WWE finally opening up the forbidden door to Impact. Very cool. Mickey James. Would it be possible for the UFC to open their doors to cross-promotion? No. I mean, I shouldn't say no, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. They are so far and ahead. And by the way, I know WWE is so far and ahead of Impact. They need her. She has a history. It's the Rumble. It's hard to compare apples to apples there. It's just too hard. So now I would love to see PFL and Bellator come together. PFL signs Kayla Harrison and does a deal with Bellator, and they do like a 2-fight series, and it's like Kayla versus Cyborg in Bellator, and then Cyborg versus Kayla in PFL, like something like that. I think the other promotions should be open to it, but UFC, tough. What criteria goes into deciding whether or not someone gets inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame? From Matt in Montreal. Standing with the UFC, career. I mean, there really isn't a criteria. They tried to break it down into these 4 categories, but there's no real criteria. There's no committee. There's no voting. There's none of that. Gavin, hello from Ireland, Ariel. Happy New Year, and thanks for bringing the MMA Bauer. Trying to go through these fast, and then I end up stumbling. Hello from Ireland, Ariel. Happy New Year, and thanks for bringing the MMA Hour back for us all. My question is, will your memoir at the end of your career still be called Highway to Helwani, or now that you have become more unfiltered, do you have a different name in mind? I think I got to stick with Highway to Helwani, if only because I've said it so many times over the years. I thought about starting it this year, but it feels too soon. I need to do better at like recording my thoughts and remembering things, because I think I took for granted that I would remember everything, and now I'm starting to worry that I'm not going to remember everything. And let me tell you, a lot of crap happened. Matt, Ariel, follow-up. How many UFC employees do you think are founding members? Do you think Dana pays people to transcribe? I'm sure it's a coincidence that every time you drop a niblet about a fight, it's announced later, hours later. I don't know. I've never looked at the emails, honestly. And I hope they are subscribers, and I hope they follow all my work. Well, I know, I definitely know on Twitter they do, and that's fine. Why wouldn't you? All right. Killishaw. Good morning, Ariel. Congrats on the Bills winning the series. Come on, Killishaw. You know better than that. With Colby Jorge finally being announced, how deep do you feel this rivalry really goes? Would love nothing more to see it end in bromance, referee permitting, but feels like this has become very personal. On a side note, today's National Chicken Curry Day. What is your favorite chicken curry or even Indian food place in New York? Would love to break naan someday with GC or TST, who offered me a place he did. Thank you. I don't have a favorite Indian place in New York. Anyone back there have a favorite Indian place in New York?
Bombay Kitchen is pretty good.
Where's that?
There's actually a few. I think they're a smaller chain in New York.
Okay. The funny thing about the Jorge Colby fight, the rivalry was so intense and so heated, and there's a great backstory. And then I think it cooled, and they're both coming off losses to the same guy, and Jorge's coming off his first finish. And I think, honestly, a part of the rivalry and a part of the people's interest in the rivalry was the fact that Colby was the Trump guy and Jorge, in their mind, wasn't. And then they find out that Jorge is, and maybe even more so, and perhaps more genuinely a Trump guy. And then I think everyone got confused. So I'm really curious about this one and how it does. And I don't think they'll be loving each other, behind the scenes, but they know each other and they're good friends. And sometimes those are the most bitter rivals. I don't know if we'll see that moment like we saw with, Colby and Usman. Hey, I was just trying to sell the fight. Got something from Tucker here about the ADA NYC. ADA NYC looks fantastic in Queens. Go check it out. ADA, ADDA. Thank you very much. Tucker's always got the restaurant recommendations, which we appreciate. I'm very hungry right now. John, of course we want the fight to happen, but I do think that either Masvidal or Colby drop out and end up not fighting. Now, why would you put that out there? Does Leon accept the fight against either guy? No. Leon, Usman, Colby, Jorge. Everyone wins. Why is this flyweight trilogy not being talked about enough? I don't know. I think next week we'll get, what fights are talked about? I don't know. There's just not a ton of promotion going on. It's just week to week. This week it's Giga and Calvin. Next week it'll be those guys. Newman. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Newman. TJ Dillashaw has said that he expects to return in early 2022 and he wants to fight for the title next. After beating Sandhagen, is he the clear number one contender in the division? Yeah, probably. That fight's going to happen in April. He might have to fight someone else because then it's not going to be early 2022 anymore. I wouldn't hate if he takes a fight against someone like Jose Aldo, even Dom again. But at this point, if that fight's happening April 9th, they're not fighting till July or August at the earliest. Preston, Ariel, does fewer but more stacked UFC cards lead to us as viewers feeling drained before the main event, much like 268? No, I don't think so. I don't agree with that. Carmine, Happy New Year, my friend. 2 quick ones. What's the latest on Zabit? Nothing. No latest. Has there ever been a champion who has botched it as much as Aljo has? His videos, posts, I think he's trying too hard. I think people feel a certain way about him. Maybe not the best way, but not the way and the approach I would have taken. But there have been some bad champions out there. Some champions that didn't. Nico Montano didn't really connect with the audience, right? I think people forget. Worst retirement ever, Cejudo. Hey, Ariel, any update on Diaz-Poirier? Again, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Still talking. Maybe later this year. We shall see, but it doesn't happen before his situation is figured out. Top of the morning, Ariel. Now with it clear we won't be seeing Colby and Jorge in Tough. Any word on who could be coaches? Not yet. When the hell is Tough happening? I don't know. Why do you think, Ariel, Masvidal doesn't get the credit he deserves? The guy's a superstar, and also many are forgetting how good he actually is. Super talented fighter. People don't recognize him. No, I think he's getting the. I think he's become a big draw, and he's getting to headline a show as a non-champion against another non-champion. He's coming off a knockout loss. Your stock takes a bit of a hit. Keep up the great work. Need you on McAfee show. Yeah, McAfee. What's up with Patrick McAfee just giving me the stiff arm? Ever since, I don't even know what it was. Wait, was it ever since I ripped him off the wall? It might have actually been that. All right, fine. Be that way. Didn't put me in the year-end video. Didn't give me the shine. Didn't put me on when, I don't know, when the Bills were winning, the Colts were out. Didn't, what? It's a bunch of haters over there. It's all good. I got AJ Hawk. Ariel, have you an update on a fight for Tom Aspinall? Will you get a big fight for UFC London? I think he'll be on that card, but no update on who he will face. Do you foresee any scenario where Francis resigns with UFC and is allowed to compete against Tyson Fury? Yes, because they both are in business with ESPN. Hey Ariel, he's got some leverage if he wins. Massive leverage. Mark, hey Ariel, just recently joined the Substack and enjoyed the 2 Cents Tuesday. I've got a question about the UFC's return, thank you, to Brazil. The last time the promotion went to Brazil with fans allowed to attend was for Blachowicz, Jacare, November 2019. I would love for the UFC to return in springtime to Brazil. Yes, there's been some talk of May. That would be 274. And he lays out these fights. Oliveira, Gaethje, brilliant. Teixeira, Yuri, brilliant. Peña Nunes, brilliant. Although I don't think they're putting all three of those. That would be crazy. No. Cruz Aldo, maybe. If they put Oliveira, Gaethje, and Teixeira finally gets to go back home as champion, that would be pretty damn cool. Peña Nunes, I don't think happens in Brazil. I'm sorry. I'd be totally down with that. Mark, as a longtime listener to the show, I was extremely excited when New York Rick returned home. GC's segment has been an excellent addition too, and I think he adds another wonderful personality to the fold. But would you consider having another weekly segment with an actual MMA fighter? Hear me out. You have 5-minute roundup of the news. Yeah, this has been brought up. Arnold Allen. I like having them on as guests. He says this would be a great way of truly moving on from that chump DC. It's been brought up, but I like having the freedom of picking and choosing and not being locked into someone. My man, from my good friend Lewis, my question touches on a topic you briefly mentioned last week. For fighters that are engaging in combat sports outside of their contract, is the juice worth the squeeze? Magny championed for a fight with Khamzat and was largely ignored. He then loses at Fury grappling and feels completely off the radar. Flip side, Khamzat wrestles and beats Jack Hermanson, and it only helps his stock. Whilst these wins/defeats don't impact their record, it leaves an impact on their standing in the mind space. What are your thoughts? Much love. It's every day, bro. I get what you're saying. I don't think those events are seen by enough people to where it truly affects your momentum. Maybe for the bosses it does, but I would say it is worthy of the squeeze because, let's be honest, there's money to be made and they're making some money. So I would say for them it is worth the squeeze. You get a few thousand to compete in a match and not get punched. It's not bad. Who do you believe is the best pound-for-pound fighter in each men's weight division of the UFC if it is not the current champion of said division already? Who do you believe is the best pound-for-pound fighter in each men's weight class of the UFC? It is not the current champion of said division. I basically want to know who you believe, based on the eye test alone, is destined to rise to the top of the division sooner or later. Tough one. I mean, you know the guys. Islam, Khamzat. Can't go through all of them right now. Running out of time. Josh, any insight into what injury Max suffered? I do know, but I was told off the record, so I can't share. Hey, Ariel, can we get a Helwani response to Dylan, please? He keeps going. Does he keep going? Does he really keep going? I don't know. I muted his ass a long time ago, and he keeps trying to hit me up on burner cell phone accounts, and I keep blocking those too. I will say it's sad behavior, especially when, you have to go to other people to come up with your content. You're putting up these pictures. It's funny to me that the one thing he keeps going back on is me crying on air when, bro, you're a jiu-jitsu black belt. You just got submitted by Paul Blart. You got submitted by a guy in the Jersey Shore who's standing outside of a bar. You're a jiu-jitsu black belt. How you are still keeping up with this routine and this act is beyond me. And I tried to help him. I tried my best. So I got no response. I've already responded. Enough. I'm over this. And again, I'll say, everyone's like, oh, you're such a tough guy, this and that. I don't respond to these people unless I'm provoked 10 times. And then I finally break. I'm not going out there picking fights with jabrones left and right. I'm not going out there picking fights with fighters. I would never do that. But, you got these guys who are bored, who've got nothing else going on, who are at home, who sit on their phone and refresh Twitter over and over again and refresh Instagram and slide in people's DMs and do God knows what else. And they've got nothing else to get their mind off of things. And they partake in behavior like this. And so after 10 times, I'll respond. I'll play. And it'll be someone like Dylan. It will be someone who's 65 like Campbell McLaren, who spreads lies and talks shit about me and makes up stories about the one time that he was on the show 5.5 years ago and says that he called me an effing idiot and all that stuff when it never happened. And then I'll come out and I'll invite him on and he won't take it and he won't come on. And then I'll call him on his lies and his team will text me behind the scenes and say, oh, you know, he's just having some fun and da-da-da-da-da and like come out to the event and all that stuff. Guys, wrong guy, wrong time in my life. Enough. But I'll only respond if I'm provoked first. And it's not even first. It's probably like the 5th time, the 6th time, the 7th time. I just think it's sad when people need other people to do the battles for them. Like, it's Twitter, guys. It's not that difficult. I'm just a guy with skinny arms. You can't go toe-to-toe with me? You can't respond to me without having to tap in someone else to come up with content? It's sad. Dylan, I would say you haven't fought in 2.5 years. Get back to doing what you're doing. And if you can't fight anymore, then move on to something else. But this can't be a productive way to live your life. No one likes you. No one's rooting for you. Conor has separated himself from you. The whole team is separated. Who's coming to your defense? And I actually kind of like him. He's been on the show. I'm saying this as a friend. Well, not anymore. Now he just annoyed me. But I had no beef. Everyone else hated him. I kind of liked the shtick. Now it's gone way overboard. And it's just kind of sad at this point. So, is that a response? I don't know if that was a response, but I'm done with responding. Stop asking me about him. Hey, Ariel, new year, new restaurant. What's the recommendation? P.S. Very interesting how a certain old friend of yours shared the news right after 2 Cents Tuesday. They even used the same thumbnail. Ha! Did I ever say Beyoğlu on 73rd and 1st? It's a great Turkish restaurant. That's my recommendation, Mike. Hi, Ariel. Long-time listener. Just a couple more here. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I know this is an absolutely loaded question. Oh, God. But I'm wondering how, in your opinion, the dynamic between the UFC and the media is similar and different from the other major sports. Is it true the UFC goes way beyond other leagues in controlling the narrative, or does it just seem that way because the other leagues hide it better? Probably ignorant on my part, but I was shocked by Adam Schefter's email to WFT GM calling him Mr. Editor, sending a draft story, but wouldn't be surprised at all if certain MMA journalists gave Dana veto power over their work. Obviously, you refused to bend the knee and got unfairly bullied. A shame. Anyways, love your content and thanks for the opportunity to ask. I mean, it's different. The one thing that I'll say that is vastly different is like they all have... They have like associations for the media, and those have been around a lot longer than ours, the MMAJ, that we're just still trying to get off the ground. It's still a thing, contrary to what people have thought and said, we're still a thing. And so there are some standards and practices and things are run a lot more professionally, but there is stuff like that happens all the time. And I think there are people that are on television and in the media that are journalists, claim to be journalists. And people have loved to say this about me, which is hilarious. Because, I mean, I don't know how many journalists who have taken the shots that I have over the years and fairly, unfairly, and it's fine, not complaining. But I'm saying there's a lot of people who kind of play the part and aren't actually doing the job. So, I don't know. I don't know if you're getting what I'm trying to say, but the point is, the relationship between the UFC and the media has never been great. It dates back many, many years before even like the current team was in place. I've never understood it. It took me 2 years to get in, and for no reason other than when I first got into this game, the PR staff was so rude to me, so mean to me. Like, I wish I could probably find those emails. Treated me like I was dirt. So rude. And then it was Kevin Iole who went to bat for me and got me in and all that stuff. And then there were, the ups and downs and all that. I've never understood the idea of being contentious towards the media. Now, you can want certain things and want to break certain things. I get that. But to go out of your way to be rude, to be, cold, all that, like, I've never understood that thought process. Never understood that. If you are nice to media, they're going to be nice back to you. It's just human nature. And it's always been frosty and contentious. And maybe it's because they want a certain kind of media. And maybe that's what they have. And everyone's happy. Hi, Ariel. I have 2 questions today. Do you think Colby, win or lose, should move up to 185? Not necessarily. I mean, if he loses, maybe. Do you have an update on Tatiana Suarez? No, but I would like to get an update, and I will reach out to her. Happy Wednesday, Ariel. Amazing interview on Monday to give some insight into reffing. Is it possible to share the link to the video Well, you go on his website. We put the link, goddardmma.com. I can't post the actual video because he wants you to pay for it. Regards to Mark Hunt, did you reach out to the UFC or did the UFC reach out before or after the interview for comments on the lawsuit? Come on, Bubba. Who does Jake Paul have a better chance of beating, Anderson Silva or Nathan Diaz? And by the way, I would happily reach out. When I was at ESPN, I would reach out all the time and I would just not get a response. Who does Jake Paul have a better chance? I should say, I would say 50-50, 40-60. Who does Jake Paul have a better chance of beating, Anderson Silva or Nathan Diaz? God. Good luck to your Bills. Anderson has boxed before. Hey, Ariel, hope all is well with Colby Masvidal being made official. It finally feels like the top welterweights are finally willing to fight each other again. Do you have any info on the rest? Nothing on Bilal. Burns, Luque, maybe. No, Burns, Khamzat. Maybe Bilal, Luque. And then he asks if any update on Francis. No update yet. Happy Wednesday from Idaho. Do you really believe Charles versus Conor is a real possibility? I mean, with Conor, never say never, but right now, no. Of course, Charles is hyping it up, but right now I think it's a long shot. Do you think an honorary WC belt for Aldo Cruz is a good idea? Nah, I don't really care. Let's just, and I think he means Aldo Cruz. Oh, Aldo Cruz. Yeah, it would be fun, but whatever. I don't really get too hot over those belts. Second question, Campbell McLaren says, you don't talk about Combate. How come and what's his beef with you? I mean, here's my one question that I would ask Combate and Campbell. They say that their ratings are great. I have no beef with them whatsoever. He was on the show one time and he said, our goal is going to be that we are going to cater to the Hispanic market. And I asked why. And that was it. And he has taken such great offense. By the way, I asked questions, follow up, who, what, where, why? Why that theory? Why did you come up with that? Why that organization? Why that gimmick? Why that game plan? Why that? That's it. Not because I disagreed, but because I was asking a follow-up question. And he has taken that and ran with it and incessantly tweeted at me and called me names and insulted me and this and that and this and that to the point where I had to mute him. And then someone sent me him, called me an effing idiot last or 2 days ago. And I was like, where was I when you called me an effing idiot? Because it certainly wasn't on this show. It wasn't to me, tough guy. And so here's the question that I would ask Campbell, Michael Fromwitz, Combate, all of them. You guys have been around several years, and I have respect for you. I think Campbell doesn't like the fact that he doesn't get the respect that he deserves for being a part of the early days of the UFC, and he wants that respect. He wants that love, and he wants respect for coming back and doing Combate. He wants that, and that's fine. He could want that. But let me ask you guys one question. For the amount of years that you've been around, 5, 6, 7 years, talk about all the ratings you want. Give me one name, one star that you've built. One star. Give me one star. Do me this favor. Give me one semi-star. Give me a draw. Who's one person that your organization has built? One person that your organization has built. Give me that name. Thunder Rosa, who was 0-1 now, is an actual star with AEW? Is that the one? Give me one star. Tito Ortiz? Alberto Del Rio? How did that do? Give me one star. One draw. One star. I have no issues. They had that tournament on a Sunday night after a UFC pay-per-view. Malambo won. Respect. There's only so much time. I've already gone over today, and we only had 5 guests. Just give me one star, one name. One. Can anyone else give me one? Someone in the chat? Someone on Slack? One draw that they've built. One freaking star, a semi-star that they've built. And so they could tout their Univision rating. I mean, that would be like someone touting their ratings on Fox or CBS or NBC. There's an inherent number there, a built-in number there, because you're on such a big network. Credit to you, respect. That's going to come with that. But pay-per-view tickets, like, how's that going? One star. That's all I ask. Just one. Just one. One star. Have I repeated that enough? One. Because he gets so upset. Why don't you talk about us? Why don't you talk about us? Why don't you talk about... Well, give us a reason to talk about you. Give us a reason to talk about you. UFC gives us reasons to talk about them. Bellator gives us reasons to talk about that. PFL gives us... One Championship gives us... Give us a reason to talk about you. It's not a beef. I'll talk about it. If there's been one guy in this game that has advocated for more promotions, more organizations, more options for fighters, it's me. Give us a reason to talk about you. Not your ratings, not whatever you're doing on Univision. Give us give us names, give us fighters, give us stories, give us an emotional attachment. That's my request. Okay. Damn. There's a lot here. I'm not going to get to all of these. Shoosh. There's a lot here. I'll pick 3 more. I'm sorry. We've just gone so long, and I'm not going to get to all of these. Maybe I'll get to them on Monday. Favorite podcasts to listen to? That's a good one from Perry. I really love Wrestling with Freddie. That's a great one. I listen to Le Batard. I just got a text here from Top Rank about, I guess, Terrence Crawford has filed a lawsuit against Top Rank. And did that just happen? Did I miss that? Anyway, this is the quote from Bob. Bud Crawford's lawsuit against Top Rank is frivolous. His vile accusations of racism are reckless and indefensible. He knows it, and his lawyer knows it. I've spent my entire working life as a champion of black boxers, Latino boxers, and other boxers of color. I have no doubt the court will see Crawford's case for the malicious extortion attempt that it is. Dang. Well, thank you for that. I was just going to pull up my my podcast here. Sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm keeping you too long. I listen to Smartless sometimes. I listen to the Le Batard show. I like Cheap Heat is a lot of fun. McAfee Oral Sessions with Renee Paquette. I listen to a lot of Buffalo Bills stuff. Shout with my guys, Matt Perino and Ryan Talbot. Love South Beach Sessions. I like the sports media ones a little bit sometimes. Bill Simmons, of course. Yeah, those are some that come to mind. The Sportsnet pods are great. What are you hearing on Nick Diaz? Not much at the moment. Any interest in NFTs? No. As a newer Canadian MMA fan, can you describe the atmosphere in Canada when GSP was champ, especially when he fought in Canada? Oh my. We'll end on this one. It was great. It was great. It was magical. UFC 83, first fight there, was just an amazing scene, a beautiful scene. I actually wasn't at that fight because it was Passover, but I watched it and it was incredible. Matt Serra was so loud. And then I was at every single other one in Montreal and then, of course, in Toronto. Just like I remember I was on CBC, the national broadcaster, before the Koscheck fight. It was so loud. The place was packed. Skydome, Rogers Center, 55,000. It was just special. He was beloved. He represented Canada in the best way. Everyone came from all over Canada. It was a party. It was a big deal. It was special. It was unique. It was an event. Some of my favorite memories were covering GSP fights in Montreal. 124 was great. The Diaz fight was great. The Condit fight was great. 24 was actually bigger. It felt bigger than those, believe it or not. And then, of course, 129 in Toronto was great as well. So I'm sorry if I couldn't get to all the questions. I will make it up to you. I will do my best to answer as many as possible, but we went on a little long, and I don't want to keep everyone. Everyone's probably mad. Are you guys mad at me back there? I mean, I feel like everyone's just kind of mad at me at this point, and so I don't.
Not at all.
All right. Well, I feel like we have. I feel like we've, we've worn out our welcome. I am curious about this Terrence Crawford thing, just real quick here, because that was an incredible. Terrence Crawford. This is from Mike Coppinger of ESPN. Welterweight champion Terrence Crawford filed a lawsuit Wednesday against his former promoter, Top Rank in Nevada, alleging racial bias on the part of the company's chairman, Bob Arum. Wow. I mean, I know Bob has promoted a ton of black Latino boxers, as he said in that statement. So this is going to get ugly. And the worst part about it, if you're a boxing fan, hopefully it doesn't hold up the potential of seeing a Crawford-Spence fight. I don't think it should, but I don't know. Because I think he was done with them, right? We talked about it when he was on the show. All right. Thank you to everyone who left questions. I appreciate you all. I will make it up to you, I promise. And we're out of time. You can hear my music. If I'm being honest, I've had to go to the bathroom since like the 30-minute mark of the program, so it's been quite the journey here today. But it's been a fun. I mean, when Al was coming on there and making me laugh, I mean, there was a part of me that felt it was getting a little dicey. No, I would never do commercial break. Wow, people are still responding to my Francis Ngannou tweet. This has really upset a lot of you. It's amazing to me how upset you. Like, guys. It wasn't a sponsorship thing. I got a press release. I thought it was interesting. I tweeted it. Wow. This is why Twitter can sometimes be the worst. The worst. It's why I took it off my home screen, by the way. I mean, why we are subjected to this kind of nonsense, I don't know. It's like you wake up and all of a sudden you've got, you know, a 65-year-old man calling you all kinds of names. And you're like, what is going on? Why am I waking up to this? This is not the best way to start your day. This guy ranting and raving all about you. I'm like, bro, don't you got like, you know, a fight to promote on a Sunday night in front of 45 people? Like, you got things to do. Leave me alone. I'm just trying to live my life the best way possible, in the most honest and peaceful way possible. I come in peace and love, as the great Ringo Starr once said. In any event, thank you very much to all our guests today. Thank you very much to Chatri Sityodtong. Thank you very much to Kevin Holland. Thank you very much to Al Foran, Urijah Faber, and of course the great Robert Whittaker. Whew, I'm tired. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.